Marshall Peak Chapter 4266. Heartless Tao. When they walked through the city gates, one of the cultivators on guard noticed the young man and hurriedly cupped his fists in greeting, "Big Brother Wu Xin." One of the younger cultivators laughed, "Big Brother Wu Xin, you truly are amazing. You captured them so easily. Are these two people from Emerald Thunder City?" The young man shook his head. "No. They are outer world visitors." Outer world visitors? Everybody looked stunned to hear those words and curiously studied Yang Kai with a measuring gaze. Although they lived in the blood monster cave heaven, they had all heard their elders talking about the outer world visitors. It was said that every few hundred years, a group of people would enter this world from the outside before disappearing after some time. Nevertheless, it was not until today that many of them saw what an outer world visitor looked like for the first time. They discovered that the outer world visitors were not much different from themselves. Moreover, this man was covered in wounds, so it was obvious that he had fought recently. On the other hand, the woman was unconscious. Her complexion was pale and her aura was weak. "That's enough. Guard this place carefully." The young man waved his hands to dismiss the others before leading the group into the city. The streets in the city were very spacious with row upon row of houses located in the surroundings. Yang Kai looked around while walking but did not notice anything special about this place. It looked no different from the cities that could be found everywhere in the outside world. Under the guidance of the young man, they headed straight towards the building in the middle of the city. This place was most likely the city lord's mansion. The young man contacted somebody once they arrived and gave a brief report about the situation before requesting that this matter be reported to the city lord so that they could decide on how to deal with Yang Kai. That person immediately entered the city lord's mansion. However, he soon came back out with a frown on his face. "Senior Brother Fan, the city lord is currently in retreat. She previously ordered that she was not to be disturbed unless it was for an important matter. What would you?" Similarly, Fan Wu Xine frowned upon hearing those words and only spoke up after pondering in silence for a bit. "In that case, please place these two in custody for now. We can discuss this matter again once the city lord comes out of retreat." "Many thanks, Senior Brother Fan." That person cupped his fists. It didn't take long for Fan Wu Xen to bring Yang Kai to an underground prison where he gestured with his head, "Get in." Yang Kai glanced at Fan Wu Xen and said nothing. Carrying Chu Huashang in his arms, he squeezed into the prison. He had no intention of arguing with the other party as he was currently a prisoner. Besides, the prison might be on the smaller side, but there were no strange odors. It was also very clean and even had a small bed inside. Fan Wu Xen stood at the door of the prison cell and said, "Please make do with this place for a few days. The city lord will meet you after she comes out of retreat." Yang Kai did not respond. His most pressing concern was treating his wounds. Once he had recovered, nobody in this small city would be able to lift a finger against him. Therefore, there was nothing to be worried about. More importantly, the other party believed that he was helpless after being restrained by the firm Yuan nail, not realizing that he was not affected in the slightest. Fan Wu Xine was about to turn and leave when the look in his eyes suddenly changed. He lowered his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai's waist. Then he reached out his hand and grabbed the wooden token hanging there. After taking a closer look at the token, he asked curiously, "Where did you get this?" This token was something the proprietress had given to Yang Kai. Back at the palace in the middle of the lake, Yang Kai had made a bluff and hung this token on his waist to frighten Black Crow Divine Monarch. He had been fleeing for his life with Chu Huashang since then, so he had not had the time to store it away. Judging by the way Fan Wu Xine spoke, it would seem that he recognized the token. Yang Kai's eyes flashed for a moment, but without answering the question, he countered with one of his own. "What is this token?" Fan Wu Xine glanced at Yang Kai deeply. Frowning, he did not say anything more. He closed the door and turned to leave without returning the token to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not ask for the token back. That was something the proprietress had given him, so he could not lose the token so easily. He would just have to retrieve it once he recovered from his injuries. Putting Chu Huashang on the small bed, Yang Kai finally let out a shallow breath of relief. This trip to the blood monster cave heaven had completely exhausted him. Aside from the first few days where things were relatively peaceful, he was first hunted by Black Crow Divine Monarch and subsequently chased by Yin Xian Zhao. And now he was being imprisoned in this place. It could be said that his entire journey had been full of ups and downs. Fortunately, he would finally have some peace for the next few days. With his regenerative abilities, he should be able to recover most of his strength in short order. He placed his hand on Chu Huashang's wrist to check the condition of her injuries, but the results made him frown. Her injuries were quite severe and her strength was almost completely exhausted. It was obvious that she had struggled desperately to escape from Yin Xian Zhao during the 2 days that he was unconscious. Taking out some spirit pills, he ate some himself before stuffing the rest into her mouth. The bed was too small and could only accommodate one person. Therefore, Yang Kai flipped himself onto the bed and sat cross-legged at its head. He then placed Chu Huashang's head on his lap and held her wrist with one hand. Activating the wood element power in his Dao seal, he poured the pure energy into her body while simultaneously treating his own injuries. The wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree contained astonishing healing effects, and in less than an hour, Chu Huashang groaned softly and her lashes trembled slightly. "Senior Sister Chu," Yang Kai called out softly. Chu Huashang's long lashes fluttered harder and after a long while, she slowly opened her eyes and immediately looked up to see Yang Kai looking down at her. Blinking, she asked, "Junior brother, are we dead?" "No. We're alive and well." He smiled. No wonder it hurt so much. She forced a smile, but her complexion was still as pale as a sheet of paper. Yang Kai shook his head and chided lightly, "Since you're awake, senior sister, then don't get distracted. Your top priority should be to treat your injuries." Nodding weakly, she closed her eyes and began circulating some kind of secret art. She could clearly sense a powerful and energetic force flowing into her body through Yang Kai's palm. Wherever that energy flowed, her injuries healed at an unimaginable speed. She initially thought that it would take her 1 or 2 months just to recover. However, judging by the current situation, it would not take longer than a few days at most. Hence, she was secretly amazed at how high the order of the wood element power Yang Kai must have condensed was. She might not have condensed a 7th order element herself, but she was certain that what she was experiencing was not something a 7th order power could accomplish. A 7th order wood element would simply not have such astonishing regenerative properties. Is it an 8th order? Or even a 9th order? Just what did Junior Brother condense for him to obtain such a horrifyingly powerful wood element power? Another half a day passed and her cheeks were now much rosier than before while her aura had stabilized somewhat. It was not until this moment that she realized she had been sleeping on Yang Kai's lap all this while. Moreover, they were even sharing a small bed inside a tiny stone room. "Junior brother, what is this place?" she asked curiously. He answered, "Inside a city." "A city?" He nodded. "There are many natives inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and this place is one of the cities where a group of natives reside. We were captured and brought back here." "Then aren't we prisoners?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Just what happened after I fell unconscious? How did we get captured by the natives?" "I guess." Yang Kai chuckled. "What do we do now?" Her expression changed. "Who knows whether these natives have any malicious intentions towards us? Since we're already here, then we might as well see how things play out. Let's just focus on recovering for now. What can they do to us once we are fully healed?" She frowned and anxiously said, "I'm worried that they might do something to us before we recover completely. No, we can't just do nothing and wait for death. Junior brother, please cultivate with me." Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he stared at her. Feeling speechless, "Senior sister, you're becoming delirious again." She immediately retorted, "Don't you dare knock me out again." The last time she had mentioned something similar, Yang Kai had knocked her unconscious without any hesitation. Therefore, she immediately became vigilant upon hearing those words. Yang Kai was truly exasperated as he grumbled, "What does our current situation have to do with cultivating together? As a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciple, I have been cultivating a Yin-Yang secret technique since I was young. If we engage in Yin-Yang union cultivation, then we can recover even faster. Even without doing that, our recovery is not slow." Yang Kai chuckled. But time is of the essence right now, junior brother. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before he sternly replied, Senior sister, yin-yang union cultivation should only be done between people who are deeply in love with one another. This is a major life event. You should think this over carefully. Of course I know that. Junior brother, you are a great candidate. She stared at him with clear eyes. It was just that her charming beauty in addition to her weakened state made her even more alluring than ever. He was stared at so intently that he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Thus, he shifted his gaze away and muttered, including meeting here in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, you and I have only met each other twice, senior sister. You don't know what kind of man I am. On the same note, I'm not sure what kind of character senior sister has. With such a loveless foundation, how will we blend with each other seamlessly and perform something like yin-yang union cultivation? Feelings can slowly be nurtured in the future, she said confidently. I'm certain that you will surely fall for me once we've performed yin-yang union cultivation. Yang Kai scowled and spoke sternly, Senior sister. I am not talking about performing yin-yang union cultivation. I am talking about your lifelong happiness. You are so beautiful and intelligent, Senior Sister Chu. You should find somebody who is worthy of entrusting the rest of your life to. She replied, but I've already found one. Yang Kai was on the verge of a mental breakdown, feeling as though he could not communicate with her at all. What he could be certain of was that she had some feelings of admiration for him, just as he did for her. But there was absolutely no love between them. How could she speak about dual cultivating together so easily? Junior brother, do you think this senior sister is a woman without morals? She suddenly asked. Why would I? He shook his head. Over the past few days of interaction, he had more or less grasped her personality. She was not a loose woman. Otherwise, she would not mention that she had never tasted a man before. With her looks, who could resist her temptation and seduction if she really put her mind to it? She broke into a wide smile. In that case, why do you refuse to cultivate with me, junior brother? The conversation went full circle and came back to this topic again, so Yang Kai countered her question with one of his own, Senior sister. Why are you so insistent on cultivating with me? Chu Huashang paused for a moment before explaining. I'll have to find somebody sooner or later. Junior brother Yang is an outstanding man. I'll never find somebody like you again if I let you slip away. You don't understand. What I cultivate is the heartless Tao. The heartless Tao. She nodded as a yin-yang cave heaven disciple. I must first cultivate the heart in order to advance into the open heaven realm. We can either cultivate the heartfelt Tao or the heartless Tao. And I am cultivating the latter. Martial Peak. Chapter 4267, Elder Tan. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Although he did not know anything about the heartless Tao, the name itself made one uncomfortable. Chu Huashang explained, those who cultivate the heartfelt Tao have to fall in love to enter the Tao, while those who cultivate the heartless Tao have to cut off their affections to enter the Tao. But both the heartfelt Tao and the heartless Tao will eventually end up at the same destination. In the end, we will achieve the grand Tao and receive recognition as an open heaven realm master. I still don't understand how that is related to why you want to cultivate together with me, senior sister. Stupid. She rolled her eyes at him. I have to cut off my affections in order to create my own Tao. But I currently have no love to speak of. How am I supposed to cut off my affections and advance into the open heaven realm? He understood. So, you want to fall in love with me and then cut off your affections for me. That's right. She readily admitted and looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Junior brother, just think of it as doing me a favor. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can there be such strange things in the world? Such a mesmerizing woman wants to cultivate together with me, but it turns out that I'm just doing her a favor? Be that as it may, it was exactly as she said before. Regardless of which Tao Yin-yang Cave Heaven disciples cultivated, they first had to fall in love with someone. Those who cultivated the heartfelt Tao did not need to go through the trouble of cutting off their affections. On the other hand, the heartless Tao could only be cultivated by those with great perseverance. Otherwise, they would experience dissonance in their cultivation if they failed to cut off their emotions. The consequences would be unimaginable. Senior sister, do you love me? Young Kai asked. She considered the question seriously before making a pinching gesture with her fingers. A little bit? But it's not enough. It doesn't matter. I'm certain that I will fall in love with you once I cultivate together with you, junior brother. Young Kai burst out laughing. Love between a man and woman is not quite as simple as how you put it, senior sister. She blinked, junior brother. You seem very experienced in this field. His face flushed bright red and he quickly changed the topic. Please don't mention cultivating together again. I'm sure you will eventually find the right person for you, senior sister. It's just that person is not me. Fine. Seeing his firm attitude, she immediately stopped talking about this matter. There were times when it was enough that she had expressed her intentions. It would have the opposite effect if she pressed too hard. Junior brother, are you willing to join Inyang Cave Heaven? She abruptly changed the topic. I'll be honest with you. I actually came to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with another task from the Master Sect. What task? Young Kai asked curiously. Find you and ask you to join Inyang Cave Heaven. She explained, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you what kind of situation you're in right now, junior brother. Although you intend to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly, you've stepped on too many toes in the process. The cave heavens and paradises only have two attitudes towards an existence like yours. They either want to take the cautious approach and kill you in advance, or they want to win you over into their camp. Inyang Cave Heaven is part of the latter. Young Kai understood that she must have contributed a lot for Inyang Cave Heaven to willingly try to win him over to their side. All of a sudden, what Pei Wenxian mentioned in the past echoed in his ears once more. Pei Wenxian had claimed that he was not the only person in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven who wanted Young Kai dead. It would now seem that many of the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were tracking Young Kai's whereabouts in order to kill him. Although I believe that you would enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, I never imagined that I would encounter you so quickly. It looks like you and I are destined for each other, junior brother. Chu Huashang laughed lightly. Young Kai asked curiously, senior sister, you mentioned that Inyang Cave Heaven wished for me to join them. If I join Inyang Cave Heaven, will they guarantee that I can advance into the high-rank open heaven realm? If he remembered correctly, the proprietress had clearly mentioned that the cave heavens and paradises would not be able to accept somebody like him with peace of mind. That was because they had no way to guarantee his loyalty. Only those cultivators who were nurtured from birth could safely advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly. It was just that cultivators like these were incredibly rare throughout the ages. Hence, the appearance of anyone who could directly break through to the high-rank open heaven realm was bound to create a huge uproar in the 3,000 worlds. It was not just because the high-rank materials were difficult to find and refine. It was also because forcefully cultivating them when one's Dao seal was not firm enough would only result in death. Even if somebody were to condense high-rank open heaven realm powers, they would face great danger when trying to split heaven and earth apart inside their body to create a small universe. Many talented cultivators who condensed high-rank elements would fail at the last moment and extinguish their souls as a result. No. She shook her head. If you join Inyang Cave Heaven, you will have to advance into the 6th order open heaven realm. Young Kai was stunned. He thought that Inyang Cave Heaven would be able to guarantee that he broke through to the high-rank open heaven realm. Who could have known that their offer came with such a condition? It was just a casual remark in the first place. But what he learned immediately made him lose all interest in Inyang Cave Heaven. The 6th and 7th order might only be one order apart, but they were fundamentally different. Nevertheless, Yang Kai finally understood why Chu Huashang was acting so forward, and kept making those kinds of requests when he met her again this time. If he cultivated together with her, then he would undoubtedly carry Inyang Cave Heaven's mark. Not only would she be able to complete the task given to her by the Master Sect, but she would also find a partner to fall in love with. It was killing two birds with one stone. Many thanks, senior sister, for being so frank with me. No matter what her original intentions towards him were, the fact that she could tell him everything without hiding anything indicated that she did not wish to harm him. Junior brother, are you unwilling? She asked. His answer was resolute. I will go forward bravely on the road beneath my feet. I have already seen the path to the high-rank open heaven realm. Even if it is narrow, muddy, and full of thorns, I will not retreat. My Tao heart will become clouded if I choose the easier road instead. Chu Huashang sighed softly. Junior brother, you are still a long way from advancing into the open heaven realm. Many people might have taken notice of you, but they have no intention of making a move against you yet. That is because they are people who must consider their own status. They cannot abuse their strength to crush you. Otherwise, it will harm their reputation if word gets out. At the moment, they are only using their juniors to cause trouble for and suppress you. But if they perceive you as a threat one day, they will neither hold back nor be merciful. Senior sister, can you tell me why the cave heavens and paradises are so sensitive to advancing directly into the high-rank open heaven realm? Yang Kai asked. He could not understand this point no matter how hard he thought about it. He was simply cultivating his own Tao. It was not as if he was harming other people, so why did he end up in this situation for no apparent reason? Chu Huashang explained, I don't know if this is true as it is something I only heard about in rumors. A certain paradise once recruited a talented and promising disciple like you, junior brother. That disciple certainly lived up to expectations and advanced directly into the seventh order open heaven realm, and was granted an important position as a result. Subsequently, the cave heaven exhausted all its resources and spent thousands of years helping him advance into the ninth order open heaven realm. In the open heaven realm, the first order is the weakest while the ninth order is the strongest. Once he reached the ninth order open heaven realm, there was practically nobody in the 3,000 worlds who was his equal. Afterward, nobody knew the reason why he suddenly had a drastic change of heart, but he went on to slaughter the entire paradise in a single day. Not only did everybody from that paradise lose their lives, but the paradise itself was destroyed. She paused for a moment and highlighted, following those events, the masters of the various cave heavens and paradises who were allies of the previous paradise joined together to hunt him down. Unfortunately, the force sent to subdue him was also wiped out. Moreover, it would seem that this incident caused that person to greatly despise the various cave heavens and paradises. He deliberately went on to wreak havoc for the cave heavens and paradises. For a time, the entire 3,000 worlds was plunged into a reign of terror. All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were swept up in this incident. This matter lasted for several hundreds of years. Only then was that person besieged to death. Unfortunately, all the cave heavens and paradises took severe damage as a result. Having learned from the lessons of the past, the current cave heavens and paradises tend to pay great attention to those who advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, lest the tragedy repeat itself. She carried on, at present, there exists a desolate territory where the space is shattered and the vitality is gone. That is where the final battle took place in the past. It is said that several hundred high-rank open heaven realm masters alone died in that battle. It is impossible to calculate how many mid-rank open heaven realm masters and low-rank open heaven realm masters died as well. Even though so many years have passed, that great territory is still fraught with dangers. The power of all sorts of divine abilities remains. No matter how powerful you are, nobody who enters that place has returned alive. The desolate territory was a battlefield in the past? Yang Kai was astonished. In order to locate the star boundary, he once scoured the entire universe chart. Needless to say, he had noticed the existence of the desolate territory. He had not given much thought to this matter at the time and only felt curious as to why there was nothing marked within that desolate territory. Only now did he learn that the desolate territory had such history behind it. Nevertheless, he couldn't help looking down on the cave heavens and paradises that were so sensitive and stressed about something that occurred in the distant past. Instead of guarding against others, why don't they strengthen themselves instead? Junior brother, won't you reconsider? Chu Huashang glanced at him pitifully, but her expression was filled with anticipation. He reached out and flicked her on the forehead. Focus on healing. Stop talking so much. She clutched at her forehead and rolled her eyes in frustration. As time passed, their injuries gradually healed and they were no longer as weak as before. Inside the city lord's mansion, Fan Wu Exine took out the wooden token that he obtained from Yang Kai and played with it. He was extremely curious as the pattern on the wooden token was very familiar to him. It was none other than the insignia of Abundance City. But why does a wooden token brought in by an outer world visitor have Abundant City's insignia on it? Not to mention, the appearance of this wooden token indicates that it is from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Unable to solve this puzzling question, Fan Wu Xian asked several others about this wooden token. Unfortunately, nobody knew anything either. Perhaps I will only learn the truth once the city lord comes out of retreat. Just as he was about to put the wooden token away, he suddenly felt a gust of wind brushing against him. Immediately after that, a beardless middle-aged man with a fair face appeared in front of him. Fan Wu Xian hurriedly straightened up and cupped his fist. Elder Tan. The person who just arrived was none other than Tan Luoxing, one of the 5 great elders of the Abundant City. He was very powerful and held great authority. Like Tan Luoxing, Fan Wu Xian had also condensed the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm elements. However, the other party was older than him by several thousands of years. If it really came down to a fight, Fan Wu Xian was certain that Tan Luoxing could take his life within 100 moves. Deacon Fan. Tan Luoxing nodded in acknowledgement. I heard you were asking about the origins of a wooden token. Indeed. Fan Wu Xian nodded. Is that it? Can I have a look? Tan Luoxing cast his gaze in the direction of Fan Wu Xian's hands. Please have a look, Elder Tan. Fan Wu Xian immediately handed the wooden token over. While Tan Luoxing was investigating the wooden token, Fan Wu Xian briefly recounted the story about how he had captured Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. Tan Luoxing's eyes flashed and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Are they really outer world visitors? Yes, they are outer world visitors. Fan Wu Xian nodded in confirmation. Elder Tan, do you recognize this wooden token? Do you know what it is? Why does it have Abundant City's insignia? Martial Peak, Chapter 4268. What did you come back here for? I know a little bit, but I will only know whether or not it's as I believe once I meet the person in question. Tan Luoxing clenched the wooden token in his hand and looked up. Where are those 2 right now? Fan Wu Xian said. The woman is unconscious due to severe injuries while the man is sealed by the firm Yuan nails. They are currently being imprisoned in the dungeon. I'll go and take a look. After saying that, Tan Luoxing turned around and left. In the end, he didn't say anything about the wooden token. Although Fan Wu Xian was annoyed, he could not inquire further into the matter. After ruminating over something for a bit, he got up and followed Tan Luoxing. Oh! Inside the dungeon, Yang Kai was adjusting his breathing when he abruptly opened his eyes and sent a transmission to Chu Huashang. Be careful, senior sister. Someone is coming. Chu Huashang hurriedly sat up at those words, her bright eyes watching the door of the prison vigilantly. All of a sudden she felt Yang Kai's aura weaken considerably. She immediately understood his intentions and restrained her own energy, pretending that she was still seriously injured and on the verge of death, her complexion as pale as could be. The 2 of them had only just finished preparing their ruse when a voice rang out from outside the door. Greetings, Elder Tan. Another person grunted faintly in response. Are the 2 people that Deacon Fan captured inside? Yes. Open the door. I'm going in to take a look. Yes. Soon, the door of the prison cell opened and a beardless middle-aged man with a fair face walked in. His expression was gloomy and slightly anxious. When he looked up and saw Yang Kai, he immediately paused at the door of the cell and a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes before he blurted out, It's you? Huh. Yang Kai stared at the man suspiciously. What is he talking about? Do we know each other? So many years have passed. What did you come back here for? The middle-aged man shouted again. Yang Kai was utterly confused. He had no idea what the middle-aged man was talking about. Just as Yang Kai was about to inquire about the situation, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned savage and he gave a low laugh. It doesn't matter. Since you came back, die. While saying so, he raised a hand and pushed his palm towards Yang Kai as the power of the 5 elements swirled around him. From the strength of his attack, he had obviously condensed 5th Order Open Heaven Realm elements. Moreover, he must have been immersed in this realm for many years because his control over his 5-element powers was incredibly refined and potent. Among all the other half-step Open Heaven Realm masters that Yang Kai had met so far, None of them could surpass this man in this regard. Moreover, this attack was very aggressive and overflowing with murderous intent. It was obvious that the middle-aged man intended to take Yang Kai's life. Yang Kai immediately lost his temper. He had never met this man before, so why was he trying to kill him at their first meeting? If he had not neutralized the firm yuan nails that were placed on him earlier, Yang Kai would have been helpless in the face of this attack. Fortunately, he was no longer bound by such restraints. Lifting his hand, Yang Kai threw his own palm forward while drawing the powers of his Dao seal. His clothes flapped about wildly, making rustling noises even though there was no wind. Hong! Yang Kai's figure swayed slightly and the small bed under him immediately shattered into dust. On the other hand, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he was sent flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood in mid-air. The violent force from their exchange swirled and swept out in all directions. The dungeon was unable to withstand the impact, and came crashing down with a loud rumble. "Let's go." Yang Kai grabbed Chu Huashang's waist with one hand and shot upward. At this moment, Fan Wu Xian was hurrying towards the dungeon, but before he could even reach the entrance, he suddenly heard a violent explosion coming from below. It was followed by the distinctive sounds of battle. He was startled, not knowing what was going on. Before he could understand the situation, the ground collapsed without warning and two figures flashed out from the opening to land not far away from him. Turning around to look in that direction, Fan Wu Xian was shocked by the sight that greeted him. "Isn't that man and woman the two outer world visitors whom I captured and brought back recently?" When he captured them, the woman had been seriously injured and unconscious as a result. Furthermore, he had planted the firm yuan nails in that man himself. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the other party to exert any strength at this moment. But looking at Yang Kai's abundant vitality and violent qi, there were no traces of weakness at all. Hong hong hong, more figures emerged from below, all of them covered in dust. One of them was pale-faced and had blood trickling out of the corners of his mouth. Fan Wu Xian cried out in shock, "Elder Tan!" The person who seemed to be injured was none other than Tan Luoxing, who had parted ways with him earlier. Judging by Tan Luoxing's appearance, Fan Wu Xian could tell that the former had been injured by the outer world visitor. Thus, he couldn't help feeling horrified by the discovery. He had a clear understanding of just how strong Tan Luoxing was. The number of people in Abundance City who could win against Tan Luoxing could be counted on one hand. Besides, it had not been long since they separated. How did Tan Luoxing get wounded so quickly? How strong is this outer world visitor for him to do something like this in such a short period of time? Cough. Cough cough. Tan Luoxing coughed lightly and spat out the blood in his mouth. Staring at Yang Kai with a mixture of shock and horror, he shouted furiously, "This person is not an outer world visitor. He is a spy from Emerald Thunder City. Don't let him escape." When that order rang out, a group of people immediately gathered around from all directions. Fan Wu Xian was stunned. How did these two get tangled up with Emerald Thunder City? Could it be that I was mistaken previously? Are they not outer world visitors but actual spies? Elder Tan must have his own reasons for saying this, but he had no time to think. Hurriedly summoning his long sword, he joined the encirclement. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was holding Chu Huashang by the waist with one hand, his expression gloomy. He had willingly let himself be captured in this place because he had urgently needed to find a quiet spot to recuperate from his injuries. Who could have known that he would be accused of being a spy and attacked before he had the chance to recover completely? It was only natural that he was in a foul mood. Although he had yet to recover fully at the moment, he was no longer as weak as he was before. It was true that he could not exert his complete strength, but it was not a problem for him to fight at 80% of his maximum. For that reason, he was not scared in the slightest even though a lot of people were gathering around. It was just that this place was the enemy's territory, so it would be rather troublesome if it came down to a fight. Therefore, he turned to look at the middle-aged man coldly and asked, Are you misunderstanding something?" "Misunderstanding?" Tan Luoxing snarled. "Even if you turned into ashes, I would still be able to recognize you. What do you mean by misunderstanding? What are you all doing? Kill him." Following his command, More than 10 figures lunged at Yang Kai from all directions. Every one of them used killing moves as their energy swirled wildly around them. Seeing that, Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate them. He lifted his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. A bright light flashed, seemingly shocking the entire world as spear shadows flew in all directions. Numerous cries of agony rang out as the people who threw themselves at Yang Kai were all thrown backwards. Each one of them collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. The others in the surroundings were shocked by the sight. Just who the hell is this guy? How is he so fierce? Is he really a spy from Emerald Thunder City? It was only a short moment of hesitation, but Yang Kai had already broken out of the encirclement during that time. Everywhere he passed, a reign of terror was left in his wake. Fan Wu Xian was completely dumbfounded as a chill ran down from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. He had not realized just how powerful this man was when he first led his men to capture these two people. If this man had revealed such ability at that time, he and his men would not have been able to return alive. It was obvious that the other party had been terribly injured earlier but had recovered somewhat now. "Watch out, Deacon Fan!" A shout broke Fan Wu Xian out of his daze. He looked up and felt fear flooding his heart. The outer world visitor was charging straight in his direction, sending numerous figures flying along the way. Fresh blood splattered across the skies and screams reverberated through the air. Fan Wu Xian quickly focused himself. With death looming right before his eyes, he slashed his sword wildly, sending out a torrent of sword waves towards the enemy. There seemed to be no end to the sounds of the sword waves slicing through the air, completely obscuring the figure of the outer world visitor. "Did I get him?" Fan Wu Xian frowned, still feeling extremely uneasy. Hong. It was as if a giant ominous beast had rushed out from ancient history. When the sword waves shattered, Fan Wu Xian saw a spear rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Oh no! He wanted to avoid the attack, but that spear seemed to block out all the light in front of him. There was no way for him to dodge. "I'm going to die." The moment that thought appeared, Fan Wu Xian felt an intense pain coming from somewhere in his body and immediately collapsed to the ground. A short while later, though, he was stunned to discover that he was still breathing. Looking down, he saw that he was covered in blood, and there was a wound at his waist area that had penetrated right through his body. Nevertheless, considering his half-step open heaven realm cultivation, such an injury could be considered neither light nor serious because his vitals had not been destroyed. "I can't believe I'm not dead. Did he miss?" All of a sudden, a series of groaning sounds entered Fan Wu Xian's ears. Looking up, he was stunned by the sight before him. All the people who were defeated by the outer world visitor earlier were injured and bleeding, but not one of them had died. After witnessing this scene, how could Fan Wu Xian not understand? The other party had not missed. Rather, he had held back. He had no intention of killing anybody, and was simply fighting back and defending himself. Fan Wu Xian looked around once more and saw countless cultivators of Abundant City continuing to besiege the outer world visitor. However, none of them could even slow him down. Yang Kai left a path of destruction everywhere he went, mowing down his opponents as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. On the other hand, the cultivators of Abundance City were cut down like wheat in a storm, collapsing to the ground one after another. Is he really human? Fan Wu Xian looked dumbstruck. "Kill him!" Tan Luoxing roared furiously with a savage expression as he, too, charged in the direction where Yang Kai was located. Fan Wu Xian hurriedly followed suit after circulating his strength to staunch his bleeding. There was no other choice. He was the one who captured these people in the first place, so he could not just leave them be. Although the other party was still showing mercy, Fan Wu Xian could not just sit around and watch as he caused such a huge commotion in Abundance City. Meanwhile, Yang Kai charged forward with his spear in hand, fighting his way through the city. He was extremely annoyed by now. It was not a pleasant experience to be besieged for no reason. Although he believed that there was a misunderstanding, he had no idea who to approach to resolve the situation. Thus, he could only fight while running. He initially wanted to find a way to leave the city, but he couldn't find the exit at all. This city was guarded by a powerful spirit array, and there seemed to be no way out unless it was deactivated or opened. He had not killed any of the native cultivators here so as not to create an irresolvable grudge between the two sides. There was still room for resolving this misunderstanding as long as he did not kill anybody. On the contrary, he would have no choice but to fight to the end if he launched a slaughter. Fortunately, all the cultivators in this city were now aware of Yang Kai's strength after his astonishing display just now. Nobody dared to approach him carelessly, but there was still a large group of people surrounding him from afar no matter where he went. Even though they had him surrounded though, they were the ones gulping nervously as terror and panic filled their faces. Yang Kai held his spear in hand while Chu Huashang followed behind him at a leisurely pace. The more she watched this junior brother of hers, the deeper her impression of how extraordinary he was grew. When she thought back to the hardships and dangers that they experienced together, an indescribable and unfamiliar emotion began to blossom in her heart. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4269. Recognizing the wrong person. Abundance City was a complete mess. Countless cultivators were gathered around in all directions with Yang Kai at their center. Most of these cultivators looked terrified and were nervously gulping. They moved quickly with Yang Kai's every movement, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters from him at all times. Meanwhile, Yang Kai scurried around the city with Chu Huashang in tow. He had failed to locate the exit of this city's grand array despite searching for over an incense stick worth of time. Thus, his patience was wearing thin. He reached out a hand and space principles fluctuated before a young man appeared in his grasp. That young man had originally been standing 50 meters away from Yang Kai, but before he could realize what was going on, he felt something tightening around his neck. He looked up and saw Yang Kai staring at him with a dark expression. Screaming in fear, he instinctively tried to fight back. However, a mighty force filled the other party's palm and flooded his body, making him unable to exert any strength at all. "Where's the exit?" Yang Kai asked sullenly. Pale with fright, the young man swallowed nervously. A look of hesitation and struggle flashed across his face, but he soon closed his eyes and grit his teeth with a look that indicated he was resigned to his fate. "How brave!" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Increasing the strength in his hand slightly, he threatened the young man. "I'll ask you one last time. Where is the exit? I'll kill you if you don't talk." The young man gritted his teeth tightly together. Even though he looked extremely frightened, he refused to say a single word. Yang Kai turned to look at his surroundings. Countless pairs of eyes stared back at him, flickering with fright and anger as though he was some kind of wicked villain. He was so furious that he wanted to laugh. Lifting the young man in his hand high into the air, he snarled savagely, "Release the city's grand array and let me out. Otherwise, I will raze this entire city to the ground and leave no man alive." Nobody responded, but his words made everybody's expression change drastically. Nobody answered his demand either. It could be seen that although this city and population was not very large, they were incredibly united. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. Every corner of the Blood Monster Cave heaven was filled with danger, so if natives were not unified, it would be difficult for them to survive in this harsh environment. "Junior brother, are we really going to kill them?" Chu Huashang asked in a whisper. "Senior sister, please don't be impatient. Just follow me closely." "N." She nodded and snuggled tightly against him. Afterward, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who attacked him earlier. The people here called him Elder Tan. He probably holds some sway in this city. I might be able to discover the location of the Grand Array's portal from this man. When Tan Luoxing noticed Yang Kai looking in his direction, his expression changed considerably, and he subconsciously took several steps back. He had exchanged blows with Yang Kai back at the prison, which nearly resulted in his death. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of the latter's strength. This man was not somebody he could defeat. In fact, they could not stop him even after all the forces within Abundance City were mobilized. At this point, he seriously doubted that anybody in Abundance City could prevent Yang Kai from wiping out this city if so chose to. At this moment, a shadow rushed over and landed not far away from Yang Kai. It transformed into a girl that looked quite young. She was dressed like a maidservant and in addition, she had a playful and pure appearance. Upon seeing the situation within the city, the young girl revealed an expression of astonishment. Then her beautiful eyes landed on Yang Kai. She swept a measuring gaze over his body as though trying to assess him. "Be careful, Lady Jing. This person," Fan Wu Xian shouted. After mulling for a long while, he finally added, "He is unfathomable." Lady Jing nodded lightly. Giving Yang Kai an elegant bow, she gently said, "This maid greets you, sir." "What do you want?" Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. She said, "I wouldn't dare. The city lord wishes to speak with you." "The city lord?" Yang Kai squinted at the location in the middle of the city. Fan Wu Xian had brought him there once, but the city lord had been in retreat at the time. That was why he and Chu Huashang were eventually thrown into the dungeon. "It seems that all the commotion I caused here has roused the city lord from her retreat. Nevertheless, this city lord is certainly quite an interesting woman." Even though he had made such a huge fuss in Abundance City, this person was still inviting him over for a chat. It went to show that the other party was either very generous, or was as timid as a mouse. Judging by the maidservant's attitude, the former was more probable. Just as Yang Kai was about to nod in agreement, Tan Luoxing suddenly shouted, "You can't. This person is a spy sent by Emerald Thunder City. Furthermore, he is very strong. If we recklessly allow him to approach the city lord, the consequences will be dire. Everybody, please work with me to kill this man to prevent any further troubles." Yang Kai was furious. Just what is wrong with this Tan Luoxing? Why does he keep accusing me of being a spy from Emerald Thunder City? Listening to those accusations caused his murderous intent to rise, tempting him to kill this person on the spot with his spear. Lady Jing, however, smiled and refuted, "Elder Tan, please watch what you say. The city lord has made her decision. What's more, if this man is as strong as you say, were he a spy sent by Emerald Thunder City, the city would be flowing with rivers of blood by this point. Nobody in Abundance City can stop him after all." However, that is not the case. While it is true that many of our people have been injured, not a single of them lost their life. It can be seen that this man has held back. I'm sure there's a misunderstanding somewhere. At least the city lord is sensible. Yang Kai nodded to himself, the rage in his heart subsiding slightly. "Sir, madam, please come this way." After saying that, she turned sideways and gestured with her hand to show them the way. Chu Huashang blushed. "I'm not a madam." It was her first time being addressed in that manner, so it felt strange to her ears. "Lead the way." Yang Kai put away the azure dragon spear, released the young man in his grasp, and nodded in acknowledgement. Lady Jing looked to the side. "Deacon Fan, please come with us. I heard that you are the one who brought this sir and lady back." "Yes," Fan Wu Xian responded as he clutched at his waist with one hand, his complexion pale. That spot was where Yang Kai had stabbed him with his spear earlier. Even now, the bleeding has not stopped completely. "Everyone, please disperse. Those who are injured should receive proper treatment for your wounds." Lady Jing waved her hands to dismiss the others before stepping forward to lead the way. On the other hand, Tan Luoxing could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai and the others departed. He was anxious and furious, but unfortunately, it was impossible to stop them with his current strength alone. He clenched his fists and ground his teeth, knowing that he was finished the moment that person entered the city lord's mansion. He would no longer have a place in Abundance City. Staring in the direction of the city lord's mansion that held so many of his memories, he immediately flew towards his residence. The city lord's mansion was probably the largest building in Abundance City. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had been here before, but they had not been able to enter at the time. Now though, they had a smooth journey under Lady Jing's guidance and soon arrived at the main hall. Lady Jing stopped outside the doors and announced, "City Lord, I've brought them here." "Since you're here, then please come in." A gentle voice came from within. "Sir, please come this way." Lady Jing gestured forward. Yang Kai nodded and strode inside with Chu Huashang. Upon entering the main hall, he immediately felt a dozen or so divine senses shrouding him. He looked up and saw 4 people sitting at the head of the hall. There were 2 on each side, including both men and women. The others were hidden in the shadows, remaining alert and vigilant against him. He was not bothered by their attitudes. After all, he had caused a huge commotion in the city earlier. Even if they invited him here, It was only natural that they took some precautions. Meanwhile, the 4 people sitting in the main hall were on par with Elder Tan in terms of strength. They were probably the highest-level elders in Abundance City. Besides them, a woman dressed in imperial dress sat demurely on the head seat located at the central platform. When their gazes met, Yang Kai discovered that this woman looked to be in her 30s. Time had not left any traces on her face and her appearance was dignified, looking like a true young lady of the house. What surprised him even more was that the city lord abruptly stood up from her chair the moment their gazes met. She was not the only one to do so, as the other people sitting around them had the same reaction. All of them stood up abruptly and stared at him in shock. In addition, the city lord's eyes reddened, her breathing quickened, and her body trembled lightly. She covered her red lips with one hand. "It's you?" An elderly man on the left shouted. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and studied the man, having no clue who he was. He had heard these words twice now. The first time was when Elder Tan met him, and the second was in this place. That was not all. The people here had reacted strangely when they saw him, so much so that the city lord even lost all her composure for some reason. Yang Kai frowned as various thoughts ran through his head. Have you mistaken me for somebody else? If they did not mistake him for somebody else, then how could they have these kinds of reactions? As soon as those words left his mouth, everybody stiffened in surprise. Then they all turned to look at the city lord in unison. The city lord's eyes were red as she called out, "Ting Yu, is that you?" Her voice trembled slightly, sounding weak and desolate, like a woman calling out to her lover after waiting for many years. Her voice was filled with longing, but also mixed with a trace of resentment. Upon hearing the name Ting Yu, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. The people here had indeed mistaken him for somebody else. "Madam, are you referring to Lan Ting Yu?" Yang Kai asked. Everybody was stunned once more. The city lord's tender body trembled at those words. Her figure fluttered lightly as she came to stand in front of Yang Kai. She studied him carefully while weeping softly. However, her expression became disappointed after taking a closer look at him. "You're not him." She slowly shook her head repeatedly. Turning around, she slowly walked back to her seat and sat down as though all the strength in her body was gone. Even her complexion looked lifeless. The elderly man who spoke up earlier took a good look at Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, "Are you not Lan Ting Yu?" Yang Kai cupped his fist. Yang Kai greets fellow cultivators. Everybody exchanged glances with each other when they heard his greeting, while one of the women couldn't stop herself from muttering, "How can they look so alike?" Another middle-aged man said, "It's probably not Brother Lan. It has been nearly 1,000 years since we last saw Brother Lan, but this man still looks so young." Yes, what Elder Peng says makes sense. Could he be a descendant of Brother Lan's? Otherwise, how can they be so alike? The last person who abruptly voiced out a whimsical thought was a fatty. The words had just left his mouth when the woman next to him viciously stomped on his foot. The pain was so intense that he grimaced and he called out, "Why did you step on my foot?" That woman glared at the fatty fiercely and gestured upwards with her mouth. The fatty immediately fell silent and sneakily stole a glance in that direction. The city lord was staring at Yang Kai blankly, her eyes seemingly flashing with memories of the distant past. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4270, Past Events. I am not acquainted with Lan Ting Yu nor have any relationship with him, Yang Kai slowly explained. He had only heard about Lan Ting Yu from Yu He and the proprietress. Back when Yu He first saw him, she had also shouted out the name Ting Yu. "But you look so alike." Some people remained consumed by a sense of disbelief. Yang Kai did not say anything else. After all, he had already expressed his point to them clearly. Judging by the current situation, it would seem that Lan Ting Yu had not only visited this place in the past but was also acquainted with the people here. Why else would they have mistaken him for Lan Ting Yu when they first saw him? And that city lord. Yang Kai observed the city lord's expression, secretly thinking to himself that she must have held deep feelings for Lan Ting Yu. If not, she would not have been this agitated. Lan Ting Yu sure was popular. First there was Yu He and now there's the city lord. Not to mention, the city lord lives in the blood monster cave heaven. Tiske. All of a sudden, he was reminded of the wooden token that the proprietress had given to him. At the time she mentioned that it was a favor. It would now seem that the wooden token was most likely connected to the people here. She had also hesitated to say anything and looked a little helpless when she handed the wooden token to him. Her reaction seemed to be related to the current situation. She probably expected the situation to turn out this way if he came to this place. It was just that this place was so well hidden. If Yang Kai had not been chased or coincidentally obtained the map, he would not have stumbled upon this place. Various coincidences had come together to allow him to come here and meet the people in front of him. This queen has embarrassed herself in front of you, honored guest. Please forgive me. The city lord was naturally not an ordinary woman though. Although she had been emotionally shaken upon meeting him, she quickly recovered her composure after confirming that he was not Lan Tingyu. It could be seen just how firm and steady her will was. For a woman to have such strong mental cultivation, it was no wonder that she could sit on the throne of the city lord. You're too polite, city lord. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, May I know your names? This queen's name is Mo Mei. I am the city lord of Abundance City. The lady answered. Following that, she introduced the other 4 people to him. These people were the elders of Abundance City. The female elder was called Mu Qianxian, the middle-aged man was Pang Duo, the old man was Gong Yangxi, and the slightly chubby man was called Jin Yuan Lang. There are 5 elders in Abundance City. The last being Tan Luoxing. I believe you've met Elder Tan already. Yang Kai couldn't help coldly snorting. It was that very Elder Tan who had repeatedly slandered and accused him of being Emerald Thunder City's spy. That was what caused the huge commotion in the first place. Where is Elder Tan? Mo Mei suddenly asked. Lady Jing replied. I noticed that Elder Tan seemed to be injured earlier. He is probably treating his wounds right now. While speaking, she snuck a glance at Yang Kai. If she had to be honest, she had been extremely shocked to see the scene of wounded lying all over the ground when she arrived on the scene just now. City Lord Mo Mei nodded lightly at those words. Pang Duo then asked, Little brother Yang, how do you know about Lan Tingyu if you are not acquainted with brother Lan? Yang Kai answered, Lan Yu He and I are close acquaintances. It is through them that I learned about Lan Tingyu's existence. So that's how it is. Pang Duo immediately understood the situation. Jin Yuan Lang asked, How is brother Lan doing now? Yang Kai turned to look at Jin Yuan Lang with a slight frown. Based on what he heard from these people and what he understood from their actions, it was likely that Lan Tingyu, the proprietress, and Yuhi had come to Abundance City together and obtained that wooden token. Furthermore, City Lord Mo Mei seemed to have fallen deeply in love with Lan Tingyu here. Unfortunately, this was the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Outsiders would be forced to leave once the time limit was up, so there was no way for them to send word of what happened later to Abundance City. In other words, these people had no idea that Lan Tingyu had died a long time ago. Worried about how City Lord Mo Mei would react, Yang Kai was not sure whether he should tell them the truth. He pondered in silence for a time before deciding that honesty would be best here and explained, You might not be aware, but Lan Tingyu died a long time ago. As soon as the statement came out, Mo Mei's body shook violently. Her emotions that had just stabilized became disordered again. Pang Duo and the others glanced at her worriedly while Mu Qianxian quickly said, Our condolences, City Lord. Please restrain your grief. Mo Mei lowered her head so that her hair obscured her eyes and cast a dense shadow over her face. They could not read her expression. Nevertheless, she slowly raised her hand and said, It's fine. I had a feeling that was the case. Why else would he fail to return after so long, unless something had happened to him? He promised to bring us out of this place back then after all. Seeing how she forced herself to remain strong and endured the pain even though it felt like thousands of blades were slicing her heart, the elders felt sad too. However, they did not know how to comfort her. It was not just Mo Mei, of course. The rest of them had also speculated that something had happened to Lan Tingyu. It was just that they never received any news from the outside world. So they continued to hold on to that glimmer of hope. Now that they knew the truth, even that glimmer no longer existed. Were you all very close to Lan Tingyu? Yang Kai asked after observing them. Pang Duo replied, To tell you the truth, little brother, Abundance City was founded with the help of Brother Lon. If not for Brother Lon, we all would have perished long ago under the claws of the monster beasts. It can be said that Brother Lon is our savior. Is that how it is? Young Kai was astonished. No wonder the proprietress claimed that the wooden token was a favor. It turned out to be a favor indeed. Abundance City was only established with Lan Tingyu's help. That's one heck of a favor. Yang Kai secretly guessed that Lan Tingyu and the proprietress encountered these people from Abundance City when they entered the blood monster cave heaven back then, and forged bonds of affection and friendship with each other. They later helped the people here to establish Abundance City, and promised to find an opportunity to bring them out of the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that fate had other plans. After Lan Tingyu left the blood monster cave heaven, the heaven-defying opportunities he obtained made him the target of various cave heavens and paradises. These opportunities eventually cost him his life. Needless to say, he never returned to this place again. Over 1,000 years had passed since then. That was why these people had mistaken Yang Kai for Lan Tingyu when he first came here. It was also why Tan Luoxing was so shocked and blurted out, "Why did you come back here after so many years?" Upon considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly felt as though things were not adding up, so he hurriedly asked, "Has Elder Tan Luoxing ever met Lan Tingyu in the past?" Jin Yuanlang nodded, "Of course. Elder Tan and the rest of us here can be considered the earliest residents of Abundance City. When we first arrived at this place there were only a few dozen of us. It was only after so many years of progress that we reached our current scale." Yang Kai wrinkled his brow. "That's strange. If Elder Tan is acquainted with Lan Tingyu and mistook me for him, why did he insist on slandering and accusing me of being a spy from Emerald Thunder City? He tried to kill me as soon as he saw me. If not for the fact that I have some skill, I would be nothing more than a corpse by now. I don't even know where Emerald Thunder City is located." Something like that happened? Peng Duo was surprised. Mu Qianxian pondered in silence, but a moment later, she glanced in Mo Mei's direction and heaved a heavy sigh without saying anything. Similarly, the others seemed to understand something and their expressions became ugly. Chu Huashang suddenly whispered from behind Yang Kai, "Junior brother, it seems that Elder Tan regarded you as a love rival." Realization dawned on Yang Kai after listening to her words. Everything made sense if that was truly the case. Tan Luoxing was in love with City Lord Mo Mei. But Mo Mei only had eyes for Lan Tingyu. It was just that Lan Tingyu failed to appear after so many years, leading Tan Luoxing to believe that he still had a chance with her. Unfortunately, Yang Kai happened to arrive at this place at this time and had his wooden token taken away by Fan Wu Xian. Only one such wooden token had been issued by Abundance City throughout history. It was something that Lan Tingyu took with him when he left. Only a dozen or so people knew about the existence of this wooden token, and out of all the people who knew about the situation, many had died over the years. Mo Mei and the 5 elders were the only ones left who knew about the origins of this wooden token. When Tan Luoxing saw the wooden token, he naturally sought to investigate the situation thoroughly. In the end he saw Yang Kai and mistakenly assumed that Lan Tingyu had returned, sparking a murderous impulse in his heart. He immediately tried to kill Yang Kai, while the latter was bound by the restraints of the firm Yuan nail. Who would have learned the truth if he destroyed the corpse and removed all evidence? It was Tan Luoxing's bad luck that Yang Kai was not bound by the restraints of the firm Yuan nail at all. Yang Kai wounded him with a single palm strike. Afterward, things spiraled out of control until there was no turning back. "Jinger, summon Elder Tan here at once. I have something to ask him." Mo Mei's expression was filled with rage. Jinger bowed, "Yes." Immediately afterward, she flew out of the city lord's mansion to search for Tan Luoxing. Peng Duo glanced at Fan Wu Xian, who had followed along. "Deacon Fan, I heard that you were the one to bring Brother Yang and his companion back." Fan Wu Xian quickly replied, "That's right. A few days ago, my men and I were guarding the Grand Array portal when we suddenly noticed a figure approaching, as though searching for something. Worried that it might be a spy sent by Emerald Thunder City to collect intelligence, I led my men to attack and capture this senior brother and senior sister. I can now see that it was all just a misunderstanding." While speaking, he cupped his fist at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang to express his apology, secretly afraid. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had been injured at the time and lost most of his combat capabilities. Fan Wu Xian could not have brought his men back safe and sound otherwise. What happened afterward? Peng Duo asked again. Fan Wu Xian immediately recounted what happened in detail. When he saw the pattern on the wooden token, he felt that it was very similar to the symbol of Abundance City. Thus, he took possession of it and went around asking about it. To his surprise, nobody knew about the wooden token. Tan Luoxing came looking for him after hearing the news and later took the wooden token and headed straight for the dungeon. What followed was a huge commotion. Tan Luoxing had issued an order for all the cultivators in Abundance City to besiege Yang Kai, in the name of killing a spy. Consequently, many people were wounded by Yang Kai. Upon hearing that Tan Luoxing had repeatedly accused Yang Kai of being Emerald Thunder City's spy, the expressions of the elders became rather ugly. Even if they ignored the fact that the city lord and Lan Tingyu were deeply in love with one another, Abundance City was first established with the help of Lan Tingyu and the others. Therefore, everyone in Abundance City essentially owed their lives to Lan Tingyu. Tan Luoxing had been blinded by jealousy and acted foolishly. As one of the 5 great elders of Abundance City, his actions undoubtedly repaid kindness with enmity and brought shame to them all. Where is the wooden token now? Mu Qianxian asked. Fan Wu Xian replied, with Elder Tan. Mo Mei interjected. The wooden token is not important. We only gave Tingyu a faith token back then because he and the others helped to establish Abundance City at the beginning. Abundance City owes the bearer of the wooden token a great favor. Yang Kai, you are the one who brought the wooden token here. If there is anything you need, please speak freely. Abundance City will not refuse as long as it can satisfy your demands. Martial Peak, Chapter 4271. Golden Gorilla King. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words and he quickly asked, does Abundance City have any 7th order Yin or metal element monster cores? Peng Duo laughed bitterly at those words. Little brother Yang, do you think we have the strength to kill a 7th order monster beast? If a 7th order monster beast were to appear here, Abundance City would have been razed to the ground a long time ago. We don't have any 6th order monster cores in stock in Abundance City either. If you need any 5th order monster cores, then we might be able to share some with you. What use are 5th order monster cores to me? Abundance City had existed for thousands of years, so Yang Kai originally thought that it would have accumulated some monster cores over the years. There was a possibility that they had what he needed. Only now did he learn that Abundance City was not as wealthy as he imagined. It made sense when he thought about it though. He estimated that a 7th order monster beast could exert strength equivalent to a mid-rank open heaven realm master. How could they win against a 7th order monster beast with their strength? Since there were no 7th order monster cores available, then he had nothing else to ask for. In any case, he only came here to treat his wounds. Now that he was almost fully recovered, it was time for him to leave. A blanket of silence fell over the scene. Wu Xian, why don't you take your leave? You should get your wounds treated properly. A short while later, Peng Duo dismissed Fan Wu Xian with a wave of his hand. Fan Wu Xian left immediately. At this moment Jinger returned. It was just that she was alone. Moreover, she had a strange expression on her face. The generally taciturn Gong Yang, she was puzzled and asked, where is Elder Tan? She replied, I couldn't find Elder Tan. His residence is empty. How can that be? Peng Duo was astonished. Have you searched the city? Is Elder Tan treating his wounds somewhere else? Before she could respond, they heard a rush of footsteps coming from outside. Immediately after that, a person urgently shouted, reporting, Golden Gorilla King is here. What? Jin Yuanlang shouted. He was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. Why is he here again? Didn't he come here just a few days ago? Likewise, the others also looked solemn. It was as though something major was about to happen. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exchanged glances with each other. They did not know who this Golden Gorilla King was, that he could make the people of Abundance City react like they were about to engage a formidable enemy. Reporting. Another shout entered their ears. That shout was followed by a figure landing in the city lord's main hall. Speak. Mo Mei shouted with great majesty. That person cupped his fists. City Lord. Elder Tan forcibly opened the Grand Array barrier and fled on his own just now. At this moment, the Grand Array is not functioning and the entrance to the city is wide open. Bastard! Emome leapt to her feet with a furious roar while the expression of the others also changed greatly. This truly was a case where when it rained it poured. Golden Gorilla King's sudden arrival was bad enough, but they could have dealt with the situation no matter how dangerous and critical it was so long as the Grand Array remained intact. However, Tan Luoxing had forced open the Grand Array barrier and caused problems with its operation. It was like throwing Abundance City into the fire and roasting them on a stake. If they failed to handle this matter properly, there was a high chance that Abundance City would be reduced to ashes today. Pang Duo was stunned. Why did Elder Tan forcibly open the Grand Array? Why did he leave? Chu Huashang said, "Are you stupid? It's obvious that bastard surnamed Tan ran away." Ran away? He sounded like he couldn't believe it. He was just about to ask why Tan Luoxing would flee when he suddenly realized something. Tan Luoxing clearly knew that he had been exposed for slandering Yang Kai. He was afraid of being punished by the city lord, and felt too humiliated to remain in Abundance City. That was why he hurriedly fled. After all, the commotion earlier was quite large. Although nobody died, it was only because Yang Kai had held back. Nevertheless, countless people were injured as a result. If it wasn't for Tan Luoxing's slanderous words, those incidents would not have occurred. As an elder of Abundance City, he allowed jealousy to blind him, not only causing him to repay kindness with enmity and bring shame to Abundance City, but also resulting in great losses to Abundance City. Therefore, he simply had no face to stay. Leave aside the matters involving Elder Tan for now. Our priority at the moment is dealing with Golden Gorilla King. Emome walked down from the city lord's throne. Her voice was steady and her appearance was imposing as she began issuing orders. Since he came here, he must want a tribute. He will leave as long as we can fulfill his requirements. Elder Mu, how many offerings does Abundance City have left? Mu Qianxian replied, "There's not much left. Only 4 or 5 monster cores at most. Golden Gorilla King usually only comes once or twice a year, so we have enough time to hunt monster beasts and gather the necessary tribute. It has only been a month since he last came here though. We emptied out our inventory at the time. Moreover, the team we sent out to hunt monster beasts has yet to return. What tributes could we possibly have?" Despite knowing that this was a possible outcome, Emome still felt her heart sinking in despair after listening to Mu Qianxian's report. Without enough tribute, they could not send Golden Gorilla King away peacefully. That could mean annihilation for Abundance City. City Lord, Elders, Golden Gorilla King seems to be heavily injured. The cultivator who reported this news earlier added, "Golden Gorilla King is injured?" A light flashed in Gong Yangshi's eyes and he nodded. That explains why he came back so soon. It's obvious he wants the tributes to treat his wounds. Jin Yuanlang smiled bitterly. "But we don't have any offerings for him. I wonder if he will become enraged." Emome sighed. "Regardless of the circumstances, we should go out and meet him. Let's hope it's a blessing, not a curse. Even if it is a curse though, it can't be avoided. It's best if he can retreat peacefully. Otherwise, we can only draw upon the strength of the entire city to fight him." After saying that, she turned to look at Yang Kai and added, "Sir Yang, Abundance City has wronged you regarding the matter with Elder Tan. Once this queen finishes dealing with Golden Gorilla King, I will discuss the finer details with you." Yang Kai nonchalantly replied, "Please don't worry about that, City Lord. As you've said, all this was caused by Elder Tan. What happened previously was just a big misunderstanding. On the other hand, I injured many of your people and should be asking for your forgiveness, City Lord Mo. As for this Golden Gorilla King, please allow us to come along if you don't mind." Emome glanced at him and gently nodded with a grateful expression on her face. "Many thanks, Sir Yang." Yang Kai had the strength to throw Abundance City into chaos, which clearly showed that he was very powerful. He could provide extra protection if he came along. Nevertheless, Emome couldn't help feeling ashamed. Abundance City was supposed to return Yang Kai a favor, but instead a huge misunderstanding had caused him to suffer. Now, even after all that, he was voluntarily offering them his assistance. Sir Yang not only looks very similar to Tingyu, but he also has the same old-fashioned compassion. If Lan Tingyu had not rescued us back then, we would not have survived this long. We would have long been eaten by monster beasts. From Yang Kai's point of view, Abundant City was jointly established with the help of the proprietress and Yu He, so now that it was in trouble, he could not just sit back and ignore them. Although his injuries had yet to recover fully and he could not exert his complete strength, it would not be a problem for him to bring out 80% of his maximum. While speeding forward, Yang Kai was just about to ask about Golden Gorilla King, when he suddenly heard an earth-shaking roar coming from not far away. This sound was a beast's howl which clearly came from a monster beast. Moreover, it also sounded very familiar, like he had heard this roar somewhere before. When he followed Mo Mei and the others to the Grand Array portal, Yang Kai looked out and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence! At this moment, the barrier of Abundant City's Grand Array had been damaged after being forcibly opened by Tan Luoxing during his escape and could not close properly as a result. A gorilla glowing with golden light was standing in front of the wide-open portal with his hands on the ground and his head held high. He was several tens of meters tall. Not to mention, he was looking down on the crowd with a contemptuous gaze as though he was looking at a group of ants. Moreover, his expression seemed impatient. A while ago, Yang Kai had witnessed this gorilla fighting a life-or-death battle with a wolf. Their fight had shaken the very world itself. Yang Kai previously used the gorilla and the wolf as a deterrent to escaping Xian Zhao and his lackeys before he later arrived at Abundant City. When Mo Mei and the others mentioned a Golden Gorilla King, Yang Kai mistakenly assumed that they were referring to some powerful cultivator. Only now did he realize that the other party was actually a sixth-order monster beast. Yang Kai did not know what the outcome of the fight between the gorilla and the wolf was. However, he had the feeling that the gorilla did not win. That was because Golden Gorilla King was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. It was obvious that the wolf had bitten him and torn large chunks of flesh from his body. Even the golden light covering him seemed a little dim and his aura was rather weak. Mo Mei and the others came to a stop several hundred meters away from Golden Gorilla King, each of them wearing a solemn expression. They bowed to him before Mo Mei spoke. Golden Gorilla King, why have you returned to Abundant City so quickly? Golden Gorilla King lowered his head and growled something. The meaning was unclear, but the way he behaved indicated that he understood what they were saying. It could be seen that his sentience was quite high. Mo Mei shook her head. We've handed all the tributes we gathered to you earlier. Abundant City does not have any offerings left. We are powerless to help you even if you come here. Ho. Star. Golden Gorilla King flew into a rage. He lowered his head and let out a fierce howl, baring his fangs at them. A violent wind blew in their direction, causing Mo Mei's hair to fly out in the wind. Even so, she remained motionless. Her expression did not change even when she stood in front of a furious sixth-order monster beast, showing her strong spiritual cultivation. Mo Mei continued once the noise faded. Abundant City will support you if you wish to treat your wounds. It's just that we don't have what you need. Nothing will change even if you lose your temper. Ho. Star. Golden Gorilla King let out another furious roar. Not only did he roar louder than before, but he also ran around and smashed several houses with his fists. Afterward, he waved his enormous fist at Mo Mei and the others as though saying, "Are you scared?" Many of the cultivators who had gathered around couldn't help taking several steps back. On the other hand, Mo Mei did not move. She simply called out calmly, "You are injured right now. It's best not to get angry so easily. Otherwise, it will be harder for you to recover." Golden Gorilla King ignored her completely, like a child throwing a temper tantrum. He was enraged because he could not get what he wanted. Clenching his fists tightly, he punched the ground repeatedly. Violent monster chi spread out in all directions, causing many to look terrified. Yang Kai quietly asked Jin Yuanlang, who was standing next to him, "What does Golden Gorilla King want?" Jin Yuanlang answered with a bitter smile, "Metal Element Monster Beast Cores." Martial Peak. Chapter 4272, I'll show you what big is. A Metal Element Monster Beast Core? Yang Kai could not hide his astonishment. Why does it have to be of the metal element? Little brother Yang, you might be unaware of this fact. Pang Duo leaned over, stroking his beard absent-mindedly, while watching the raging golden gorilla king warily. He explained, I don't know about the monster beasts in the outside world. However, I've heard that there are some differences with the monster beasts here. The monster beasts here can strengthen themselves and recover from their injuries by consuming the monster cores of monster beasts of the same element as them, thereby becoming more and more powerful. The monster beasts here grow stronger through such a method? Yang Kai was surprised at first, but he soon understood. It wasn't just the monster beasts in this place. There were many examples of monster beasts fighting for monster cores in the outside world too. Monster beasts cultivated very differently from humans. Humans had secret arts and secret techniques, but monster beasts did not. They relied completely on their instincts. If they felt that the monster core of another monster beast would be highly beneficial to them, they would not hold back if they could obtain it. It was just that the monster beast cores in the outside world usually contained a mixture of attributes. It was not nearly as pure and singular compared to the monster beast cores in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That's right. The first time Golden Gorilla King appeared outside Abundance City, it had only just advanced to become a 6th-order monster beast. After so many years of receiving tribute from us, I'm afraid it's not far from becoming a 7th-order monster beast. Pang Duo's eyes looked fearful. They were no match for an ordinary 6th-order monster beast, so what more need be said about a 6th-order monster beast at its peak like Golden Gorilla King? One should not be fooled by its seriously wounded condition. If it really came down to a fight, the few thousands of people in Abundance City would not be enough to repel him. Yang Kai asked curiously, how did you manage to make an agreement with Golden Gorilla King to provide him with tributes? Jin Yuan Lang replied with a wry smile, it's not something that can be helped. Abundance City would have ceased to exist a long time ago if we refused to offer tribute. However, over the years there have been several crises that Golden Gorilla King helped defend us against. He knows that we have value, so he allows us to exist in this place. If he decides that we no longer have any value though, a monster beast's thoughts could not be inferred from human common sense. If they failed to bring out a satisfactory tribute this time, there was no saying what kind of consequences they might face. Abundance City and Golden Gorilla King seemed to be dependent on each other for survival. Although Abundance City was the weaker between the two, they could provide Golden Gorilla King with a steady supply of metal element monster beast cores. It was for that reason that Golden Gorilla King would occasionally protect Abundance City from danger. During their brief conversation, Golden Gorilla King was becoming more and more furious by the moment. He roared continuously, blowing a foul stench in their faces. Mo shouted, Golden Gorilla King, I'm saying this for the last time. Abundance City does not have any tributes to offer at the moment. It's useless no matter how angry you get. Why don't you calm your anger and focus on healing yourself instead of wasting your energy in vain? Golden Gorilla King turned to glare at her. His crimson eyes filled with a cruel and ferocious light. All of a sudden, he raised his palm and slammed it down fiercely. Mo shouted, everybody watch out! While shouting, she immediately moved to block the attack. Many of Abundance City's cultivators trembled, as they quickly used their respective divine abilities and secret techniques. The moment they attacked in unison, the world energy churned wildly. All sorts of divine abilities of various attributes transformed into a frenzy of attacks that shot towards Golden Gorilla King in different forms. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Strictly speaking, the people in Abundance City could not be considered powerful. They were suppressed by the principles in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and could not advance into the open heaven realm. It didn't matter whether it was Mo, the elders, or the other cultivators. The strongest among them was only half-step open heaven realm. In essence, their strength was still within the range of the Emperor realm. However, these Emperor Realm Masters seemed to be different from the Emperor Realm Masters in the outside world. That was especially true for Mo, Pang Duo, and the other elders. All of them had an overwhelmingly powerful and extremely pure Emperor Qi, while the divine abilities that they could unleash were also incredibly powerful. When Yang Kai fought Tan Luoxing back then, he had noticed this distinction. Among those in the half-step open heaven realm Yang Kai knew, Even Chu Huashang might not be Tan Luoxing's opponent. It had to be said that Chu Huashang had condensed the 6th-order element powers while Tan Luoxing had only condensed 5th-order powers. It would now seem that Tan Luoxing was not a unique existence. It was the same case for Mo Mei and the other elders. After pondering over this matter for a while, Yang Kai understood the reason for this disparity. In the outside world, people like Mo Mei and Pang Duo would have tried to advance into the open heaven realm a long time ago. If they succeeded, they would experience a massive surge in strength. Of course, if they failed to break through, they would be reduced to ashes. There was no third possibility. Unfortunately, the people in Abundance City were suppressed by the principles in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and could not advance any further. They had been stuck in the half-step open heaven realm for thousands of years. For that reason, they could only find other ways to increase their strength. It was only natural that their use of their open heaven elements became stronger and more refined after a long period of accumulation and precipitation. Similarly, the divine abilities that they could unleash were also more powerful. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. It would not be difficult for Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the others to advance into the open heaven realm if they could find a suitable opportunity. After all, they had much lower chances of failure with such solid foundations. While he was immersed in his thoughts, numerous divine abilities had already collided with the giant palm of Golden Gorilla King. A golden light shone brightly as sharp metal element power shot out in all directions like countless sword lights. A buzzing sound rang out endlessly, and in an instant, many Abundant City cultivators collapsed to the ground with their fresh blood staining their surroundings red. Mo Mei and the others might have stopped that giant palm for a moment with their divine abilities, but their efforts could not be sustained for much longer. Just as the palm was about to slam down, Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the others did not hesitate to rush forward. They frantically drew upon their power and blocked the palm from below. Hong! A golden force ran rampant and sliced through the sky. Countless small wounds appeared on everybody. Meanwhile, the figures of Mo Mei and the others staggered slightly. They were nearly pounded into the ground by Golden Gorilla King. No matter how powerful they were, they could not exceed the limits of the half-step open heaven realm. Even if Golden Gorilla King was injured, a peak 6th-order monster beast could exert the strength on par with a low-rank open heaven realm master at will. Abundance City had no way to fight back at all. Crack. The sound of something breaking rang out. Jin Yuanlang's legs had been twisted and broken. Despite being in intense pain though, he grit his teeth and persevered without letting out a single sound. When Yang Kai saw that, he knew he could not stand by any longer. If he continued to just watch without doing anything, there was no telling how many people would die in this place today. He rushed forward and raised his hand, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear. In the next moment, the spear stabbed towards Golden Gorilla King like a dragon going out to sea. Golden Gorilla King turned to look in this direction, and while baring his fangs, he raised his other hand that was covered in dense metal element power and grabbed at Yang Kai. "Sir Yang, be careful!" Mo Mei shouted. The words had only just left her mouth when she saw him vanishing out of sight after he was caught squarely in the middle of the Golden Gorilla King's palm. This? Pang Duo and the others looked speechless. They originally thought that Yang Kai had extraordinary strength since he could cause such a huge commotion in Abundance City. Who could have known that he would be so vulnerable? That thought had only just come to mind when they heard the Golden Gorilla King crying out in surprise. Immediately following that, fresh blood spurted out like a hurricane from his tightly clenched hand. A figure holding a spear shot out from within, spinning like a top that directly drilled a hole through the giant palm. The spear kept going, heading towards the Golden Gorilla King's head. Yang Kai's hair was disheveled, covered in Golden Gorilla King's fresh blood. He shouted solemnly, "It's best you don't get too brazen." Golden Gorilla King roared furiously and drew back both hands. Completely ignoring the wound on his palm, he clasped his fists together and savagely brought them down on Yang Kai. Hung! A shockwave spread out as Yang Kai's figure was slammed into the ground like a meteor. Likewise, Golden Gorilla King's figure was sent flying into the distance. An extra ferocious-looking wound was added to his body that was originally already covered in wounds. With Yang Kai's support, the pressure on Mo Mei and the others reduced significantly. They hurriedly ran over in concern and stood beside the pit when they saw Yang Kai being smashed into the ground with Pang Duo shouting out, "Little brother Yang! Shua!" Yang Kai jumped out of the pit as his hair blew in the wind, shaking his head for a bit before stating, "I'm fine." Although his injuries had yet to heal, Golden Gorilla King was also severely injured. Both sides were on even ground and nobody held the advantage, a fact made obvious by the exchange of blows just now. "He's fine even after taking that?" Pang Duo and the others were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that anybody could survive after being smashed into the ground by Golden Gorilla King. They all thought that Yang Kai would definitely die from that attack. Boo! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stabbed the Azure Dragon spear into the ground. He glared fiercely at Golden Gorilla King, who was also getting back up, and grinned savagely. "Do you think you can do whatever you please just because you're bigger? Today, I'll show you just what it means to be big." With a guttural roar, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon transformation." A high-pitched dragon roar exploded from his mouth, echoing across the sky. An enormous golden dragon appeared behind Yang Kai's back, looking extremely lifelike. The dragon eyes were filled with a majesty that stood above all other living beings. The golden dragon phantom plunged into his body and vanished out of sight in the next instant before a crackling sound rang out. Under everybody's stunned gazes, Yang Kai's figure suddenly swelled and transformed into a 500-meter-tall half-dragon in the blink of an eye. With the continued development of his golden divine dragon source, and the purification of his dragon vein, Yang Kai was starting to gain better control over his dragon transformation secret technique. His current 500-meter form should be enough to crush Golden Gorilla King, who was only several dozen meters tall, and if that wasn't enough, he could always transform into a behemoth more than 3,000 meters tall. Yang Kai's entire body was covered with dragon scales. His hands transformed into dragon claws, dragon horns grew out of his head, a dragon tail swished about behind his back, and a dragon beard flew about wildly below his jaw. He was the very picture of majesty and invincibility. Chu Huashang lifted a hand to cover her red lips, staring up at him with shock in her beautiful eyes. It was her first time witnessing his transformation. She initially thought that she understood him to an extent after the life-or-death experiences they went through together. It was not until this moment that she realized something. What she saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Inside Abundance City, thousands of people raised their heads and stared up at Yang Kai. All of them felt as insignificant as ants in front of this enormous figure. It was one thing if it was just their height, but the majesty Yang Kai radiated was what truly made them shudder. They instinctively felt the urge to bow down and worship him. The cultivators of Abundance City were not the only ones frozen in shock. Golden Gorilla King was also stunned for a moment. As a monster beast, he could sense the dragon pressure that Yang Kai was releasing much more acutely than humans ever could, so his eyes narrowed slightly and he instinctively took a few steps back. However, he soon directed a furious roar at Yang Kai. It was almost as though he felt ashamed for backing away just now, so he could only strengthen his momentum through this roar. Similarly, Yang Kai roared back at Golden Gorilla King. The dragon roar resounded throughout the skies, making the wind and clouds pale in comparison. Then, he took a step forward and charged at Golden Gorilla King. Golden Gorilla King did not shrink back in fear either, rushing forward instead. The two enormous figures quickly collided with each other with a deafening explosion that shook the entire world. Martial Peak, Chapter 4273, Blood Principles Restriction. Hong hong hong. A series of violent explosions rang out as the two enormous figures were tangled together, fighting each other with reckless abandon. Abundance City was a mess. The city was not that large in the first place, so how could it withstand the damage caused by the battle between Yang Kai in his half-dragon form and Golden Gorilla King? It didn't take very long for half of the city to be destroyed. Countless buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. Yang Kai could not afford to care about that at the moment though. Golden Gorilla King might be severely injured, but every attack unleashed by a peak 6th order monster beast contained great destructive power. In his current state, Yang Kai could not defend against those attacks unless he went all out. Therefore, he had no time to be distracted or worry about anything else. Although he had an absolute advantage when it came to size, there were times when having a larger body did not necessarily guarantee a win. Golden Gorilla King's movements were swift and agile. He would climb onto Yang Kai's body from time to time, biting and scratching his scales and flesh with his fangs and sharp claws. As a result, Yang Kai's back was drenched in blood and his dragon scales flew in all directions. On the other hand, Yang Kai countered by grabbing Golden Gorilla King by one arm. He tightened his grip and swung his foe left to right as though he was smashing something with a large hammer. Hong hong hong. The ground shook and the mountains shuddered. Golden Gorilla King roared furiously as his body shone brightly with golden light. Yang Kai suddenly felt pain coming from his palm, as though the sharp metal element power was piercing his dragon claws, so he couldn't help throwing Golden Gorilla King to the side. As soon as Golden Gorilla King landed, he raised both arms and hammered his fists against his chest with loud thuds. He was completely enraged. Reaching out his hand, he picked up a rock beside him. He leaped up high and brought the rock smashing down on Yang Kai's head. Like a meteor falling from the skies, his power was simply astonishing. Everybody felt nervous at the sight. The scene in front of them was practically a battle between monsters. Nobody dared to approach within a kilometer radius. Yang Kai clenched his dragon claw and threw a punch, smashing the huge boulder to pieces. At the same time, he took a deep breath and his belly swelled up rapidly. A majestic dragon roar sounded as he opened his mouth to spew out pitch-black flames. Fire Dragon's flaming breath. Even before he refined the Golden Crow's true fire, Yang Kai had been capable of using this particular Dragon Clan's secret technique. After he refined the Golden Crow's true fire, this secret technique became considerably more powerful with the blessing of the pitch-black flames. Scarlet Star's Poison Lady had died tragically because of this attack back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yang Kai had burnt her alive until she became nothing more than a charred corpse. The flames raged wildly, even causing the surrounding space to warp and tear. Golden Gorilla King could sense the power and danger of these black flames, and did not dare to underestimate this attack. The golden light around his body shone brilliantly and formed a defensive shell. When the black flames and the golden light collided, the golden light was suppressed in an instant. While Golden Gorilla King could exert the strength of a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, and his metal element power was comparable to the Sixth Order, Yang Kai's Golden Crow's true fire was a high-rank Open Heaven power. One was clearly superior to the other. Besides, even among the 5 elements, fire suppressed metal. Hence, the Sixth Order monster beast could only forcefully endure the burning of the Golden Crow's true fire, and rushed out of the jet of flames. He clenched both hands together and viciously slammed them down on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai staggered under that attack, and stumbled backward unsteadily. Golden Gorilla King showed no mercy. He used both hands and feet to punch and kick at Yang Kai at a high speed. The golden light around his body gathered in front of him, transforming into the shape of a spear. Following that, the golden light shot, tearing the air apart. A huge sense of crisis filled Yang Kai's heart, so he hurriedly activated his Dragon Shield secret technique to protect himself from this piercing attack. Kacha. The golden spear slammed into the Dragon Shield and immediately shattered it to pieces. However, the golden spear did not seem to lose any momentum whatsoever, and continued to enlarge rapidly in Yang Kai's field of vision. A cold sense of fear swept over him as he quickly retreated. Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated Golden Gorilla King. A peak Sixth Order monster beast was extremely powerful indeed, remaining so ferocious despite his severe injuries. What would he be like if he were fully healed? Of course, Yang Kai was also badly injured and had not fully recovered, so he was unable to exert his full strength either. Yang Kai reached out his hand and summoned something. The Azure Dragon Spear sliced through the air and flew towards him. The moment his claws closed around the spear, it suddenly swelled and turned into a world-shattering 500-meter-long weapon. The spear stabbed forward and smashed the approaching golden spear to pieces. Still, Yang Kai felt his arms going numb as the Azure Dragon Spear nearly flew out of his grip. Fortunately, he quickly clenched his fists and drew the spear back slightly before thrusting out once more. Golden Gorilla King appeared from behind the golden spear light, charging forward aggressively. He bared his fangs fiercely, making him seem absolutely terrifying. Chi! Blood splattered in all directions as a low roar rang out. The Azure Dragon Spear had pierced right through Golden Gorilla King's chest and come out his back. Yang Kai pulled out the spear, causing warm blood to gush out onto the ground. Even so, Golden Gorilla King advanced forward instead of retreating. Taking advantage of the momentary opening Yang Kai showed after unleashing his attack, he threw a punch that landed squarely on Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai's giant half-dragon body was sent flying backwards, landing on the ground heavily and sliding for several thousand meters before coming to a stop. Everywhere he passed, buildings collapsed into rubble. By the time Yang Kai got back up and prepared to continue his fight with Golden Gorilla King, he was astonished to discover that his foe was nowhere to be found, so he called out hastily, "Where did he go?" Chu Huashang stretched out a finger and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked over and saw a golden dot fleeing desperately into the distance. Golden Gorilla King was already more than a dozen kilometers away by now. He clearly understood that nothing good would come out of the battle even if he fought on. Therefore, he decided to retreat. It was a wise decision. It was just that Yang Kai was not prepared to let Golden Gorilla King flee. He raised his spear and laughed. "Want to run now? Do you think you can?" Before he could take more than 2 steps though, Emome shouted at the top of her voice, "Sir Yang, please show mercy." Yang Kai stopped and lowered his head to look in her direction. Seeing that she had his attention, Emome spoke in a rather sad tone, "Sir, please don't give chase. Please spare his life." "Why?" Yang Kai questioned, to which Emome replied, "Golden Gorilla King might have benefited greatly from Abundance City, but it is also true that he has helped us to survive through numerous crises over the years. Can be said that he is our benefactor. This time, it might be that he is in urgent need to recuperate, which was why he acted so rashly." Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai couldn't help giving a word of advice. "Save a thief from the gallows and he will help hang you in the future. City Lord Emo, please think this through." But Emome insisted, "Sir, please spare his life." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he released his dragon transformation secret art, and he returned to his human form. Since Emome had already said so much, he couldn't be bothered to chase after Golden Gorilla King anymore. Not to mention, Golden Gorilla King was not an opponent to be trifled with. Although Yang Kai was confident he could hunt down and kill Golden Gorilla King with his current strength, there was no denying that he would have to pay a certain price to do so. Emome thanked him while the other elders were staring at him in shock and awe. It was the first time they had ever seen anyone fighting Golden Gorilla King on equal terms. This guy seems to be even stronger and more aggressive than Lan Tingyu. Many things had happened in Abundance City today. First, Yang Kai had caused a huge commotion. Then one of the 5 great elders, Tan Luoxing, forced open the Grand Array and escaped the city. Before the dust had settled on these shocking events, Golden Gorilla King appeared. Yang Kai and Golden Gorilla King then fought a fierce battle, which practically leveled half of Abundance City. Looking around at the ruined buildings and wailing residents, Emome couldn't help furrowing her brow deeply. All the elders were injured. In particular, Jin Yuanlang's legs had been broken. Many others in the city had been injured as well. It could be said that Abundance City had suffered severe damage to its very foundation. Soon, those who were not injured began to rescue those who were under Emome's command. Another group of people was sent to do emergency repairs on the defensive Grand Array. Thus, the entire Abundance City was swept up in a flurry of activity. Yang Kai found a quiet place and rested for a bit. After that, he came out again to check on the situation in Abundance City. He said to Emome, who stood next to him, "City Lord Emo, I'm afraid you can't stay here for much longer. You spared Golden Gorilla King's life today, but the thoughts of monster beasts are very difficult to predict. It is hard to say whether he will or will not come to take revenge on the city after he recovers from his injuries. How will Abundance City protect itself at the time?" Emome sighed. "I'm aware of that. It's just, how could it be so easy to migrate to a different place? Back then, they only managed to build and establish the city thanks to the help of Lan Tingyu, the proprietress, and a few others. They finally reached their current scale following the gradual development of the city over thousands of years. Even if they wanted to migrate elsewhere, they needed to have a safe place to act as their stronghold at the very least. It was just that there were no such safe places in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. What's more, Abundance City had their own enemies, such as Emerald Thunder City, which had been mentioned several times before. If Emerald Thunder City learned about what happened to Abundance City, they would not hold back. They would definitely gather an army to swallow up Abundance City, bones and all. Have you never considered leaving the blood monster cave heaven? Young Kai was puzzled. Emome laughed bitterly. Why would we stay here if we could leave this place? Sir Yang, you may not be aware of this, but my ancestors were kidnapped by Blood Monster Divine Monarch and forced to live here. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood, so he placed a blood principles restriction on them. This restriction is passed down from generation to generation. If the blood principles restriction does not constantly receive the aura of the blood monster cave heaven, we will immediately suffer a backlash and die on the spot. That is why we must first remove the restriction before we can leave this place. Otherwise, we will only be walking to our deaths. Blood principles restriction? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. City Lord Mo, may I have a look? She looked at him in surprise. Sir Yang, do you understand the Tao of Blood? Yang Kai calmly remarked, I didn't at first, but now I know a little bit. He had never touched upon the Tao of Blood in the past, but he had now comprehended several chapters of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture that were inscribed on steels at the Blood Lake in order to enter its central palace. Although the final inscriptions had been fudged by Black Crow Divine Monarch, what Yang Kai learned previously was undoubtedly part of the true Blood Light scripture. In other words, most of the cultivators present at the time had received some exposure to the Tao of Blood and blood principles. It was just that everybody was the same. They only understood some of the Blood Light scripture's secret techniques, but not the actual secret arts. Please go ahead, Sir Yang. Emome did not have the attitude of a shy young maiden, and instead generously stretched out her hand towards him. Yang Kai apologized for his discourtesy and placed 2 fingers on her wrist. His divine sense surged, probing into her bloodline where he soon discovered a mysterious restriction. It was closely connected to her bloodline and could not be separated by force. Not to mention, this restriction could be passed on continuously through reproduction. No wonder she mentioned that Lan Ting you wanted to find a way to bring them out of here. It now seems that they cannot leave the blood monster cave heaven at will. Under the effects of this restriction, they have no choice but to live in the blood monster cave heaven. A short while later, Yang Kai withdrew his chi and slowly shook his head. She asked, how is it? Yang Kai sighed. I can sense the restriction, but I don't have the ability to remove it. Emome felt slightly hopeful when she heard his first sentence, only to quickly become disappointed with his next. In the end, she laughed bitterly. You are being too humble, Sir Yang. After all, he was able to force Golden Gorilla King back. That was by no means a small feat. Martial Peak, Chapter 4274, Into the Depths. Yang Kai felt a slight sense of pity. He had been planning to use the sealed world bead to bring Emome and the others out of the blood monster cave heaven if they were willing. They were old acquaintances with the proprietress. It was nothing for him to help them out while he was at it. More importantly, he believed that the people in Abundance City were extremely rare talents. Judging from their battle with the Golden Gorilla King earlier, these Emperor Realm cultivators had a much stronger foundation than average emperors in the outside world. That was especially true for Emome and the Great Elders. They were no different from core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises like Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian. Emome had condensed 6th-order element powers while the rest of the elders had condensed the 5th-order elements. Thanks to their precipitation over the years, they would surely have a greater chance of breaking through to the open heaven realm compared to others if they could obtain the opportunity. If that happened, they would form a whole batch of 5th-order and 6th-order open heaven realm masters. What did Voidland lack the most right now? Wasn't there a shortage of open heaven realm masters? Yang Kai believed that it would not be a problem for him to invite them into Voidland if he could bring them out. After all, they had lived their entire lives in the blood monster cave heaven, so they had no place to go in the outside world. Voidland was just right for them. Unfortunately, the blood principles restriction that Blood Monster Divine Monarch placed upon their ancestors had crushed all his hopes. If he placed them into the small sealed world, they would immediately die without the nourishment from the aura of the blood monster cave heaven. Emome sighed. This place has become more and more unstable recently. I'm afraid our fate is to live and die together with this world. Many thanks for your kindness though, Sir Yang. The blood monster cave heaven was showing signs of collapse. That was something Yang Kai also knew. The most obvious manifestation of this phenomenon was the continuous increase in the number of entrances to the blood monster cave heaven whenever the blood monster cave heaven opened. That was a sign that the blood monster cave heaven was merging with the blood monster territory. If these signs were appearing in the outside world, then there was bound to be more obvious signs inside the blood monster cave heaven. It would be particularly obvious to Mo Mei and the others who lived here. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. City Lord Mo, you don't need to abandon all hope just yet. I know somebody who can lift the blood principle's restriction in your bodies. Who? Mo Mei asked in pleasant surprise. He grimaced. A guy named Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had stolen the Tao of Blood inheritance left behind by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, and cultivated the complete version of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture. It would be a simple matter if he were willing to lend a hand to help remove the blood principle's restriction. The main issue was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was wicked by nature. Moreover, he had a deep grudge against Yang Kai. It could be considered a miracle if they neither fought nor tried to kill each other when they encountered each other next. So how could Yang Kai convince him to help? Black Crow Divine Monarch? Mo Mei looked astonished. Although she lived her entire life in the blood monster cave heaven, even she knew what the title Divine Monarch signified. Only a high-rank open heaven realm master was worthy of taking such a title. Why would a person standing so far above them be willing to help them remove the blood principle's restriction for no reason? Oh, Black Crow Divine Monarch is currently inside the blood monster cave heaven. If I encounter him by chance, I will ask him to help. It's just that there are some misunderstandings between us, so I cannot guarantee whether he will agree. I can only say that I will do my best. Mo Mei bowed and exclaimed gratefully, "Many thanks, Sir Yang." Yang Kai raised a hand to stop her. It's not a big deal. Abundance City has deep ties with Madame Lan. Since that's the case, it also relates to me. I can't just sit back and watch now that I've met you. City Lord Mo, you should arrange for your subordinates to patch up the Grand Array. I cannot stay in this place for long, so I'll be leaving soon. Mo Mei nodded and hurriedly relayed the order to her people. It took 3 days and 3 nights for the repairs to Abundance City's Grand Array to be completed. Nevertheless, the ruined buildings in the city caused by the battle between Yang Kai and Golden Gorilla King also needed to be repaired. In addition, the countless wounded needed time to recuperate from their injuries. The events over the past few days had severely damaged Abundance City's foundation, so it would take a long time to recover completely. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang took a good rest for a few days. 3 days later, the two of them took their leave. Mo Mei and the others did not stop them from departing, as they knew that outer world visitors like Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had entered the blood monster cave heaven to search for their own respective opportunities. It was impossible for these two to remain in Abundance City, as once the time limit was up, they would be forced to leave even if they didn't want to. The Grand Array was reactivated, and with Mo Mei in the lead, many of the elders and deacons of Abundance City saw Yang Kai and Chu Huashang off from afar. Thus Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exited the Grand Array. When they looked back, all they saw was a sparkling lake behind them. Who could have known that a city was hidden behind such a calm scenery? "Let's go," Yang Kai called out. Chu Huashang asked, "Junior brother, where are we heading?" "The depths of the blood monster cave heaven." He took out a jade slip and checked the contents briefly. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had left behind 2 main inheritances. Even though the Tao of Blood inheritance had been stolen by Black Crow Divine Monarch, there was still the Beast Taming inheritance. Yang Kai did not know where it was concealed, but the rumors claimed that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was located in the deepest depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The reason Yang Kai even entered this place was to search for high-rank metal and element materials. Who could say? The Blood Monster Divine Palace might contain exactly what he needed. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it. It would also be very interesting if he encountered Xi and Zhao again. The last time they met, Yang Kai had been forced to flee desperately, which was a huge humiliation. Now that he had recovered his strength, he would surely teach Xi and Zhao a lesson on showing proper respect. The pair traveled forward for several consecutive days, but did not come across anybody at all. They barely even encountered any monster beasts, much less any spirit flowers or exotic herbs. Yang Kai knew that the series of encounters he experienced previously and the delay in Abundance City had caused him to be much slower than the others, so all the good stuff along the road ahead would surely have been taken. Be that as it may, this did not bother Yang Kai. There were a lot of good things in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but not many interested him. After all, it was practically impossible for anybody else in the Emperor realm to be wealthier than him. They continued onward for another half a day when all of a sudden, they halted in their tracks and stood atop a small hill to study the battlefield in front of them. A huge battle had probably taken place here, and there were still strong energy fluctuations lingering everywhere. The ground was also littered with damaged artifacts. A dozen or so corpses lay haphazardly on the ground, each one shriveled up terribly, as though something had drained all the essence out of their bodies. Moreover, these corpses retained expressions of horror on their faces from just before they died. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exchanged a glance with each other and blurted out in unison, "Black Crow Divine Monarch." These people had clearly died from having their vitality drained by the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. Such obvious signs clearly indicated that Black Crow Divine Monarch had attacked this place. Black Crow Divine Monarch's strength could be said to be invincible in this place. Even if Yang Kai went all out, he would not be a match for Black Crow Divine Monarch. This old dog had the heritage of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master after all. Now that he had possessed a body and revived himself, Emperor Realm Juniors were as insignificant as ants in front of him. Fortunately, Yang Kai knew the old fart's weakness. Black Crow Divine Monarch's damaged soul was a critical flaw. Yang Kai had nothing to fear even if he met Black Crow Divine Monarch again. It was just that he did not know how to ask Black Crow Divine Monarch to help remove the blood principle's restriction from the bodies of the people in Abundance City. It was extremely troubling. Based on the appearance of these corpses, they had been dead for a few days. All of their space rings were nowhere to be seen, but Yang Kai could not tell whether Black Crow Divine Monarch had taken them or the people who passed by later had looted them. If he had not come across Abundance City, Yang Kai would have taken a detour lest he run into Black Crow Divine Monarch again. However, he had promised Mo that he would do his best to ask Black Crow Divine Monarch to help remove the blood principle's restriction in their bodies. As such, he could not avoid Black Crow Divine Monarch. The pair continued to track Black Crow Divine Monarch's progress. Along the way, they would occasionally come across some shriveled corpses. It was not just the corpses of cultivators but also the corpses of monster beasts. All of them had died from having their vitality drained by the Blood Light scripture. Judging by Black Crow Divine Monarch's path, he seemed to be heading into the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This discovery shocked Yang Kai. It was rumored that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was hidden at the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, where nobody had ever been before. All Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritances were preserved inside, waiting for the lucky person to discover them. It was just that the rumors had remained as nothing more than rumors after so many years. Nobody had ever confirmed the rumors because nobody had ever arrived at the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven or found the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Even so, the current situation seemed to indicate that there was a high possibility the Blood Monster Divine Palace truly existed. If one were to say who had the greatest understanding of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, it would not be Yang Kai or the proprietress. Rather, it would be Black Crow Divine Monarch. Although he had been sealed away by Blood Monster Divine Monarch for countless years, he had obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. How could he not have some understanding of the secrets in this place? If he was heading in this direction, then it could only mean that there was something in this direction that was attracting him. The only thing that could move a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could only be the inheritance of another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. After figuring out this point, Yang Kai increased his speed and pursued Black Crow Divine Monarch. They continued forward for a while before he suddenly halted. Chu Huashang followed suit and stopped to look at him. "What's wrong, junior brother?" Yang Kai turned to look in a certain direction. "There are sounds of battle." He paused for a moment and added, "It's heading our way." When he spread out his divine sense, he could detect the sounds of battle coming from a certain direction. The other party probably detected him through their perception as a result and immediately rushed towards him. He did not know whether the other party intended to seek help or foist the enemy off on them instead. He initially planned to ignore the other party, but before he could leave, he noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. Following that, he pushed his divine sense strongly and probed the situation in that direction. A short while later, he became overjoyed and called out, "Senior sister, follow me." While saying so, he immediately rushed to meet the other party. Chu Huashang did not know why he was so elated, but she did not question him. It didn't take long before two figures that were fleeing desperately appeared in their field of vision. It was a man and a woman. Moreover, this man and woman were being pursued closely by 6 others. They unleashed a continuous barrage of secret techniques and the power of artifacts, blasting those two fleeing figures until they became increasingly desperate. A dazzlingly bright light burst out. It was a killing move summoned by one of the pursuers that shot straight at the backs of the fleeing duo. The woman seemed to perceive that danger and hurriedly turned around to mount a defense. On the other hand, the man focused on escaping and ignored what was happening behind him. The long sword in the woman's hand slashed downward and a sword light flashed out, colliding with the attack coming from behind. Following the commotion, the woman's body flew into the air like a paper kite. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in midair, and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Martial Peak, Chapter 4275. Heavenly Sword Union. The woman seemed to have suffered heavy injuries previously, therefore this attack only made her condition worsen. The other man looked back in horror and a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed through his eyes before he fled without pause. Shameless! Chu Huashang cursed upon witnessing this scene. The person she cursed was not the group of people attacking, but the man running at the forefront. This fleeing pair were clearly companions. They were either lovers or senior brother and junior sister. Now that they were in danger, only the woman had turned around to defend against the attacks and was injured as a result. On the contrary, the man not only did not turn around to help but ran even faster instead. It was the height of despicableness. His actions even made him seem like he wanted the woman to buy more time for him to escape. In their current state, he might not be able to escape his pursuers even if he turned around to help his companion. There was a chance that she might survive if he had done that. However, there was no doubt that she would die now that he had abandoned her. Chu Huashang was also a woman. Could have been her in that situation. How tragic would that have been? Then she thought back to what Yang Kai had done so far. No matter what kind of situation they were in, or how badly they were injured, he had never abandoned her. Be that as it may, they could not be said to have a close relationship with each other. They had only met once or twice before after all. Comparing these two men, their characters were as different as night and day. She had not thought much about this before, but now that she made a comparison, she couldn't help feeling a sense of warmth and sweetness in her heart. Likewise, Yang Kai was also enraged. The pursuers were about to attack once more, but the woman was powerless to defend herself. Seeing that, he rushed forward and appeared in front of her while throwing out a punch at the same time. Space principles flared and the void shattered. The expressions of the pursuers changed greatly. They hurriedly took action to defend themselves as one of them shouted, "Who?" There was a series of rumblings, and when the dust settled, the pursuers were disheveled and their complexions had gone pale. All of them looked in Yang Kai's direction with fear in their eyes. Yang Kai stared back at them coldly as he asked, "Rushi, are you all right?" The woman originally thought that she could not escape death today, but who could have known that a reliable figure would appear in front of her and block the barrage of attacks for her at a critical moment. She looked up, thinking that the back looked strangely familiar. When she heard his voice, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she asked in a trembling voice, "Sir?" She nearly thought that she was dreaming. Ever since departing from the star boundary and heading out into the outer universe together, they had not heard anything from each other after they were devoured by a myriad facets insect. She had tried to search for him, but the 3,000 worlds were simply too vast. There were as many great territories as hairs on an ox. Moreover, each great territory was large and boundless. Trying to find a person in the 3,000 worlds was harder than trying to find a needle in a haystack. Throughout her journey, she continued her search and experienced all sorts of hardships. She finally arrived at Langya Paradise. Following the legacy of her ancestor, she joined Langya Paradise and became one of its disciples. When she heard that the blood monster cave heaven was about to open, she struggled desperately to obtain a place among the participants. With Yang Kai's abilities and heritage, she believed that he would definitely enter the blood monster cave heaven. In that case, she only needed to search for him inside. It would be much easier than her search in the past. Unfortunately, the blood monster cave heaven was filled with dangers at every corner. She coincidentally met up with a senior brother, so they decided to travel together. Who could have known that they would encounter trouble and be hunted down by others? Just as she was about to die, Yang Kai miraculously appeared in front of her. She had the sudden impulse to burst into tears. She had been able to endure all the hardships and tribulations on her own before she saw him. Her expression never changed even with a blade held to her neck. However, she reacted like a child who finally found support after suffering grievances outside the moment she saw him. Yang Kai never expected to encounter Zhang Ruoxi here either, much less that their reunion after so many years would be under such circumstances. Back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had tried to ask Gupan from Langya Paradise about her. It was a pity that Gupan claimed that she had never heard the name Zhang Ruoxi before. Yang Kai figured that there were two possibilities. One was that Zhang Ruoxi had not gone to Langya Paradise. The other was that Gupan had not met her. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people in Langya Paradise's main sect, so it was impossible for Gupan to know all of its disciples. During their conversation, Chu Huashang landed next to Yang Kai and crouched beside Zhang Ruoxi. She stretched out her hand to support her and asked in concern, "Junior sister, are you all right?" Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly and whispered, "I'm fine." Then she abruptly opened her mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chu Huashang's expression changed slightly. How could she not know that this woman's injuries were very severe? She quickly took out some healing pills and fed them to Zhang Ruoxi. "Senior Sister Chu, please take care of my friend." Yang Kai's voice was low and grim. It was a tone she had never heard from him before. Although he sounded calm, she could sense the hidden rage rampaging beneath that tranquility. Rest assured, Chu Huashang carried Zhang Ruoxi and moved to a spot in the distance. The pursuers frowned deeply at the sight, and the young man in the lead spoke with a dark expression. "Who are you? Please don't interfere in the matters of Heavenly Sword Union. Am I supposed to just stand back and watch as you try to kill my friend?" Yang Kai glanced at the young man coldly. The young man frowned slightly. After briefly considering the situation, he cupped his fist. "In that case, I will take my leave now." After saying that, he turned to leave. He seemed to have realized that Yang Kai was strong after the exchange of blows just now, so he did not wish to start a fight so easily. Yang Kai shouted, "Did you think you could just leave after hurting others? Do you think something so simple exists?" Oh. Who could have known that the young man was actually only pretending to leave? His real purpose was to distract Yang Kai. The words had only left Yang Kai's mouth when he suddenly shouted, "Die!" Xiu! The ground beneath Yang Kai shuddered and a green vine shot out without any prior warning. The vine was like a snake that wrapped around Yang Kai so tightly that he resembled a dumpling. That was not all. The vine was covered in incredibly sharp thorns that stabbed into his skin and released a powerful poison. He never intended to retreat in the first place. The fact that he had tried to kill Zhang Ruoxi and the other man could not be leaked out to the world. Otherwise, he would be in huge trouble even if he managed to walk out of the blood monster cave heaven alive. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered among the top second-class great forces, with a number of sixth-order open heaven realm masters assuming command. Nevertheless, it was vastly inferior compared to Langya Paradise. That was because Langya Paradise had high-rank open heaven realm masters. Blinded by wealth just now, he had planned to kill and rob Zhang Ruoxi and the other Langya Paradise disciple when he saw that they were not very powerful. Who could have known that they would encounter Yang Kai and Chu Huashang here? When he saw Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, he immediately decided to silence all witnesses to his crimes. If word about this incident were to spread, forget about Langya Paradise's reaction. Heavenly Sword Union would be the first to capture him and offer his head up as an apology. The only way to ensure his safety was to kill them all. At the same time the green vine shot out of the ground, he charged towards Yang Kai. His sword flashed briefly and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. The others also quickly unleashed their killing moves. Every one of those attacks was extraordinarily powerful, and they seemed intent on killing Yang Kai on the spot. "How dare dead men like you come out to cause trouble?" Yang Kai roared. With a whooshing sound, Golden Crow's true fire covered his entire body and began burning down everything around him. The vine curled around his body was an extraordinary treasure. Nevertheless, it was powerless before the raging Golden Crow's true fire. Twitching like a living thing, it hurriedly shrank back and tried to plunge into the ground again. Yang Kai grinned madly, reached out a hand and caught the vine, all the while ignoring the thorns that dug into his flesh and secreted poison which was making him slightly dizzy. With his Dragon Clan heritage, Yang Kai had incredibly strong resistance to poison. Most poisons were completely ineffective against him, but this vine managed to affect him slightly. It could be seen how powerful the poison was. Even if ordinary cultivators did not die from the effects of this poison, they would lose most of their combat power once afflicted with it. The realization struck Yang Kai suddenly. No wonder the auras of Zhang Ruoxi and that fleeing man seem so weak. It looks like they have been poisoned by the vine. Yang Kai held the vine in his grip, and under the heat of the Golden Crow's true fire, it kept twisting and struggling about. He then flicked the vine as though he was wielding a whip and sent it lashing towards the attackers. Their expressions changed drastically. They never imagined that this man could break free so quickly. After all, they had used this very trick to kill many people before. Many of those victims had even been stronger than them. Before they could understand what was going on, the vine sent them flying backwards. Every one of them coughed up blood in mid-air. They looked terrified when they hit the ground. If Yang Kai had unleashed world force, they would have understood why they were defeated in one move. However, the aura radiating from him was still within the bounds of the Emperor Realm. How can an Emperor Realm cultivator be this powerful? We are not his opponents at all. Retreat! The young man in the lead shouted as they desperately performed their secret techniques to escape from this place. At this point, they did not care whether or not they would be exposed for trying to kill Langya Paradise disciples. Survival was their top priority. Solidify! Yang Kai shouted as he pushed his space principles, and the surrounding space instantly transformed into a cage. Those people felt the space around them becoming viscous, like they had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. They turned around and looked at Yang Kai in horror only to see him walking towards them with a wooden expression. He arrived at the closest person, glanced down at them and casually threw a punch. That person's head exploded open like a smashed watermelon, with brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Then he walked over to the next person, glanced down at them and threw another punch. Next came the third, followed by the fourth. In the blink of an eye, only the young man leading the pursuers remained alive, trembling from head to toe. Although he was desperately trying to summon his strength, he discovered that his Emperor Qi was not flowing smoothly. Forget fighting back. Even moving a finger was an extremely difficult task. He watched helplessly as Yang Kai walked over to him. The fear in his heart overflowed from his eyes. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown as he screamed, "Don't kill me! Don't worry. I won't kill you." Yang Kai looked at the young man calmly. The young man could barely believe his ears. Really? On the other hand, Yang Kai said nothing. With a flick of the vine, he wrapped the young man up in it. The young man, who was now wrapped up like a dumpling, asked in a horrified voice, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai slowly crouched beside the young man and lowered his head to look at him. Then he picked up the young man's right arm and gave a powerful squeeze. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The young man screamed in agony, but before his scream ended, the sound of bones breaking rang out again, raising his screams by a whole octave. Cha-cha-cha! Yang Kai slowly and methodically made his way up. In the blink of an eye, he broke the young man's right arm into 7 or 8 sections. It would have been one thing if only the bones had been broken, but the key point was that the meridians along the young man's arm had been destroyed completely as well. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4276. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. It started with one of the young man's arms being crushed. Then it was his second arm, followed by both his legs. The continuous sound of bones breaking was extremely disturbing. The fear and despair in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, but his screams slowly grew weaker and weaker. He became breathless instead. The entire process took no more than a half cup of tea's time. In that time, all the bones in his body had been crushed to pieces and all the meridians in his body were destroyed. This kind of pain was not something ordinary people could withstand. The most important point was that he could clearly feel the traces and movements of each bone when they were broken. What horrified him even more was Yang Kai's expression, which remained completely calm and indifferent, almost cold and meticulous, making him look like he was handling something very serious. "Please kill me," the young man murmured with lifeless eyes. "Kill me." It didn't matter if all his bones were broken. With his cultivation, he only needed to recuperate for 3 to 5 years and consume some spirit pills to recover from even such major injuries. However, there was no way to recover once his meridians had been destroyed. Even if he could heal all the broken bones in his body, he would only be a cripple in the future. He could never cultivate again. For a cultivator, it was a fate worse than death. There was no crueler fate than that. "Won't killing you be going too easy on you?" Yang Kai stood up and looked down on this person contemptuously, his expression still as calm as ever. "I'm a man who means what he says. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you." After that, he took off the young man's space ring and retrieved the space rings from the others. Turning around, he walked back to Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang was in shock. It was her first time seeing Yang Kai acting so cruel. He had always given her the impression of a mild-tempered man. At the very least, he was warm and gentle with her. Be that as it may, his current actions could only be described as cruel and ruthless. It was true that he had not killed the young man from Heavenly Sword Union, but this fate was more despairing than death. Just who is this woman? She lowered her head to look at Zhang Ruoxi, who she was carrying in her arms. I can't believe seeing her hurt made Yang Kai so furious. Although she did not know the answer to her question, Chu Huashang could be certain that he had a close relationship with this young woman. "How is Ruoxi?" Yang Kai came to Chu Huashang and placed 2 fingers on the young woman's wrist to probe her condition while asking. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. She was heavily injured, but her injuries had not damaged her foundation. Hence, she would recover fully after recuperating for some time. "Many thanks for your life-saving grace, senior brother." A voice came from the side suddenly. It was the man who had been fleeing alongside Zhang Ruoxi earlier. Seeing that his pursuers were gone, he returned and thanked Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, and his originally gentle gaze instantly turned frosty. What happened earlier had not escaped his notice. Both this person and Zhang Ruoxi were being pursued just now. It was bad enough that he had not protected her. When an attack came from behind, it was only she who turned around to defend. On the other hand, he had taken the opportunity to flee even faster. He didn't even bother to look back to see what had happened to her. It was one thing if they did not know each other. However, they had been escaping together, so how could they be unrelated to one another? How could Yang Kai have any good impression towards a person like that? Even Chu Huashang looked at this man with an expression of disgust. "Sir, this is my senior brother Du Su," Zhang Ruoxi introduced weakly. Why would Yang Kai care to know that person's name? He simply shouted, "Scram!" Du Su originally had a smile on his face, but when he heard Yang Kai telling him to get lost, his expression suddenly became incredibly awkward. He said falteringly, "Senior brother, why must you be so hurtful with your words? Although you rescued my junior sister and I, we are still from Langya Paradise. It's a disgrace to Langya Paradise for having a disciple like you. Get lost." Du Su's face flushed red in embarrassment and then he became angry out of shame. It looked like he wanted to say something back, but he did not dare to speak the words that were on the tip of his tongue when he recalled the strength and brutality Yang Kai displayed earlier. In the end, he could only glance at Zhang Ruoxi angrily before he turned to leave. Chu Huashang watched that person's back and frowned. Is that person really from Langya Paradise? He is a disciple of one of the 72 paradises. How could he act like that? Lowering her head, she asked Zhang Ruoxi, "Are you also from Langya Paradise?" Zhang Ruoxi replied, "Yes. Senior brother Du and I might belong to Langya Paradise, but we are just inner disciples." Chu Huashang understood. Most sects divided their disciples into 3 grades. The first were the outer disciples. They had the lowest status and worst potential. Next came the inner disciples. They had much better aptitudes and potential. The strongest among the disciples were the core disciples or legacy disciples. These talents were the future hope and pillars of the major sects. Both Chu Huashang and Gu Pan were core disciples while Zhang Ruoxi and that man called Du Su were inner disciples. Legacy disciples and core disciples were the smallest in number. Generally, only the cultivators who could condense sixth-order elements were qualified to be chosen. Even among the major cave heavens and paradises, each sect did not have more than a dozen legacy or core disciples. Nevertheless, it was hard to say how many out of this dozen or so people would succeed and advance into the open heaven realm and how many would fall. Upon knowing that they were from Langya Paradise, Chu Huashang became even more curious. Heavenly Sword Union might be relatively powerful, but they wouldn't dare to provoke Langya Paradise. Why did those people pursue you so doggedly just now? Zhang Ruoxi said, "We accidentally discovered a medicine garden earlier. It seemed to be one created by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. We found many valuable herbs, so those people were blinded by their greed." Yang Kai immediately snorted coldly, "Men die for wealth. As long as the people from Heavenly Sword Union could kill Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su, who would know that they had attacked people from Langya Paradise? This matter would not be exposed. If Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su had not met Yang Kai here, they would certainly be facing a bleak future. What Zhang Ruoxi never expected was that Du Su would be so unreliable. He had been very eager to flirt with her, and constantly displayed his affection when they were at Langya Paradise. His usual demeanor was also rather upright. Although she had explicitly rejected him on numerous occasions, he had continued to persevere. Afterwards, they happened to encounter each other in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Considering the dangers of this place, she decided to travel together with him. It had made him very happy, so he had been extremely diligent in every way. Even so, he turned out to be as timid as a mouse when faced with a crisis. With their strength, they would not have been able to kill those people from Heavenly Sword Union even if they fought back with everything they had, but their enemies would also have suffered greatly as a result. The best chance at surviving would have been if they could scare their opponents off. However, Du Su chose to escape without even trying to fight, leaving Zhang Ruoxi no choice but to escape with him. In the end, it turned into the situation Yang Kai had witnessed earlier. "Ruoxi, the top priority is treating your wounds. We can talk about the rest later," Yang Kai said. Zhang Ruoxi gave a non-committal grunt in response. He took her from Chu Huashang's arms and placed her into the small sealed world without another word. Then, he called out to Chu Huashang, "Let's go, senior sister." The two of them continued on their journey while the cries of the young man from Heavenly Sword Union came from behind them as he begged in despair, "Please kill me." There were no traces of other cultivators along their journey, and they did not see many traces of monster beast activity either. Many of the cultivators were in possession of a map sold by Red Cloud's auction house. Naturally, they moved forward by relying on the directions of the map. It was not surprising that their journey was calm since they were traveling the path that others had traveled earlier. This only happened because Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had encountered too many hardships along their way, which delayed their travels. Otherwise, they would not have fallen behind the others. After traveling for 2 days, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he immersed his mind into the small sealed world. He might have been traveling all this while, but he had always kept an eye on Zhang Ruoxi's condition inside the small sealed world. Just now she had called for him. Sending his soul avatar inside, Yang Kai stood in front of Zhang Ruoxi. She smiled slightly and said delightedly, "I knew you would come to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, sir." Yang Kai was surprised and asked, "Did you come here just to look for me?" And, blinking, she continued, "Hasn't sir been looking for me all this while as well? Senior Sister Gu told me everything. She said that you once sought her out in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to ask about me. Gu Pan came to look for you." Upon further consideration, Yang Kai understood the situation. He had asked Gu Pan for information on Zhang Ruoxi back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. At the time, she said she had never heard of the name Zhang Ruoxi before. It was not until she returned to Langya Paradise that she deliberately went around inquiring for information. That was how she found Zhang. Senior sister Gu has taken great care of me. I would not have been able to become an inner disciple if not for her. Then I'll have to thank her properly next time. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The image of a petite young girl with a paintbrush in hand, eating dried fish with her head lowered slightly involuntarily flashed through his mind. Sitting cross-legged opposite Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai looked at her and grinned. I'm glad. Although it has been years since we've last met, you've not gotten thinner. Good, very good. She blushed beet red. Sir, are you calling me fat? Of course not. You're perfect the way you are right now. You're neither fat nor thin. Yang Kai chuckled. By the way, did you go straight to Langya Paradise after we parted ways back then? She nodded. That's right. I couldn't find Sir, however. I knew you knew that my ancestor came from Langya Paradise. I believed that you would surely look for me there, so I went there. Zhang Ruoxi had not been very strong at the time. Moreover, she had to wander the 3,000 worlds alone. How difficult had it been for her to go to Langya Paradise? It was fortunate that she had some of her ancestors' memories and knew quite a lot about the outer universe. Otherwise, a lone girl like her would have been devoured cleanly by others. Even so, the journey had taken her more than 10 years. It was not until several years ago that she finally arrived at Langya Paradise. Joining Langya Paradise was not difficult. Her ancestor had been a Langya Paradise disciple after all, so she received some preferential treatment. Besides, her own aptitude was not poor. Langya Paradise was also happy to accept a disciple like her. It was just that it had not been easy to survive in Langya Paradise. That place was one of the 72 paradises, so although it had a grand reputation, it was still a large sect. It was not easy to stand out among the countless disciples. Zhang Ruoxi had crawled her way through the lower levels and finally borrowed Gupan's help before she successfully became an inner disciple. Be that as it may, she did not tell Yang Kai about these matters. The hardships she went through in the past were not worth mentioning. Meeting her Sir once more in this vast universe was the greatest gift from the heavens she could ask for. Yang Kai nodded. I guessed as much. I wanted to head to Langya Paradise, but I was held up by some other things. After he came out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had wanted to go to Langya Paradise to look for Zhang Ruoxi. It was just that he later obtained Void Land and the root from the World Tree, so he had to hurriedly return to the Star Boundary instead. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4277. You actually have the guts to come here. After Zhang Ruoxi finished her story, she asked Yang Kai about what he had encountered over the years. Yang Kai did not conceal anything from her. He told her that he had been lured to a place called Seven Wonders Land where he served as a worker for some time following their separation. Later, he took the opportunity to escape when an incident arose and inadvertently joined First In. Afterwards, he wandered into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes filled with pleasant surprise upon learning that he had gone back to the Star Boundary and repaired the shattered world principles. She was different from him in the sense that she was truly born and raised in the Star Boundary. Therefore, she held a special affection for that world. When the world principles shattered and the Star Boundary was on the brink of collapse, she too had hoped to find a method to restore the world one day. Nevertheless, she knew that it was bound to be an extremely long and difficult process. Contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai had succeeded in such a short time. Sir's really amazing. He is capable of performing feats that ordinary people can never hope to achieve. If I think back to everything he has done in the past, which of those feats were something an ordinary cultivator could have done? When she learned that he had acquired a spirit province in the 3,000 worlds, established Void Land, and brought several 100,000 people from the Star Boundary there, her admiration for him grew stronger and stronger. Over the past few years, she had cultivated extremely hard, just to become one of Langya Paradise's inner disciples. On the other hand, Yang Kai had founded a sect in the outer universe. The gap between them was apparent at a glance. She had condensed the fifth-order elements. Since entering the outer universe, she had spent most of her time journeying to Langya Paradise. She did not have any means to earn resources either. Therefore, it could be said that she achieved nothing for the past decade. Her strength had not grown by much either. It wasn't until she entered Langya Paradise that her circumstances changed for the better. Disciples from any sect had to obtain their own cultivation resources through hard work, meaning it was impossible for them to receive anything without effort. For that reason, Zhang Ruoxi had no resources available for use even after she joined Langya Paradise. After all, she was only an insignificant outer disciple at the beginning. That might be the reason why many disciples of various sects had such slow progress in their cultivation. They often had to perform various tasks for years, decades, or even longer just to build up enough merits to exchange for necessary cultivation resources. When they finished consuming these resources, they would have to continue completing tasks until they could gather all of the required open heaven element powers. If they had a sufficient supply of resources, then their speed of cultivation would surely increase significantly. After Gu Pan returned from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she sought out Zhang Ruoxi, checked her aptitude, and gave her some fifth-order materials. It was only then that Zhang Ruoxi finally began cultivating for real. Gu Pan was one of Langya Paradise's core disciples. Although she had condensed sixth-order elements, even she could not obtain sixth-order materials at will. After all, each sixth-order material was worth 10 or 20 million open heaven pills. These resources were treated as strategic reserves in any sect, so it was impossible to obtain them casually. It was the limit just for her to acquire fifth-order materials. Senior Sister Gu has been very good to me. She told me that you helped her greatly in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Moreover, she said she would not have come out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary alive without Sir's help. Yang Kai smiled. She is a virtuous and upright woman. Pondering quietly for a moment, he continued, "Do you want to start over again? I have some Taiyi soul cleansing water in my possession. It can wash away the powers in your Dao seal and allow you to condense new ones. There's no need to worry about the resources. I have quite a lot of them." Zhang Ruoxi shook her head at those words. "No need, sir. I know my own limits. Even though I am capable of forcefully condensing sixth-order elements, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive the breakthrough to the open heaven realm." The consequence of failure was the destruction of her body. That was one of the problems that plagued countless cultivators. In order to advance into the open heaven realm, one of the problems the cultivators faced was obtaining resources. The higher the order of the material, the more expensive and difficult to obtain such resources became. The other problem was the carrying capacity of a cultivator's Dao seal. That was why cultivators would only choose resources within the range of their financial abilities and carrying capacities, regardless of who they were. While Zhang Ruoxi's aptitude was certainly not bad, it was not as good as Chu Huashang or Gu Pan's. It was undeniable that condensing sixth-order elements would be dangerous for her. However, Yang Kai had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in his possession. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was refined with world source liquid as its main ingredient, and could significantly increase a cultivator's chances of entering the open heaven realm successfully. Therefore, Yang Kai believed that her risks of failure when advancing into the open heaven realm was not high even if she condensed sixth-order powers. But upon further consideration, Yang Kai realized that fifth-order elements were enough. Zhang Ruoxi could slowly cultivate until she reached the seventh-order open heaven realm one day. There was a risk even if she used the Taiyi soul cleansing water, so he decided to leave the decision to her. After telling her to get a good rest, Yang Kai withdrew his mind from the small sealed world. A few more days passed. Zhang Ruoxi was almost fully recovered at this point, so Yang Kai released her and properly introduced her to Chu Huashang. Only then did Zhang Ruoxi learn that the other party was a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Her expression became a little weird when she looked at him. Needless to say, she had heard of the name Yinyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang and Yang Kai had been traveling together all by themselves. Not to mention that the way Chu Huashang looked at him and spoke to him were clearly suggestive. It was inevitable that Zhang Ruoxi would misunderstand. As they gradually moved forward, they began to come across traces of other cultivators. They also encountered the occasional fleeing monster beasts and even found several battlefields. Yang Kai knew that they had finally caught up to the others after rushing to get here. Be that as it may, the gains he received inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were practically negligible. It was extremely depressing. Chu Huashang had obtained a 7th-order Monster Beast Core at the Blood Lake, while he only obtained a 5th-order Monster Beast Core. By contrast, He had acquired so many treasures back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that he nearly couldn't carry them. Just as Yang Kai was wondering whether he had used up all his luck back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he suddenly noticed a large group of people gathering at a spot not too far ahead. Thus, he couldn't help feeling surprised. It had to be said that this place was located quite deep in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It had far exceeded the range of the areas marked on the map. Throughout history, nobody had ever gotten this far since the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was first opened. It was rumored that the deeper one ventured into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the greater the dangers became. However, their journey here had been completely unimpeded, without the slightest hint of danger. It was not just Yang Kai's group who managed to get this far. There were also many others who had gotten there before them. Hence, it was strange why these people were gathering in that direction. Curious, Yang Kai led Chu Huashang and Zhang Ruoxi over. It didn't take long before they arrived atop a crowded mountain. Yang Kai swept his gaze around and saw several acquaintances whom he once met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. These people were bearers chosen by the divine spirits. In the end, it was only thanks to his help that they could leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary safely. When they parted ways, these people had left their respective faith tokens with Yang Kai so that he could visit them at their sect when he had the time. They promised to provide him with the best hospitality they could offer. For that reason, many eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Yang Kai again. They quickly came forward and cupped their fists at him in greeting. Yang Kai returned the greeting, but before they could exchange pleasantries, he heard a furious roar. Yang Kai, I can't believe you actually have the guts to come here. For some reason, listening to this voice enraged Yang Kai greatly. He looked in the direction of the voice only to see a group of people flying over from another mountain with great fanfare. It was clear that this group of people had been resting over there but came over after spotting him. The person in the lead was none other than Yin Xian Zhao of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Yin Xian Zhao and Yang Kai had a feud between them. Before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, Yang Kai had stolen his entrance and almost caused him to lose out on this opportunity. Yin Xian Zhao later led a pair of his junior brothers to hunt Yang Kai down. There was no saying what would have happened if Yang Kai had not borrowed the strength of Golden Gorilla King and a monster beast wolf to escape their pursuit. It was only natural for these two sworn enemies to blaze with hatred now that they came face to face with each other. Yin Xian Zhao was surrounded by many people. However, what surprised Yang Kai slightly was that Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven was among them. This guy didn't die. Yang Kai glanced at Pei Wenxian in astonishment. He recalled Black Crow Divine Monarch shooting a blood arrow at him, and Pei Wenxian no longer had an identity token to protect him. How did he survive? As expected of a disciple from a major sect, his heritage was indeed extraordinary. The sight of these two together caused Yang Kai's teeth to grind slightly. Is he Yang Kai? A handsome young man swept his eyes over him and asked. Oh. Yin Xian Zhao said, That's right. He is Yang Kai. The young man arrogantly said, I heard you defeated my junior sister Yu Luosha in one move in the Azura Arena. Yang Kai raised a brow at those words. Yu Luosha is your junior sister? Who are you? If Yu Luosha is his junior sister, then he must also be from Azura Heaven. The young man replied, My name is Baoyang. Remember it well, for I will be the one to kill you. While saying so, he grinned at Yang Kai, revealing a set of white teeth. Another young man stepped forward. Brother Ba, where does your confidence come from? Yang Kai's head is mine. And you are? Yang Kai was so furious that he laughed. He had heard from Chu Huashang that many people wanted to kill him. The cave heavens and paradises had taken notice of him already, but it was inconvenient for the renowned Open Heaven Realm Masters to take direct action against him because they had their reputation and their sect's reputations to maintain. For that reason, they left this matter to their juniors. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was undoubtedly the best place to resolve this issue. Nobody would say anything if Yang Kai was killed in this place. Nevertheless, rumors were simply rumors. He never imagined that so many people would actually want to kill him as soon as he arrived at this place. It was one thing if Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao wanted him dead. They had personal grudges against him after all. It was also reasonable for Baoyang of Azura Heaven to come looking for trouble. Baoyang had a justifiable reason to avenge his junior sister and recover Azura Heaven's face. On the other hand, the last person who popped up out of nowhere was completely unfamiliar to Yang Kai. Clear Mind Heaven Cho Kong Xian. Clear Mind Heaven. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that the name sounded familiar. After thinking carefully about it, he suddenly recalled where he heard the name before. He had met a Clear Mind Heaven disciple with the name Young Master Hai during his first time in Thousand Bird Star City. That person had been harassing Luo Hai Yi, so Yang Kai taught him a little lesson. As a result, he was captured and punished by the law enforcement team of Thousand Bird Star City. The incident had enraged the proprietress so badly that she silently pursued and killed young Master Hai in the void outside the Star City. Due to this incident, Hai Pinglu of Clear Mind Heaven joined forces with Qin Ji and the others to besiege the proprietress during Old Bai's breakthrough to the open heaven realm. Another person stepped forward and politely cupped his fist at Yang Kai. Azure Nether Paradise, Yi Cheng. Here for your head, Brother Yang. Martial Peak, Chapter 4278. Assistance. 4 cave heavens and 1 paradise. All of them wanted Yang Kai to die. These were only those who openly announced their intentions. There were even more who kept silent but watched Yang Kai with great interest. Many gazes were fixed on his neck and heart, as though wondering which location was better to target should they make their move. A rough estimate indicated that there were as many as a dozen cave heavens and paradises, with approximately 20 to 30 other cultivators together with Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao in the lead. These people were the elite core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises and had condensed fifth-order open heaven realm elements at the very least. Even so, many amongst them had condensed sixth-order open heaven realm powers. It could be said that the most excellent and talented cultivators in the younger generation of the 3,000 worlds were gathered here. One day, the cultivators in this place who managed to advance into the open heaven realm would surely become powerful great experts who ruled over the world. The audience was horrified as many people looked over from the mountains in the vicinity. They did not know who Yang Kai was or how he managed to provoke so many cave heavens and paradises that so many people hated him and wanted to take his life. On the mountain where Yang Kai was standing, the expressions of the cultivators who came over and greeted him earlier became very solemn. They only came to greet him because they received his help back in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Who could have known that they would be mixed up in this mess as a result? They were not ungrateful people who did not know how to repay their debts, and a life-saving debt was heavier than a mountain. It was only natural that they paid him back in full. It was just that each of them was a representative of their respective sect. If they got caught up in Yang Kai's mess, there was a high chance that their actions would also affect the force behind them. Thus, they hesitated to take action. Yi Cheng of Azure Nether Paradise gave a small smile and looked at Yang Kai with a warm expression. I've long heard of you, Brother Yang. After meeting you today, I can see that you are worthy of your reputation. It's a pity that I can't chat with you, Brother Yang. It truly makes me sigh with regret. Yin Xian Zhao coldly snorted. Why are you spewing so much nonsense? Let's attack him all together. His head will belong to whomever manages to kill him. Pei Wenxian smiled deviously. In that case, all of you should stand aside. I'll be the one to kill him. If not for the fact that he had some means to protect himself, he would have died a long time ago due to Yang Kai's schemes. Therefore, he was holding a rather heavy grudge. Outsiders, step back. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Another person shouted. It was unknown which cave heaven or paradise he came from, but the aura around him was impressive. Yang Kai had arrived here late, so many people had gathered around on the mountains. Some had quietly escaped after seeing that a conflict was about to break out, and at this moment even more people retreated after hearing this person's warning. These cultivators quickly scattered into the distance in an instant, like swallows leaving their nests. On the other hand, the cultivators who came over to greet Yang Kai earlier were looking very troubled. A long while passed before one of them cupped his fist and said, I'm sorry, Brother Yang. With a heavy sigh, he turned and left. It was true that he received a huge favor from Yang Kai in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Nevertheless, he had no intention of making enemies with so many cave heavens and paradises. There was a high possibility that not only would he die in this place, but he would also bring trouble to his sect. If he were killed by these people, his sect would not dare to seek revenge either. His death would be in vain. With such a bright and promising future ahead of him, why would he willingly choose to die in this place? With the retreat of one person, the others also quickly followed suit, each of them apologizing in shame as they did. Chu Huashang, why aren't you leaving? Bao Yang of Azura Heaven looked at Chu Huashang and questioned. Why would I leave? The world is so vast so I can go anywhere I want. Can you stop me? Chu Huashang snorted. Bao Yang snorted. It looks like Yinyang Cave Heaven is standing on the side of this bastard. She replied. All of you should stop speaking in the name of your sex. You can only represent yourselves. Bao Yang gently nodded. There's nothing I can say to refute your words, Junior Sister Chu. I just hope you won't blame me for being ruthless when the fight begins later. To which she chuckled softly, you can try. Junior Sister Zhang. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come here. Somebody shouted through gritted teeth from among the crowd. Zhang Ruoxi looked up and saw that it was the man who had previously been her travel companion, Du Su. He had arrived at some point and was looking at her sternly from amongst the crowd at this moment. She glanced at him and slowly shook her head. I'm not going. Du Su's expression changed slightly as he snarled, Junior Sister. Do you know what you are doing? Do you know who he is? Du Su and Zhang Ruoxi were both inner disciples of Langya Paradise. They had yet to reach the level of core disciples or legacy disciples, so they had not heard about Yang Kai before. Nevertheless, that did not stop Du Su from assessing the current situation. With so many elite disciples of various cave heavens and paradises seeking Yang Kai's life, it was only natural that he did not wish to bring trouble upon himself. When he saw Zhang Ruoxi standing beside Yang Kai, he immediately tried to call her over so as not to implicate him. Of course I know who he is. He is my life savior and benefactor. If anybody wishes to kill him, they will have to go through me first. Zhang Ruoxi raised her hand and summoned the Heaven's Order sword, displaying a heroic demeanor. In Xian Zhao turned to look at Du Su. Junior brother Du, is that your junior sister? Then you better persuade her well. Weapons have no eyes. It will be bad if she were injured once the battle begins. Du Su cupped his fist in horror. Please forgive me, senior brother Yin. Junior sister Zhang might be part of Langya Paradise, but she only joined the sect a few years ago and is not very sensible. However, her attitude does not represent Langya Paradise. Senior brothers, senior sisters, please do what you need to. If she were injured in the fight, then I'm afraid that is her fate. Not bad, brat. Pei Wenxian glanced at Du Su approvingly, but the depths of his eyes were overflowing with deep disdain and contempt. She cannot represent Langya Paradise, but I can. Isn't that right? A clear voice rang out and a petite figure landed nearby. Zhang Ruoxi looked in that direction with an expression of pleasant surprise. Senior Sister Gu. Du Su looked embarrassed and awkwardly cupped his fist. Du Su greets Senior Sister Gu. The person who came was none other than Gu Pan. As a Langya Paradise core disciple, there was no denying that she could represent Langya Paradise's stance in this matter. Everybody was stunned. They did not think that another person apart from Chu Huashang would dare to support Yang Kai at this time. One was from Yinyang Cave Heaven and the other was from Langya Paradise. A mere two sects might not seem like much, but the momentum was not heading in a good direction. It was said that the major cave heavens and paradises had two opposing attitudes towards Yang Kai. One side wanted to kill him as early as possible while the other side wanted to win him over to their side. It would now seem that was indeed the case. The attitudes of those cave heavens and paradises were clearly reflected here. Tao is nature and nature is the heart. Ning Dao Ran greets Taoist brothers. An elegant voice sounded. At the same time, another figure landed beside Yang Kai and bowed slightly with one hand on his chest. How lively! Ha ha ha! Why is everybody gathered over here? A loud hearty laughter rang out, followed by a burly figure landing nearby. He had a huge sword strapped to his back and his aura was sharp and fierce. This man immediately drew everybody's attention to him. He was very tall and burly, almost one head taller than the average cultivator. The huge sword on his back was even larger, seeming to pierce the sky even while being carried. It was easy to imagine that this sword would have the power to split mountains with a single swing. This senior brother is? Yang Kai glanced over suspiciously. He was certain he had never met this person before. When Gu Pan and Ning Dao Ran appeared to support him, he was pleasantly surprised. However, their reasoning was understandable. They had interacted with each other in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so it could be said that they had some friendship between them. It was just that the current situation was so tense that he could not greet them properly. He could only nod his head at them in response. But who is this tall and muscular guy? Why is he standing on my side? Ning Dao Ran smiled slightly. This is Wei Bouquet of Divine Cauldron Heaven. I don't think you've met Brother Wei yet, Brother Yang. Divine Cauldron Heaven? Yang Kai immediately understood. Where is Senior Brother Su? The image of a little fatty popped into his mind. The Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd in his possession was something the little fatty had refined for him. Wei Bouquet said, Junior Brother Su is busy and could not participate in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, before I left, he told me to thank you on his behalf should I meet you in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, little Brother Yang. Yang Kai replied, Senior Brother Su is too kind. In Xian Zhao's expression turned dark. Wei Bouquet, why is Divine Cauldron Heaven meddling in this matter, and not focusing on artifact refining? It's bad enough that Divine Cauldron Heaven is meddling in this matter. I can't believe they are opposing us. This is outrageous. Wei Bouquet tilted his head to the side and picked his nose with a finger. Flicking a booger in Xian Zhao's direction, he said, Is Divine Cauldron Heaven only capable of artifact refining? So what if I want to meddle in this matter? Not only is Divine Cauldron Heaven choosing to meddle, but people from True Martial Cave Heaven are choosing to meddle too. He then turned to the side and shouted impatiently, Lin Feng, you're already here. Why are you hesitating like a little girl? Hurry up and get out here. A handsome man with a face like a jade crown coldly snorted from among the crowd in the distance and walked in this direction, snarling while walking. Wei Bouquet, if you dare to utter just a single rude word again, I will knock out all your teeth. Wei Bouquet laughed heartily, you'll get the chance. We should find a time to spar together next time. We'll see who knocks out whose teeth. Lin Feng coldly snorted and came to stand beside Yang Kai in a few steps. Yang Kai's heart warmed slightly and cupped his fist. Yang Kai greets senior brothers and senior sisters. Many thanks for your help. Various cave heavens and paradises had joined hands to work against him. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling extremely grateful that there were people willing to stand up for him at this moment. Their willingness to side with him undoubtedly sent out a glaring signal that their respective sects wanted to win him over to their side. Be that as it may, the reason their sects made this decision was definitely related to their persuasion and efforts. Lin Feng glanced at Yang Kai and spat in disdain. Even women are capable of protecting you. It makes no sense for men to do any less than them. What do you mean by women? Chu Huashang immediately became unhappy. Lin Feng, you better watch your words. Lin Feng turned his head to the side and feigned ignorance. On the opposite side, the expressions of Xian Zhao and the others turned ugly. At first, there were only Chu Huashang and Gu Pan, but now there was also Ning Dao Ran, Wei Bouquet, and Lin Feng. Although there was a huge contrast in numbers still, it would be troublesome to actually attack them. Aside from Zhang Ruoxi, who they considered insignificant, the others would be very difficult to deal with. Martial Peak, Chapter 4279, Cloud-Piercing Arrow. After pondering for some time, Xian Zhao finally spoke up. Senior brothers, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been intricately linked and connected since ancient times. Why damage our relations for this? I ask that you retreat as a favor to this Yin. Wei Bouquet smiled. What if I refuse to retreat? Xian Zhao replied grimly. Although you are talented people, senior brothers, you are few in numbers. If it really came down to a fight, are you sure you can protect that bastard surnamed Yang? Wei Bouquet frowned slightly. As one of Divine Cauldron Heaven's core disciples, he did not fear these people, but if it really came down to a fight, the opposing side only needed to send somebody to keep him busy. The same held true for the others. It could be said that the opposing party would only need to send out a small group of people to distract them while the others continue to besiege Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai is extremely powerful, it will be hard for him to survive this calamity. The best outcome at the moment is if he escapes immediately. But he turned to look at Yang Kai and saw that the latter was perfectly calm. Despite being watched by so many great talents of the same generation, Yang Kai showed not the slightest hint of fear. He has no intention of escaping. Truly admirable. Wei Buqi had heard about Yang Kai from Su Zhan, so he knew that he was very strong. It was just that he had never seen Yang Kai in action before. He did not believe that Yang Kai could turn the current situation around all on his own. If it comes down to a fight, I'm afraid things will end badly for Yang Kai. You want to compete with numbers? A furious roar rang out. Do you think nobody from First In is here? Following the appearance of that voice, a chubby fatty ran over from a great distance. He had a kitchen knife in his hand and an apron tied around his waist. The apron was covered in grease stains and the word butcher was written in large characters across it. He looked like a chef who just came right out of a kitchen, and it really was none other than the chef. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. I can't believe Chef is here too. Chef rushed over aggressively, the fats on his face jiggling with every movement as he called out, "Don't worry, brat. Just see what I can do." Then he raised his hand and shot out an arrow into the sky. A sharp piercing sound entered their ears. He shouted vigorously, "One cloud-piercing arrow, calling upon 1,000-man army." He did not summon thousands of troops, of course. Be that as it may, the accountant, Lang Qing-shan, and the others quickly appeared right behind him. When the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven first appeared, Yang Kai had stolen many of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's entrances, and sent his subordinates into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven instead. After Yang Kai entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he parted ways with the rest of them. The people gathered in this place were not many. There were only 10 or so of them. Another 10 or so were nowhere to be seen. They were probably not in the vicinity. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven covered a vast area after all. Not everybody would travel in this direction. The accountant glanced sideways at Yang Kai through his triangular eyes and muttered under his breath, "Brat, why do you have to cause trouble wherever you go?" Yang Kai said, "It's not that I like to cause trouble. On the contrary, trouble likes to come knocking on my door. What can I do?" The accountant gave those words some serious thought and nodded. "I can't blame you for that. Brother Yang, is that you? What a coincidence." A pleasantly surprised voice rang out. Immediately after that, a person emerged from the crowd. He was followed by a large group that numbered around 40 or 50 people. "Brother Ding!" Yang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. The person who popped up out of nowhere turned out to be Ding Yi. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this person. Back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Ding Yi had established an organization known as Emperor Heaven and took in a large batch of subordinates. He traveled extensively across the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and made a name for himself. When the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary closed, most of Emperor Heaven dispersed and scattered around. Only a small number of people remained united around Ding Yi. It was not surprising to meet Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, and the others here. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was an important event after all. It was a given that the cave heavens and paradises would let their disciples enter as well. That being said, it was rather shocking for Ding Yi to enter this place. He is only in the half-step open heaven realm. How did he manage to snatch an entrance? Not to mention, there are so many people following behind him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Yang. Have you been well? Ding Yi roared with laughter. His posture was arrogant, almost as if he was not bothered by all the disciples from the major sects on the opposite side. Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Ding, your bearing is as imposing as usual." In Xian Zhao was furious as he roared. Where did these wastes come from? How dare they jump out and embarrass themselves? Get lost. He had been incredibly upset by the sudden appearance of Gu Pan, Ning Daoran, Wei Buqi, and the others in support of Yang Kai. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do as their strengths and statuses were all similar. On the other hand, he could tell at a glance that Ding Yi did not have much of a background. How dare he meddle in this affair? He does not know his place. While snapping, Xian Zhao raised a hand and shot a stream of light in Ding Yi's direction. Although it was a casual blow, his strength was extraordinary. The power behind this stream of light was absolutely shocking, and all the people gathered around the mountain peaks in the vicinity were horrified by the sight, secretly thinking to themselves, as expected of a core disciple from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, they would find it difficult to defend themselves even though it was just a casual blow. Out of all the cultivators present, 90% would be killed within 10 moves if they fought Yin Xi and Zhao one-on-one. His attack was also intended as a warning to the others, lest more and more people popped up again, creating an unending cycle. Ding Yi, however, burst out laughing. Raising his hand into the air, he summoned a blade. I was just wondering about the abilities of a Cave Heaven disciple. His blade came slashing down. The flames wrapped around the blade swept upward and transformed into a stream of light that easily cut down Yin Xi and Zhao's attack. The disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were shocked by the sight. They initially assumed that Yin Xi and Zhao's attack would cause Ding Yi to panic, even if it could not kill the latter. Who could have known that the other party was so powerful? Ding Yi easily stopped Yin Xi and Zhao's attack, but that was not all. After destroying that stream of light, Ding Yi's flame blade did not stop swinging, and he shouted loudly, receiving without returning is impolite. Hey you! Take this! A blade light mixed with flames came slashing down towards Yin Xi and Zhao. Yin Xi and Zhao coldly snorted. Summoning a long sword, he flicked out countless sword shadows to meet the attack. The flames flashed though, and the sword shadows were annihilated. Yin Xi and Zhao abruptly turned pale as he shouted out, "Seventh order fire element power?" Just from this exchange of blows, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. This guy can unleash a 7th order fire element power? No wonder he was able to block my attack. In desperation, Yin Xi and Zhao immediately drew on the powers in his Dao seal. A dense wave of water vapor spread out and enveloped his entire body. He had not condensed a 7th order element, so all he could do at the moment was use water to suppress fire. Hong! The moment water and fire collided, Yin Xi and Zhao groaned and a cloud of steam exploded in all directions. By the time the mist dispersed, everybody gasped in surprise. Although Yin Xi and Zhao was perfectly fine and unhurt, his appearance was disheveled and messy. Everybody stared at Ding Yi in shock, wondering where this freak came from. They couldn't believe he bested Yin Xi and Zhao. Only Yang Kai was aware that Ding Yi could unleash the 7th order fire element power because he was chosen by Bai Feng to become a bearer in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Bai Feng had forced him to condense 7th order fire element power in order to increase his strength. This approach had heavily impacted Ding Yi's future, as he would be forced to withstand the 7th order fire element power when he advanced into the open heaven realm in the future. If he could not survive the impact, then his future would be bleak. Even now, Ding Yi's face was flushed red after using Bai Feng's fire, and his entire body was steaming with heat. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness, resting his blade on his shoulder as he loudly proclaimed, "Cave Heaven disciples are nothing special after all." Yin Xi and Zhao was rendered speechless. If it really came down to a fight, Ding Yi would not be his opponent. Ding Yi could clearly not use Bai Feng's fire many times, so he only needed to block the 7th order fire element power once or twice to stand in an invincible position. It would be an easy victory once Ding Yi could not use that power. It was just that he did not know anything about Ding Yi. Is he the disciple of some unknown old monster? Otherwise, how could he be capable of unleashing a 7th order fire element power? He asked through gritted teeth, "What is your name, Your Excellency?" Ding Yi burst out laughing. "Do you take me for a fool? You are a Cave Heaven disciple. If I tell you my name, won't you remember my name and come after me for revenge in the future? I'm not telling you. I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." What he didn't seem to realize was that Yin Xi and Zhao would remember his appearance even if he did not know his name. Ding Yi had brought his men as reinforcements, and counting Lang Qingshan and the others, the numbers on Yang Kai's side were almost equal to the opposing side now. However, only their numbers were equal. There was a huge disparity in terms of quality. Core disciples and legacy disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were abundant among the opposing side, and even the weakest among them were inner disciples who had condensed 5th order elements. On the contrary, aside from Gu Pan, Ning Daoran, Wei Bouquet, Lin Feng, Chu Huashang, Ding Yi, chef and accountant, there were not many who had condensed 5th order or higher elements on Yang Kai's side. The people from Emperor Heaven were even more of a mixed bunch. Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight, but there was a problem now. As long as Yin Xian Zhao and the others had their identity tokens on them, he could not kill them unless he was willing to die with them. At present he could only injure them at most. But what was the point of doing that? That was why it was hard to tell who would win and who would lose if it actually came down to a fight. The scene was tense. Ding Yi's attack had greatly frightened Yin Xian Zhao and the others. If they did not attack, then Yang Kai and the others naturally would not attack either. Thus the situation fell into a stalemate. Are you done making a fuss? If you're done, then shut up. Everyone keeps shouting at each other. It's so noisy. All of a sudden, somebody leisurely walked over from the foot of the hill with his hands behind his back. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Reacting as though he was facing a great nemesis, he prepared all the strength in his body to attack at any time and directed all his focus at this newcomer solemnly. There was only one person in the entire blood monster cave heaven whom he considered a formidable enemy, Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had returned to life through possession. Yang Kai had never thought much of anybody else, no matter which cave heaven or paradise they belonged to. Similarly, Chu Huashang's expression became grave. On the opposite side, Pei Wenxian narrowed his eyes and inconspicuously took a few steps back. He had suffered badly at the hands of Black Crow Divine Monarch previously. In addition, his identity token had been destroyed. If Black Crow Divine Monarch attacked him once more, he would be powerless to resist, so upon hearing Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice, he immediately began to consider whether he should flee. Now who the hell are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Yin Xian Zhao had nowhere to vent the rage in his heart. Just as he was about to deal with Yang Kai, various people had popped up one after another to get in his way. Ding Yi's sudden appearance had also caused him to fall into such a disheveled state, losing a great deal of face. And now, another unknown nobody had emerged. This series of happenings made him incredibly angry. It felt as though the entire world was looking down on him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4280, Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yin Xian Zhao had never been to the Blood Lake, so he did not know about Black Crow Divine Monarch or the latter's strength. Although Pei Wenxian was aware, he did not think to warn Yin Xian Zhao for some reason. Most likely, he was racking his brains and single-mindedly thinking of ways to protect himself. A cultivator approached Yin Xian Zhao and whispered something in his ear, causing the murderous intent in Yin Xian Zhao's eyes to flare brightly. A great thousand bloodland disciple? How dare a disciple of a trivial second-class great force utter such arrogant words in this place? Scram! Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed the body of Zhou Yi from Great Thousand Bloodland. It was obvious that the person who whispered in Yin Xian Zhao's ear earlier had recognized the former's appearance. Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look in that direction and grinned meaningfully. What did you say, boy? I dare you to repeat those words again. Yin Xian Zhao was further enraged and snapped. If you dare act disrespectful again, I'll take your dog life. Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded repeatedly. It has been many years since this monarch appeared in the world. I was not aware that young people were so bold nowadays. While chuckling to himself, he raised a hand and pointed in Yin Xian Zhao's direction. Yin Xian Zhao originally did not think much of Black Crow Divine Monarch as, in his eyes, the other party was just a disciple from a second-class great force. There was no need for him to take notice of the other party. Even if he killed the other party here for irritating him, Great Thousand Bloodland would not dare to make a single complaint. However, Yin Xian Zhao suddenly felt that something was wrong when Black Crow Divine Monarch pointed at him, and a suffocating aura of death suddenly enveloped him. A small crimson point of light appeared in Yin Xian Zhao's vision, and rapidly magnified in front of him. It obscured his vision and flooded his other senses. Before he could realize what was happening, he suddenly heard the sound of something shattering coming from his waist. The identity token hanging on his belt suddenly crumbled to dust. Amidst the cloud of dust, a stream of light burst out and slashed towards the crimson light. The crimson light broke apart, but the stream of light did not lose its momentum and crashed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had suffered badly due to a similar incident before. Back at the palace in the middle of the lake, He had been sliced in two by Pei Wenxian's identity token, so how could he be unprepared now? After unleashing his attack, Black Crow Divine Monarch kicked off slightly and floated backwards. At the same time, he left a blood shadow that looked exactly like him in the place where he was standing before. The blood shadow was almost like a soul clone. Its aura was no different from his. That stream of light slashed down upon the blood shadow and it collapsed with a loud splash, transforming into a crimson pool. The stench of blood permeated the air. After slashing down this blood shadow, the stream of light dissipated. The entire place went dead silent. Only Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, and Chu Huashang were mentally prepared for this situation. All the remaining people stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch in shock, regardless of which sect they came from. Their eyes were filled with horror. Xian Zhao was also as pale as a piece of paper. Even now, he was completely clueless about the situation. All he knew was that the identity token his master had painstakingly created for him had been activated and his protective charm had been up. The identity token he carried would only activate automatically at times where his life was in danger. In other words, he would be a corpse by now if not for the protection of that stream of light. What just happened? His thoughts were all over the place. Are all the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples so shameless nowadays? How boring. Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head. He had tried to kill Pei Wenxian before but failed, and now he once again failed to kill Xian Zhao. It was all because his attacks were blocked by the divine ability released by their identity tokens. He turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. These kids are so much weaker than you. There were so many talented young people present, but the only person that interested him was Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai was capable of actually fighting him and surviving despite being pursued over 10,000 kilometers. Yang Kai coldly snorted in response. Who are you? Xian Zhao no longer dared to underestimate Black Crow Divine Monarch. Somebody who could nearly kill him in a single move could not have been nurtured by Great Thousand Bloodland. Although Ding Yi's display had surprised him, it was nowhere near as terrifying and shocking as what he experienced just moments ago. He originally thought that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be where he could display his talents and rise to fame. Who could have known that each person he met in this place would be stronger than the last? Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look at Pei Wenxian and grinned. Who is this monarch? Why don't you ask your companion? If it was someone else speaking such words, they wouldn't hold much weight, but after his little display, Black Crow Divine Monarch certainly had such capital. Everyone save for a few glanced towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian was standing very far away by now, with all the energy in his body prepared to attack at any time. He had the posture of escaping at the first sign of something going wrong. When Black Crow Divine Monarch looked in his direction, his heart tightened in fear and he nearly fled. To his surprise, Black Crow Divine Monarch smilingly assured him, "Don't worry. I won't attack you since you're capable of reaching this place." Pei Wenxian did not know whether to believe those words or not. However, he realized that he would not be able to escape if Black Crow Divine Monarch had appeared here with the intention of actually killing him. Upon arriving at this conclusion, he relaxed considerably and quickly said, "This is Black Crow Divine Monarch." Divine Monarch? Everybody was so astonished that they could barely believe their ears. Since ancient times, the only ones with the qualifications to call themselves Divine Monarch were high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so how could there be a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in this place? Besides, they had never heard of the name Black Crow Divine Monarch before. Pei Wenxian explained, the Divine Monarch was trapped in this place by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, but his soul did not perish. He recently possessed Joey of Great Thousand Bloodland and came back to life. Everybody felt their scalps going numb with fear as Baoyang exclaimed in horror, "Is that the truth?" Pei Wenxian nodded solemnly in response. Nobody doubted his words. After all, they witnessed what happened just now with their own eyes. Aside from a divine monarch possessing somebody and coming back to life, nobody else could have the strength to nearly kill Xian Zhao in one move. In an instant, it wasn't just the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples who looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch warily. Even the people standing around Yang Kai became anxious and uneasy. From the actions of Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier, it was obvious that he was not a compassionate man. There was a high possibility that he was subject to shifting moods and killed others casually. If a person like him were consumed by bloodlust, nobody in this place could stop him. Don't be so nervous. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch was smiling cheerfully. This monarch did not spend so much effort to gather all of you in this place just to kill you. You gathered all of us in this place? Young Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Of course, Black Crow Divine Monarch tilted his head to the side. If not for this monarch, do you think all of you could have arrived here safely? I was the one who removed all the dangers and barriers along the way for you. Young Kai did not doubt those words. His journey here had certainly been very smooth. Logically speaking, that should not have been possible. It was not until this moment that he learned Black Crow Divine Monarch had removed all the dangers and obstacles along the way. No wonder so many people arrived here even though nobody had ever managed to arrive at the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven after so many years. This junior has a question. Dingy suddenly spoke up. Speak. Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to him. Sir Divine Monarch, you could have quietly cultivated after possessing somebody and coming back to life. Why did you have to gather all of us here? What are your intentions, Sir Divine Monarch? This question hit the nail on the head. Everybody wanted to know the answer. Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly, making him seem rather insidious. Of course, it's for the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Why else would this monarch spend so much effort to gather you all here? The Blood Monster Divine Palace? A series of exclamations rang out. Everybody's eyes blazed with excitement. It had long been said that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was located in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, wherein the inheritance and legacy of Blood Monster Divine Monarch were hidden. Anybody who could locate the Blood Monster Divine Palace and pass Blood Monster Divine Monarch's various tests would be able to inherit everything within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, rumors were just rumors. Nobody had ever confirmed these rumors. After all, nobody had ever found the Blood Monster Divine Palace throughout the years, so how could these rumors be verified? Be that as it may, Black Crow Divine Monarch had mentioned the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Does the Blood Monster Divine Palace really exist? You're not trying to deceive us, right? Young Kai stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch suspiciously. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed. Of course the Blood Monster Divine Palace exists. I don't mind telling you. The Blood Monster Divine Palace is right in front of you, in this very mountain valley. While speaking, he reached out and pointed downward. They looked down but did not see the Blood Monster Divine Palace anywhere. The mountain valley might be green and lush with beautiful scenery, but there was no sign of a palace at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch calmly explained, as long as the barrier is not broken, the palace will not show itself. If you want to find the Blood Monster Divine Palace, you have to destroy the barrier first. Young Kai quickly asked, what does that have to do with you gathering all of us in this place? Black Crow Divine Monarch snickered. If this monarch had his full strength, no, with just 10% of the strength I possessed before, it would have not been a problem destroying that barrier. Unfortunately, you have also seen this monarch's current situation. The strength I can wield currently is very limited. Although I know the secrets behind the barrier, my strength is not enough for me to break it alone. I need the help of many people. Upon hearing those words, everybody understood the situation. They finally knew why Black Crow Divine Monarch had gathered so many people in this place. It was not rare to see barriers like this which required the joint efforts of many people to destroy. Therefore, there was nothing strange about his words. There's one more thing. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression became a little solemn. There is probably a monster beast protecting the palace, and if this monarch's guess is correct, it is a 7th order monster beast. 7th order? Everybody exclaimed in surprise. All of them had killed some monster beasts during their travels, so they each had a rough idea of the strength of these monster beasts. A 5th order monster beast was roughly equivalent to a half-step open heaven realm master. On the other hand, a 6th order monster beast was as strong as a low-rank open heaven realm master at the very least. Wouldn't that mean that a 7th order monster beast could exert the strength of a mid-rank open heaven realm master? Who among all the people present could resist such a monster beast? Even Black Crow Divine Monarch himself could not win against it in his current state. You are unable to detect the existence of the monster beast because it is sleeping at the moment. However, it will awaken once we begin breaking the barrier. That's why this monarch doesn't just need some people to help him break the barrier. I also need some people to help fend off the 7th Order monster beast. Are you insane? Yang Kai jokingly asked. He had already been at a serious disadvantage during his previous battle with Golden Gorilla King at Abundance City. Golden Gorilla King was only at the peak of the 6th Order, not to mention that he was heavily injured at the time. If Golden Gorilla King was already so powerful, how much stronger would a 7th Order monster beast be? With their current strength, meeting a 7th Order monster beast was no different from courting death. Martial Peak Chapter 4281 Discussing Terms. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed. A 7th Order monster beast might be extraordinary, but it's been asleep for a very long time. It is unknown how much strength it can exert at the moment. Every one of you are the elite disciples of major sects. I'm sure it won't be a problem if you join forces and work together to fight it. Besides, this monarch is not asking you to kill it. You only need to distract it for some time. Once we enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace after the barrier is broken, what can that 7th Order monster beast do to us? Yang Kai ignored Black Crow Divine Monarch's little speech. Before entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he had hoped to encounter a metal element or an element 7th Order monster beast and obtain the monster core by slaying it, but he completely gave up on that idea after his battle with the Golden Gorilla King. A 7th Order monster beast was not something he could challenge. Black Crow Divine Monarch continued, the Blood Monster Divine Palace is where old ghost Shui Yao lived. There are countless hidden treasures inside there. If you can obtain some of those treasures, you will surely experience a soaring improvement in your cultivation. Although his words were bewitching, not many people were moved. After witnessing the methods Black Crow Divine Monarch displayed previously, many people were very scared of him. He was a divine monarch who not only came back to life through possession, but also had a deeper understanding of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven than them. Even if what he said was true, even if they could work together to fend off the 7th Order monster beast and destroy the barrier, who could remove the treasures from beneath his nose? Wouldn't he take all the good things for himself? Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others? The disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were not stupid and understood this point clearly. Black Crow Divine Monarch stretched his arms and shouted, "Everyone, please lend me your strength. This monarch can only rely on you. Once we succeed, we will split the treasures in the palace according to our respective opportunities." Countless pairs of eyes stared at him indifferently, but nobody responded. Yang Kai sneered, "Black Crow Divine Monarch, I'm afraid you took the wrong approach by trying to borrow our strength to open the Blood Monster Divine Palace. I suggest you give up on that idea as soon as possible." Black Crow Divine Monarch looked around after hearing those words. This monarch is being sincere. Is nobody going to show some appreciation? Baoyang quickly said, "Divine Monarch, you are a senior master and we can only sigh at our inferiority before you. Please help yourself to all the treasures in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. I'm afraid we will have to decline your offer to participate." Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled lightly. "What are you so afraid of? Are you afraid that this monarch will simply slaughter you once we enter the palace? If that's the case, this monarch can swear a blood oath." While saying so, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. Both his hands quickly formed seals, guiding the blood mist to transform into a mysterious blood pattern. He faced the blood pattern and solemnly swore, "This monarch Heya will swear a blood oath on his Dao seal. If you all cooperate with this monarch to open the Blood Monster Divine Palace, we will split the treasures according to our respective opportunities once we enter the palace, and as long as you do not provoke me first, this monarch will not harm you. May my soul be extinguished if I break this oath." After saying that, he formed a final seal and the blood pattern transformed into a blood light that shot straight into his forehead. Grunting softly, he staggered backwards and turned a few shades paler. Upon seeing that, everybody looked at each other in shock. The fact that Black Crow Divine Monarch would decisively swear a blood oath on his Dao seal was something nobody expected. Moreover, this oath sounded rather sincere. As long as they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, he would not attack anyone who did not provoke him. Those words essentially guaranteed their safety. Of course, they could guess that the more sincere he seemed, the more it meant that he desperately wanted something from within the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Even so, there was no denying that many people became interested after Black Crow Divine Monarch made the blood oath. The main reason for their hesitation previously was their fear of his strength. He could force Xian Zhao's identity token to activate with a single move, which meant if he really wanted to kill them, nobody could stop him. However, things were different now that their safety was guaranteed. In any case, his actions had clearly shown his sincerity. Xian Zhao and the others looked at each other and saw the interest in each other's eyes. They were the first batch of people to arrive in this place since ancient times, so there was no saying what kind of treasures they could find if they managed to open the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Qiu Kongxian of Clear Mind Heaven asked, "Divine Monarch, can you tell us what kind of treasures can be found inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace?" Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly. "How would this monarch know? I've never entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace before." Nevertheless, that old ghost Shui Yao was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There must be some treasures inside. Who knows? There might be some 7th Order or 8th Order cultivation resources within. Those words made Qiu Kongxian and the others breathe a little quicker in excitement. Even Yang Kai's eyes flickered slightly. Although he could not let his guard down around Black Crow Divine Monarch, he desperately needed 7th Order metal and element resources. If there really were 7th Order or 8th Order resources inside, then he had to try his luck no matter what. Even though those thoughts swirled in his heart, Yang Kai revealed nothing on the surface. Ba Liang considered for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. How can this Ba back down after coming here? Sir Divine Monarch, this Ba Liang is willing to lend you a hand no matter what the others may choose." "Good. Very good. Boy, you're not bad." Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Ba Liang approvingly. Qiu Kongxian said, "There's no reason for me to refuse if Brother Ba agrees." Yi Cheng of Azure Nether Paradise smilingly chimed in. "This Yi will lend a hand to." As soon as these people expressed their stance, more people immediately expressed their willingness to help Blood Monster Divine Monarch break the barrier. Even so, there were also some cultivators who realized that their strength was inferior to others present. After hesitating for some time, one of them cupped his fist and said, "Sir Divine Monarch, please forgive us. Our strength is lacking and I'm afraid we won't be of much help even if we joined you. We will take our leave now." That person quickly led several of his fellow brothers and retreated down the mountain after saying that. Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop them. He simply watched their departing backs with a faint smile. Those people had not walked further than several tens of meters away when a layer of crimson-red blood mist emerged from the ground and enveloped them. Their screams of agony immediately rang out, followed by several energy fluctuations. The blood mist disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It didn't take more than several breaths of time before the crimson-red mist vanished out of sight. What entered their sights made them gasp in horror. The cultivators that were preparing to leave just now had been turned into mummified corpses that collapsed to the ground without a shred of vitality. Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned. This monarch even went so far as to swear a blood oath. Who else dares not give me face? He turned and looked around. Who else wishes to leave? Reveal yourselves to this monarch. Who else would dare to step forward with such a precedent? Even though those people died a horrible death right in front of them, nobody had noticed when Black Crow Divine Monarch made his move. It was only natural that nobody wanted to follow their footsteps. As such, he sneered, "I don't mind telling you. This monarch has already arranged a grand array in this area. Nobody can leave without this monarch's approval." Yang Kai calmly said, "Don't wag your tongue so wildly, Divine Monarch, you might bite it." Yang Kai had tried to activate his space principles just now, and discovered that he was not bound by any restrictions. In other words, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not stop him if he wanted to leave. Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced sideways at Yang Kai, murderous intent overflowing from his eyes. However, he quickly composed himself and snickered. "You're quite capable, brat. It's true that this monarch cannot stop you if you wish to leave. You can escape, but can the people by your side do the same? Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened. There was really nothing he could do if Black Crow Divine Monarch threatened the people around him. While he might be able to place everybody into the small sealed world and leave with them, Black Crow Divine Monarch would surely act before he could finish. Ignoring Yang Kai, Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at the others and asked, "Does anybody else wish to leave?" "Leave, my ass. Those who tried to leave died right in front of us. Who would dare try to leave?" Regardless of whether they were willing or unwilling, they had no choice but to follow Black Crow Divine Monarch now. Pleased with the situation, Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded repeatedly. Then he turned to look at Yang Kai. "What about you? Are you coming or not?" Only the people around Yang Kai had yet to express their stance, which meant as long as Yang Kai agreed, then all the pieces were in place. "Do you agree to let me leave, Divine Monarch?" Yang Kai asked. "You can try." Black Crow Divine Monarch smiled brightly in response. However, his gaze swept across Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others with malicious intent. Yang Kai was so furious that his teeth hurt. After a brief consideration, he quickly said, "Divine Monarch, I can assist you, but I have a condition." "Oh." Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. "You want to negotiate with this monarch? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to do so." Yang Kai shook his head. "I believe I do." After saying that, he immediately changed his tone. "You mentioned it yourself, Divine Monarch. There are two main issues. One is to destroy the barrier and the other is to fend off the Seventh Order monster beast. We are completely clueless about the barriers in this place while you seem to know something. In other words, you will be presiding over the process of breaking the barrier. During this time you will be preoccupied, so you won't be able to do two things at once. As such, you will need somebody else to distract the Seventh Order monster beast." "So what?" Black Crow Divine Monarch looked over calmly. Yang Kai said, "You know the ferocity of a Seventh Order monster beast. Out of everybody here, I am the only one who stands a fighting chance against it. Who else can fight a Seventh Order monster beast?" Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted. "Many of those little ones have those nameplates. When they are in grave danger, the divine abilities within the nameplates will automatically be activated. Forget keeping the Seventh Order monster beast occupied. Even killing it won't be an issue." Yang Kai said, "They will need to be in grave danger for that to happen. Do you think they will intentionally place themselves in grave danger and use up the divine abilities in their identity tokens? Why fool yourself, Divine Monarch? These people are unreliable. You know you can only rely on me to distract the Seventh Order monster beast. You've seen what I can." At this point, Yang Kai frowned and murmured, "No. Were you waiting for me, Divine Monarch?" Yang Kai suddenly recalled that Black Crow Divine Monarch arrived here a long time ago. However, it was not until he arrived here that the latter leisurely showed up. It was clear Black Crow Divine Monarch was waiting for him. Upon understanding this point, Yang Kai immediately realized something else. This old ghost planned to use me to hold off that Seventh Order monster beast from the start. This old ghost is so sly. I nearly fell for his trick." Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. "Brat, those who are too smart tend to die young." Yang Kai burst out laughing. "Divine Monarch, why are you getting angry out of shame?" Since Black Crow Divine Monarch had planned for him to distract the Seventh Order monster beast in the first place, there was no reason to be reserved, so Yang Kai immediately asked, "Do you think I have the right to negotiate with you now, Divine Monarch?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4282, Blood Principles Restriction Secret Technique. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression became gloomy and uncertain for a time before he coldly snorted. "What is your condition? Let's hear it. But I'll say this in advance. If it's too excessive, then don't blame this monarch for acting ruthless." "Don't worry, Divine Monarch. My condition is not excessive." Yang Kai smiled brightly. "I only need a Seventh Order metal or an element material." Upon hearing those words, Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head so hard that it rattled. "I don't have any." Yang Kai said, "Divine Monarch, how can you be so unreasonable? You are a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who came back to life through possession. Although seventh-order materials are valuable, they should not be a problem for you, right? Don't you have any kind of legacy? Black Crow Divine Monarch angrily snarled. This monarch was trapped in this place by Shui Yao for countless years. What legacy would I have to speak of? I would not hesitate to give you such trash if I had one in my possession, but I don't have anything right now. He paused for a moment before he continued. Why don't we do this instead? Help me open the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and if I find what you need inside, this monarch will deliver it to you. I'm sure there are some seventh-order materials inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai scoffed at those words. Divine Monarch, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? If this bastard finds anything good inside, he would never hand them over to me. It's not the first time I've encountered betrayals. Black Crow Divine Monarch said, There's nothing I can do if you don't trust this monarch. It's just that this monarch really does not have what you want. Why don't you change your request to something this monarch can satisfy? Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since you said that, Divine Monarch, then I won't make things difficult for you. I'll change my condition to something you have. That's right. I'll take the true Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Junior, don't go too far. Yang Kai looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly. Divine Monarch, don't you think you're being rather insincere? I wanted high-rank materials, but you claim that you don't have any. Now, I'm asking for the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. Are you going to tell me you don't have it either? Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. Who is the one being unreasonable here? This monarch is simply asking for your help to distract the 7th Order monster beast for a while. How dare you try to covet the Bloodlight Scripture for such a small task? It's unfortunate that this monarch has only just been reborn and not recovered his strength, or I would have killed you long ago. You know that if I have to face a 7th Order monster beast, I will have to risk my life. Divine Monarch. The Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture is the core secret art of that old dog Shui Yao's Tao of Blood Inheritance. This monarch spent countless years obtaining it. Handing it to another person is impossible. Not unless it's a dead person. This won't work, that won't work. Divine Monarch, are you trying to benefit without giving anything in return? I may be young, but I'm not so easily fooled either. Likewise, Yang Kai looked annoyed. Black Crow Divine Monarch furrowed his brow tightly and softened his tone. Brat, don't make things difficult for me. This monarch is unable to fulfill the 2 conditions you asked for, so why mention them? You're simply causing everybody to become unhappy as a result. Change your condition. This monarch will not refuse you if it is within my abilities to satisfy you. Really? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Oh. Black Crow Divine Monarch arrogantly said, of course. This monarch will not deceive a junior like you. Yang Kai pretended to think for a while before he finally said, in that case, please hand over the Blood Principles Restriction secret technique in the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. Why would you need that? Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, but a few moments later, he suddenly realized something. Are you trying to bring somebody out of here? He looked Yang Kai up and down, then he grinned meaningfully. Brat, you beat around the bush for so long, but it seems your real aim was the Blood Principles Restriction secret technique. He seemed delighted to have seen through Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai revealed nothing. Just tell me whether you'll give it to me or not. The truth was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was reluctant. It was just that he had already rejected Yang Kai twice, and doing so a 3rd time would likely lead to a complete breakdown in negotiations. If that was the case, then there was no need to continue discussing this matter. Besides, the blood secret technique was not related to the core of the Bloodlight Scripture even though it was part of it. There was no need to worry about Yang Kai deducing the rest of the Bloodlight Scripture from this derivative technique. Thus, he immediately nodded. This monarch can agree to this condition. Black Crow Divine Monarch agreed so readily that Yang Kai couldn't help feeling uneasy. So he frowned and said, Divine Monarch, don't try to deceive me. I've also comprehended a bit of the Bloodlight Scripture myself, so I'll know whether those secret techniques are real or fake. If you dare to play tricks on me, don't blame this junior for turning around and betraying you. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. Rest assured. This monarch made a promise to you. I will not cheat. Why do you need to be so suspicious, brat? While saying so, he took out a jade slip. His divine sense surged for a moment, seeming to inscribe something, before he tossed the jade slip over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out to catch the jade slip. While maintaining a thread of consciousness to watch Black Crow Divine Monarch warily, he examined the contents of the jade slip. If not for the experience at the Blood Lake, Yang Kai would not have been able to determine the authenticity of the information contained within the jade slip. Fortunately, he had comprehended several chapters of the Bloodlight scripture previously, and did not find any flaws after he carefully examined the secret technique in the jade slip. The Blood Principle's restriction secret technique was not hard to undo. The only issue was that he needed to consume some of his own blood chi. If only I could return to Abundance City. I'd be able to experiment on the cultivators there. That way I'd know whether this information is real or fake. Everybody paid close attention to the conversation Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch were having via divine sense transmission. However, they had no idea what was being said. They saw various expressions flitting across the faces of those two, and a short while later, Black Crow Divine Monarch tossed a jade slip to Yang Kai, who then began examining it. Everybody couldn't help looking at each other, wondering what kind of deal Black Crow Divine Monarch made with Yang Kai. A quarter hour later, Black Crow Divine Monarch urged impatiently, "Brat, are you done? Do you have to study it so carefully? You'll have plenty of time to study it once we're out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Yang Kai put the jade slip away and nodded, "Good." Black Crow Divine Monarch looked satisfied. "In that case, let us begin. But there's something I have to say in advance." He looked around him and his expression gradually became colder as he darkly added, "You will all need to work together to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If this monarch discovers that somebody is secretly attacking another or holding back, then this monarch will kill him." While speaking, he specifically glanced at Yang Kai and Yin Xian Zhao. It was obvious he knew that these two were not on good terms. Yang Kai nonchalantly said, "I won't do anything if nobody provokes me first." Yin Xian Zhao cupped his fists. "Divine Monarch, please rest assured. In the current situation, the Blood Monster Divine Palace is the top priority. This junior understands his priorities." "Very good." Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed. "In that case, this monarch will explain how we will work together to break the barrier. As long as we can break through and enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace, this monarch guarantees that you will all gain something." Nobody understood the Blood Monster Divine Palace better than him, so it was only natural that he presided over the process of breaking the barrier. In addition, Black Crow Divine Monarch was very well prepared. Now that he was in charge of coordinating the entire situation, he immediately conveyed order after order. That was not all though, as he brought out array flags from somewhere, and distributed them to the cultivators. The cultivators gathered in this place numbered 1,000 at the very least. Soon, everybody except the people around Yang Kai were divided into 64 groups to stand at various positions according to Black Crow Divine Monarch's arrangement. The leaders of each group were elite disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, each of whom carried an array flag with them. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. Black Crow Divine Monarch had been imprisoned in this place for so many years. Not to mention, he himself was a high-rank open heaven realm master who came back to life through possession. Logically speaking, he should have a deeper understanding of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven than anybody else, and yet, even with his extensive knowledge, experience and ability, he still needed to go to such lengths to set up such a grand array in order to break the barrier here. Furthermore, there was also a slumbering 7th order monster beast that would awaken the moment they began to break the barrier. Did Blood Monster Divine Monarch really have the intention to pass down his legacy and inheritance? Yang Kai seriously doubted that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had truly considered such a thing. Otherwise, why would he set such high difficulty tests? These were not obstacles that ordinary Emperor Realm Masters could overcome. Be that as it may, it was too late to think about it now. Black Crow Divine Monarch had already begun his preparations. Whether or not they could open the Blood Monster Divine Palace would depend entirely on his methods. The entire process took no more than an hour before the grand array was ready. Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in front of Yang Kai and solemnly said, "Brat, It will be great if the seventh order monster beast does not appear later, but if it does, then I can only rely on you and the people around you to distract it. The others will be part of the grand array, so they will be unable to move. Don't disappoint this monarch. Yang Kai said, I'll do my best. I have no idea how much strength a seventh order monster beast can exert. If I can't win, then I'll definitely make my escape. How can I just stay here and wait for death to come? Black Crow Divine Monarch clearly read between the lines and understood the thoughts that Yang Kai did not express. Thus, he glared at Yang Kai deeply. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do except try to entice Yang Kai with the benefits. Didn't you want metal element and Yin element high-rank materials? If you help this monarch distract the monster beast, I will surely bring you what you need if I find them in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai nodded. That can be discussed later. Needless to say, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not be trusted. He might be showing a kind and friendly facade at the moment, but that was only because he needed him right now. Once Yang Kai's value vanished, why would Black Crow Divine Monarch bother playing nice? But Yang Kai was a little excited. I wonder what element the monster beast sleeping in this place is. If it happens to be the metal or Yin element, I'll definitely kill it. I haven't used the divine ability beat given to me by Proprietress yet. If I do, there's a high chance I can kill the monster beast in one blow. Black Crow Divine Monarch transformed into a bloodlight and departed. By the time he reappeared, he was standing in the middle of the mountain valley. He formed a set of hand seals and shouted, "Get ready! Our success or failure depends on this. Start the array." As he spoke, he reached his hand into the void and pulled out a large banner from somewhere. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. The large banner absorbed the blood chi and immediately seemed to come alive. Martial Peak Chapter 4283 Star Turtle. The large banner fluttered, flapping loudly in the wind. The cultivators holding the array flags at all 64 array nodes activated them, according to the secret technique taught to them by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Then the array flags began to resonate with the control banner. A vibration that came from the depths of one's soul resounded through the air. The entire world seemed to shudder for a moment, and crimson-red mist emerged from the ground before spreading out to cover the entire mountain valley in the blink of an eye. They had all witnessed the strangeness of this blood mist earlier. The cultivators who fell into it had quickly turned into mummified corpses. Therefore, everybody was terrified when the blood mist appeared once more and their scalps tingled with fear. Black Crow Divine Monarch shouted, "Focus! If you dare to slack off, then don't blame this monarch for being ruthless." Everybody felt very uneasy. Nevertheless, they could only grit their teeth and continue cooperating with him to activate the grand array when they thought about his horrifying methods. Fortunately, the blood mist only lingered within the mountain valley and flowed around their bodies. The blood mist soon squirmed like a living creature under the influence of those array flags, and gradually gathered together to form a gigantic array in the mountain valley. A faint outline suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The outline only revealed the tip of the iceberg, but it looked like a part of an enormous palace. All the cultivators were stunned by the sight of that outline. Only then did they realize that Black Crow Divine Monarch did not deceive them. The rumored Blood Monster Divine Palace was truly hidden in this place. It was just that it had always been protected by a barrier, so it was never revealed. If not for Black Crow Divine Monarch's guidance, most would have never noticed any of the mysteries in this place, even if they were standing in front of them. Yang Kai stood at the top of the mountain in his original spot. He looked at the outline and became more certain that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had no intention of passing his legacy and inheritance down to anyone. Everything in this place could not be accessed by a cultivator in the Emperor realm. Without Black Crow Divine Monarch, it would have been impossible for them to even find any traces of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. The blood mist twisted and squirmed back and forth within the mountain valley, constantly climbing over the outline of the palace. Over time, the outline revealed more and more parts of the palace, while at the same time, the outline became more and more solid. Next to Yang Kai, Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, Zhang Ruoxi, Lin Feng, Ning Daoran, Wei Buke, Ding Yi, chef, accountant, and Lang Qing Shan were all ready to attack at a moment's notice. However, There were no signs indicating the appearance of the seventh-order monster beast despite waiting for so long. Dingy scratched his head and chuckled. Could Black Crow Divine Monarch have been mistaken? There doesn't seem to be a seventh-order monster beast sleeping in this place. With such a commotion going on, any monster beast would have woken up a long time ago if they were sleeping here. Wei Bouquet grinned. It's best if there's nothing. We can just watch them work. Then we can rush in and search for treasure once the Blood Monster Divine Palace opens. Dingy reacted like he had found his best friend and looked at Wei Bouquet enthusiastically. I was thinking so too. Keep your guard up, Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Although they had yet to see anything resembling a seventh-order monster beast, there was obviously a reason why Black Crow Divine Monarch was so serious about this matter. It was most likely that there really was a seventh-order monster beast sleeping in this place. During the conversation between Ding Yi and Wei Bouquet, a faint and barely perceptible monster chi suddenly spread out. It didn't take long before the monster chi became dozens of times more potent. Moreover, the monster chi was so pure that it was simply indescribable. Even the Golden Gorilla King could not compare. There was no doubt that the seventh-order monster beast sleeping in this place had been awoken from its slumber. Everybody's expressions froze. The mouths of Ding Yi and Wei Bouquet, who had been joking around, twitched slightly. They realized that their words had jinxed the situation. They had only just mentioned the monster beast and the monster beast immediately showed signs of appearing. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Spreading out his divine sense, he monitored the surroundings. He wanted to know where the monster beast would emerge from, for, at this moment, there was no sign of it. Even so, just the monster chi permeating the air alone was enough to create a sense of terror in their hearts. One could only imagine the horror of a seventh-order monster beast. A short while later, Yang Kai looked down and shouted, "It's coming from below." The entire view in the mountain valley was unobstructed, but there was no trace of the monster beast at all. Thus, the only possibility was that the monster beast would emerge from underground. As soon as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, they heard a loud rumbling coming from deep below. It was followed by an earthquake, almost as though a behemoth was crawling out of the ground. Without any warning, an enormous head suddenly popped out from below the ground, accompanied by a deep roar. A large bloody mouth opened and swallowed up several dozen people standing nearby in one bite, along with the soil they were standing on. All of a sudden, there was one less array node among the 64. Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch had obviously anticipated this issue when setting up the Grand Array. Even though there was one less array node, it did not affect the operation of the Grand Array at all. The blood mist continued to drift over the Blood Monster Divine Palace, making it appear more and more solid. It was even starting to show signs of emerging from the void. Hong hong hong. The monster beast broke out of the ground in the next moment, causing a gigantic pit to appear. Its enormous body was as large as a small hill, with thick scales covering its body forming a powerful defense. The blood mist swirled around the sides of its body but could not corrode it at all. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to his surroundings all this while, finally had a good look at the monster beast. It was a star turtle with a 200-meter-long and 50-meter-tall body. In addition, it was covered in a layer of dazzling yellow light. Yang Kai was both disappointed and relieved. An earth element monster beast. He was disappointed that this monster beast was not of the metal element or an element like what he desperately needed, but rather the earth element. He had already condensed an earth element power. Moreover, he had used the dragon bead of a great dragon. There was nothing much to gain even if he killed this star turtle. At the same time, he was relieved that it was an earth element monster beast. The earth element was mainly about defense, so although it would be difficult to kill, the posture of this star turtle indicated it had poor offensive abilities, so the risk of facing it was minimized to a great extent. Furthermore, the star turtle had been sleeping for many millennia, so at this moment, it was still a little dazed and sluggish from having just woken up. It blankly rolled its eyes around, looking very drowsy. The cultivators forming the array nodes nearest to the turtle trembled uncontrollably. They had witnessed with their own eyes as the star turtle gulped up an entire batch of cultivators as soon as it appeared. Therefore, they were scared that it might turn around and eat them too. One should not be fooled by its dazed appearance. Nobody present was its opponent if it decided to attack. After all, its strength lay in its defense. The possibility was high that nobody could put a scratch on it. One of the cultivators from a second-class great force gulped nervously and subconsciously took a few steps back. He wanted to hide behind the others to seek a sense of security, but who could have known that his retreat would cause him to fall into the blood mist? There was a series of sizzling sounds and that person screamed in pain. The blood mist crawled up his body like snakes, enveloping him completely. By the time the blood mist dissipated, the man had become a mummified corpse. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted while waving the control banner. "Stand where you are. Whoever dares to move about rashly will die." Everybody felt a bitter taste in their mouths. It was not until this moment that they realized they were stuck in this situation with no way out. Out of all the areas covered by the Grand Array, only the areas around the array nodes were safe. Everywhere else was flooded with the blood mist. In other words, they could only stand at their respective array nodes once Black Crow Divine Monarch activated the Grand Array. Otherwise, they would have to bear the risk of death. Yang Kai was delighted when he saw this situation. He initially thought that he and the others had taken on a laborious task while the others had it easy, but it would now seem that fighting the Star Turtle was undoubtedly better than having no say about one's own life. He couldn't help looking in Yin Xian Zhao's direction, secretly hoping that the Star Turtle would kill the latter. Coincidentally, Yin Xian Zhao also happened to be looking this way. Their gazes met for a moment and Yin Xian Zhao immediately figured out what Yang Kai was thinking. Thus he angrily shouted, "Yang Kai, why aren't you moving yet?" The array node he was managing was not that far from where the Star Turtle was located, so he had reason to be uneasy. Yang Kai calmly called out, "There's no rush." Yin Xian Zhao nearly spat blood at those words. "You might be in no rush, but I'm about to die from anxiety." Yin Xian Zhao never imagined that the situation would turn out this way after the Grand Array was activated. If he had known earlier, he would have volunteered to trade places with Yang Kai. At the very least, he would have some control over his own life or death. At this moment, he was unable to move a single step from this spot. Whether he lived or died was completely up to fate. It was a horrible feeling. "You should act now before it's too late." Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice rang out. "This monster beast has been sleeping for eons, and now that it's just woken up, its strength has yet to recover. This is the best time to take it down. If you delay, it will be even harder to handle." How difficult would it be to inflict heavy damage upon such a defense-oriented 7th-order monster beast? Yang Kai was not sure if they could put a scratch on it even if everybody on his side used their full strength. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch was right about one thing. This was indeed the time when the Star Turtle was at its weakest. At that thought, Yang Kai nodded. Since Divine Monarch has said so, then this junior will comply. Then he shouted, "Kill!" Swinging his arm widely, Space Principles surged to form a huge moon blade that broke the void and slashed towards the Star Turtle. Everybody around Yang Kai swiftly unleashed their secret techniques one after another. Colorful lights swept towards the Star Turtle, showering down on its huge figure in an instant. The people gathered around Yang Kai were a mix of both the strong and weak. For example, many from Emperor Heaven were rather weak. However, there was no shortage of elites like Gu Pan, Chu Huashang, and Ning Dao Ran either. The attacks of these core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises were extraordinarily deadly. Hong hong hong. Explosion after explosion rang out deafeningly as numerous halos of light from these explosions spread out in all directions. When the lights dissipated, everybody looked over and felt a headache. Although they had known that the Star Turtle would have high defensive strength, they never imagined that it would be so outrageous. Their previous barrage had not even broken through the yellow layer of light surrounding its body, let alone cause any form of damage. Wei Bouquet grinned. "This bastard sure is tough." Yang Kai shouted again. Another round of attacks was launched and nobody dared to hold back. The best method to deal with the earth element was to counter with the wood element. Among the 5 elements would suppressed earth. Unfortunately, the wood element was generally focused on restoration and healing. Few people could comprehend offensive divine abilities from their wood element. Martial Peak, Chapter 4284. The Might of a 7th-Order Monster Beast. Although Yang Kai had condensed his wood element power from the essence of the immortal tree, He had yet to comprehend a wood element divine ability. On the other hand, his originally strong restorative and healing abilities had been greatly enhanced as a result. There were precious few among the crowd who had realized any form of wood element divine ability at all, so even if they unleashed these divine abilities, the effects on the star turtle were negligible. This was a seventh-order monster beast. Therefore, the earth attribute light surrounding its body was formed from a seventh-order earth element power. It was very difficult to destroy such a barrier without a high enough order strength. When everybody attacked at this moment, the disparity between their strength was revealed. Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, and the others were undoubtedly the strongest in the group. They were core disciples of their respective cave heavens and paradises after all. As the future pillars of their respective sects, they had been vigorously nurtured since young. The power behind their secret techniques was amazing, difficult for ordinary cultivators to match up to. Meanwhile, chef accountant Lang Qingshan, Ding Yi, and several others were slightly inferior in comparison. As for the ones from Emperor Heaven, their attacks were quite weak by comparison. However, what they lacked in individual strength they made up for in numbers. Their attacks raining down on the star turtle gradually made the light surrounding its body slightly dimmer. At this moment, the star turtle seemed to be slowly awakening, and soon it swiveled its head around and looked in their direction. Roaring up into the sky, it immediately began moving. It rushed over towards them at an extremely high speed despite looking clumsy and heavy. Every step it took made a thunderous thud against the ground. "He's coming!" Yang Kai shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, he did not dare to hold back any longer. Drawing power from his Tao seal, Golden Crow's true fire spread out and began burning everything before him. Yang Kai had condensed 5 types of high-rank elements, and had managed to comprehend divine abilities from 2 of them so far. One was the Dragon Shield and the other was the Golden Crow casts the sun. Be that as it may, it did not prevent him from mobilizing these powers in other ways. The pitch-black flames threatened to burn down the space around them, and even the horrifying blood mist evaporated upon contact. When the pitch-black flames reached the star turtle's body, a series of crackling sounds rang out. The khaki's yellow light dimmed further by a considerable extent. The others continued to provide support while at the same time, they quickly retreated and scattered in all directions. It was not until the star turtle approached to within 1,000 meters that its yellow light barrier finally shattered. Yang Kai was overjoyed by the sight. Without even pausing to think about it, he summoned the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and opened its lid. A dazzling light immediately swept out and wrapped around the star turtle. A loud cry sounded once more. The Yuan magnetic divine light contained devastating destructive power that tore into the softer parts of the star turtle's body that were not covered by its shell, slicing open countless bloody wounds all over its body. When a dim light suddenly lit up, a sense of terror descended on the world. Everybody felt a shudder going through their hearts. It felt as though they could hear death calling out their names. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the star turtle had opened its large mouth to reveal its jagged fangs. Moreover, there was a small ball of khaki's yellow light the size of a wash basin taking shape in its mouth. The attack was aimed directly at where Yang Kai was standing. "Watch out!" Chu Huashang screamed. Touching her fingers together, she quickly formed a seal and pressed her hand down in the direction of the star turtle. At the same time, Wei Bouquet slashed out with his sword. The whip-like sword light caused all the colors to drain out of the world. Ding Yi summoned Bai Feng's fire and stirred the clouds. Lin Feng drew his sword and flicked out countless sword shadows that covered the sky. Gu Pan held a paintbrush in her grip, drawing in the air. An enormous seal character appeared as though printed upon the star turtle's mouth. Meanwhile, the peachwood sword behind Ning Dao Ransback came flying out to transform into a flitting shadow that cut down the stars. Last but not least, Lang Qingshan, the people of Emperor Heaven, and the others also attacked all at once. It was an extremely lively scene, with all kinds of blinding lights bursting forth and dazzled their sight. Unfortunately, the star turtle was unaffected. It allowed the numerous attacks to simply land on its body as the ball of light spewed out from its mouth like a winding bolt of lightning. The sword lights shattered and the sword shadows were erased. Moans and groans rang out from all around. Chu Huashang was thrown backward like a paper kite, spitting up blood in midair. Wei Bouquet was pushed back several dozens of meters by the huge impact force, dragging his feet and creating long troughs in the dirt. Ding Yi's face was flushed and his body glowed red as though cooked through. Creaking sounds came from the wooden sword in Ning Dao Ran's hand as slim cracks appeared along its length. The combined strength of so many elites could not stop a single blow from the star turtle, horrifying them all. In the meantime, the ball of light continued to shoot towards Yang Kai even though the momentum had decreased somewhat. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned out the Azure Dragon Spear. Gripping it in both hands, he thrust out. A dragon roar resounded, reverberating through the sky as the figure of a great dragon seemed to flash out from the Azure Dragon Spear to collide with the ball of light. In the next moment, the ball of light exploded and a shockwave spread out in all directions. Yang Kai felt a mighty force slamming straight into his chest and the sound of his bones breaking rang out. Several of his ribs were broken in an instant and the bone fragments stabbed into his lungs. The pain was absolutely unbearable. Unable to hold back, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The khaki's yellow force raged about wildly. Everybody present was forced back and thrown into a miserable state. Some of the weaker Emperor Heaven cultivators were heavily injured by the impact and collapsed on the spot. It was hard to tell if they were even still alive. Only Yang Kai advanced instead of retreating. Raging flames blazed in his eyes because he knew that at least half of the people on his side would die in the next instant if it backed down. Black Crow Divine Monarch had valid reason for choosing him to challenge the 7th Order Monster Beast. He was the only person who could stand a fighting chance against this 7th Order Monster Beast. Holding his spear in one hand, Yang Kai kicked off slightly and swiftly arrived in front of the Star Turtle. Taking advantage of the latter's lack of vigilance, Yang Kai flipped himself onto the opponent's back with several agile leaps. In the next moment, spear shadows rained down endlessly to stab into the vulnerable spot behind the Star Turtle's neck. Do. Several muffled thuds rang out. The Azure Dragon Spear that had never failed Yang Kai before turned out to be ineffective. Although the defenses on the back of the Star Turtle's neck were relatively weak, that was only in comparison to the other parts of its body. For a 7th Order Earth Element monster beast like this, every part of its body was as solid as rock. It was not that the Azure Dragon Spear was weak, but rather that Yang Kai was not strong enough. The Azure Dragon Spear was bestowed to Yang Kai by Ada. Moreover, it was refined from the corpse of a true Azure Dragon. Yang Kai had never been able to bring out the full power of his spear. Hundreds of consecutive thrusts might have turned the back of the Star Turtle's neck into a bloody mess, but such injuries were no more threatening than an insect bite to it. The turtle shook its head and flicked its tail, trying to throw Yang Kai off, but how could Yang Kai comply with the Star Turtle's wishes? He didn't budge in the slightest, almost as though his feet were nailed in place. Needless to say, everybody else did not hold back in this situation. They quickly unleashed their killing moves and attacked the Star Turtle from all directions. Bursts of light exploded against the Star Turtle's body, but although these attacks were incredibly violent, they did not cause any effective damage to it at all. Suddenly, the turtle stopped struggling and its entire body shuddered for a moment. Immediately following that, countless rays of khaki's yellow light flickered and shot out from its body, each ray containing incredible power. Yang Kai was caught off guard, and as a result, he was hit by one of the light rays and immediately grunted in pain. His body flew high into the air while the others were similarly flustered by the attacks, and many were now lying motionless on the ground. Upon shaking Yang Kai off, the Star Turtle reacted like a flood dragon that had escaped its bonds. Its ferocity was greatly magnified and its enormous body thrashed about from side to side. Nobody dared to approach within a radius of 1,000 meters. "Move aside. Leave it to me," Chef roared furiously, suddenly charging forward. He was holding his kitchen knife in his left hand and a chopping board in his right. His appearance made him look like it was about to butcher a pig or a goat. It was a rather funny sight, however. What he was aiming to butcher this time was a 7th Order monster beast. The chopping board in Chef's hand flew out and rapidly expanded in the wind before it slid under the Star Turtle's body. It was hard to determine what kind of artifact the chopping board was, but it was emitting a strange and mysterious aura. A monster beast as powerful as the Star Turtle was trapped on the chopping board in a moment of negligence. Chef strode over with a wide grin. "I am the knife and the chopping block, you are the fish." As he shouted, his body suddenly swelled and transformed into a several dozen meter tall giant. That was not all. The kitchen knife in his hand also became incomparably huge. His expression was so savage that it could only be described as terrifying. He stretched out a large hand and pressed the star turtle against his chopping block. The apron around his waist showed the large printed butcher character. At the same time, the kitchen knife in his hand swung down. For a moment it looked like Chef was in control of the situation. The star turtle seemed no different from a fish that was being cut up in the kitchen. Everybody was stunned by the sight. They never imagined that Chef had such skill. Such means were beyond the reach of even the core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises. Even Yang Kai never expected Chef to be so astonishing. He had always believed that Bai Qi was the strongest among all the shop hands working under the proprietress, and only now did he realize that he might have been mistaken. If Chef successfully advances into the open heaven realm, he will surely end up stronger than old Bai. Every time the knife chopped down, Chef caused dazzling bursts of sparks to shoot out from the star turtle's shell. He was forcefully gouging a white mark into the shell with every cut. While everybody was in a trance, Accountant flew over with an abacus in hand. His fingers flew across the abacus, shooting out bead after bead that enlarged and came crashing down on the star turtle's head. Hong hong hong. Every single blow made the star turtle's head dip downward slightly. The star turtle's head was smashed deep into the ground by the time hundreds of beads finished crashing down. Everybody quickly took out their artifacts and unleashed their secret techniques, viciously attacking the star turtle. All of a sudden, Chef's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "It's up to you now." While saying that, his huge figure shrunk back to his original size like a deflated balloon. The chopping board also flew back to his hand. After returning to his original appearance, his aura was so weak that he could barely stand. Moreover, his complexion was as pale as a sheet. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai immediately understood that the secret technique Chef executed just now had consumed essentially all of the latter's strength. It was not as if Chef could actually transform into such a big giant. It was simply a manifestation of the secret technique he used. Therefore, Yang Kai immediately stopped his indiscriminate bombardment of the star turtle and flashed to appear beside Chef while shouting, "Don't resist." Reaching out to grab him, Yang Kai tossed Chef into the small sealed world. Since the latter was no longer in any condition to fight, leaving him outside would only put him in danger. Since that was the case, it was better to let him rest in a safe place. The star turtle seemed to have been agitated greatly by Chef's attack. When it raised its head again, it shook its body hard. Its tail swept out in all directions like a meteor hammer. The power behind each blow so immense that nobody could defend against it. Countless people were thrown into the air and instantly suffered grievous injuries. Zhang Ruoxi was about to be hit by the sweeping tail of the star turtle. Seeing that she could not dodge the attack in time, Yang Kai flashed to her side and thrust out with his spear. When the mighty impact came, they both crashed into each other and became entangled. Yang Kai quickly got back to his feet and confirmed that she was all right before shouting, "Hey ya, we're all going to die here if you don't do something quick." Martial Peak Chapter 4285, Would Element Divine Ability. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was presiding over the Grand Array, coldly snorted at those words. "Brat, don't you dare shirk your responsibility." It was obvious that Yang Kai had not gone all out. If nothing else, he had yet to use the divine manifestation that he showed previously. That divine manifestation contained an impressive amount of destructive power. Unleashing that move here would surely be of great help to the current situation. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not ignore Yang Kai's plea for help. Should Yang Kai's side be defeated, his Grand Array would also be affected. He was at a critical juncture to break the barrier and did not wish for all his efforts to be in vain. Therefore, he waved his large banner despite his dissatisfaction with Yang Kai's inadequacy. A large part of the blood mist suddenly converged to form a blood cloud that floated towards the star turtle and wrapped around it. Immediately after that, the blood cloud condensed into two blood beasts that were no smaller than the star turtle, as well as countless blood snakes that wriggled like living creatures. The two blood beasts fearlessly flanked the star turtle from both sides. On the other hand, the countless blood snakes swarmed the star turtle's body by crawling along the edges of its shell. The star turtle flicked its tail and one of the blood beasts immediately exploded, only to regroup immediately in a seemingly immortal and indestructible manner. Thanks to these blood beasts, the others had some time to catch their breaths and readjusted their formation. Then the barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques resumed once more. Yang Kai took a small breather. It was true that he had not used his full strength. After all, under these circumstances, he did not dare to exert his full strength. Although the power of the golden crow cast the sun was explosive, its power consumption was simply too high. He might not have any strength left for self-protection if he consumed too much energy in his battle against the star turtle. How could he do something so stupid? Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch valued the Blood Monster Divine Palace so much that he could not afford to be distracted, even though he understood Yang Kai's intentions. As a result of the two immortal and indestructible blood beasts charging the enemy and the countless blood snakes distracting the star turtle, everybody's safety was greatly increased. Even though the star turtle was strong, its sentience seemed to be somewhat lacking. There was no saying whether the cause was its long years of sleep or its inherent nature. Annoyed by the blood beasts' badgering, it fought them endlessly. The battle occupied it so much that it had no time for anything else. This situation delighted Yang Kai and the others. Before they could rejoice though, the blood beasts were destroyed to the point where they could no longer recondense. Similarly, the blood snakes crawling all over the star turtle's body were destroyed by the earth element power it emitted. Yang Kai secretly cursed. With no other choice, he stepped forward once more. The azure dragon spear flew out and pierced forward to draw the star turtle's attention. This was something he had promised Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier after all. It was also related to whether the Blood Monster Divine Palace could be opened, so Yang Kai could not simply stand back and watch. Nevertheless, the pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Any negligence could turn into a fatal mistake when facing such a seventh-order monster beast, so Yang Kai had no choice but to remain alert at all times. The others provided support from the side, and for a time they successfully kept the star turtle at bay. Taking a slight breather amidst the pitched battle, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace and discovered that it had become far more solid in such a short time. It would seem that Black Crow Divine Monarch and the others were making good progress. According to the agreement from before, Yang Kai's task would be over once the Blood Monster Divine Palace was completely opened, and he would no longer have to strive so hard against this monster beast. Meanwhile, Wei Bouquet was secretly shocked. He had heard about Yang Kai's strength from his junior brother Su Zhan. He had also heard about how Yang Kai defeated Yu Luosha in the Azura Arena of Thousand Bird Star City in one move. Even so, it was one thing to listen to the stories and quite another to witness it for himself. It was not until this moment that he understood how wide the gap between him and Yang Kai was. Everybody had done their best when facing the star turtle, but the majority of the pressure was borne by Yang Kai, who constantly charged forward to attack the enemy. Wei Bouquet had to admit that he would have been exhausted in less than an incense stick if he were in Yang Kai's shoes. He might even face the risk of death. On the contrary, Yang Kai persevered against all odds. The scene might seem precarious and sometimes extremely dangerous, but things also seemed to be in his control. Black Crow Divine Monarch truly has a good eye for people. It's also no wonder that junior brother reminded me countless times before my departure that I should try and win Yang Kai over should I meet him. With such talent, he will be incomparable to ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters even if he only achieves that realm upon breaking through. A ray of light suddenly shot in Wei Bouquet's direction. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind of the many distracting thoughts and slashed forward with his sword. With the passage of time, the number of wounded increased. Even Wei Bouquet and the other elites were covered in injuries. There was no need to mention Yang Kai's condition. If not for his strong recovery abilities and endurance, he would have died countless times over by now. The strength of a seventh-order monster beast was terrifying indeed. Despite combining so many people's strength, they could only keep the monster beast at bay. It was impossible for them to kill it. Yang Kai had the feeling that only a mid-rank open heaven realm master had hope of killing the star turtle. Moreover, it had to be a fifth-order or sixth-order mid-rank open heaven realm master. A fourth-order open heaven realm master was not capable of such a feat. With the star turtle being held back, Black Crow Divine Monarch was undisturbed and made rapid progress. In the short span of an hour, The blood monster divine palace was almost fully condensed into solid form. On the other hand, the star turtle's purpose in sleeping here was probably only to protect the divine palace. As such, the further Black Crow divine monarch progressed, the more violent and powerful its attacks became. Yongkai and the others who were fighting the star turtle could feel these changes clearly. All of a sudden there was a soft crack. It was followed by a horrifying aura that permeated the air. Immediately after that, a sword chi slashed out from Lin Feng's waist and shot towards the star turtle. The sword chi swept out wantonly and the void shattered. A several-meter-long crack was sliced open, stretching across the star turtle's solid back. Through that crack they could practically see the wriggling flesh and internal organs inside. Yongkai, who was struggling against the star turtle at the time, couldn't help feeling stunned for a moment. Likewise, the others were stunned too. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stiffened and looked down at his waist. In the next moment his eyes narrowed slightly. The identity token at his waist was shattered. In other words, his life had been in mortal danger just now. That was why the divine ability sealed within the identity token had been triggered. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He barely even understood what had happened. All he knew was that a yellow stream of light had shot out from the star turtle and flew in his direction. It had happened so fast that he had no time to react. Good job. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed loudly. Another blood cloud wriggled over and slipped into the star turtle's body via that wound to wreak havoc from the inside. The star turtle's shell and flesh were extremely tough. Even though such a large group of people had been attacking him for half a day, the damage they managed to cause was negligible. In contrast, the sword chi divine ability unleashed from Lin Feng's identity token had inflicted heavy damage in an instant. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch miss out on such a good opportunity? He took the initiative to attack without waiting for Yongkai's call for help. The blood cloud vanished out of sight and the star turtle roared in pain while the pressure on Yongkai and the others fell noticeably. "Are you all right, Brother Lin?" Wei Bouquet asked while taking a breather. Lin Feng slowly nodded, but a trace of fear lingered on his face. Never once had he ever felt so close to death before. He had never been so terrified in his life, not even when he was captured by Kuan Sha in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then. It would now seem that it was unrealistic to rely on the hope that the divine abilities sealed within the identity tokens of the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples could kill this star turtle. That sword chi just now had been indescribably powerful, but even so, it had only managed to open a single wound on the opponent's back. Based on the outcome of this situation, they could not take the star turtle's life even if they activated all of their protective divine abilities. Nevertheless, it was thanks to this sealed divine ability that broke open the tough shell and allowed Black Crow Divine Monarch's methods to take effect that Yongkai and the others could catch their breath for a moment. In the meantime, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was becoming more and more solid. Another quarter hour passed and there was a loud rumble accompanied by an earthquake that shook the entire world. Then, the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace slowly opened. Black Crow Divine Monarch's eyes blazed with a raging heat. Similarly, the cultivators standing at the various array nodes looked excited. Success! Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed out loud. This monarch will be leaving first. After saying that, he ignored everybody else and charged forward. He rushed straight into the Blood Monster Divine Palace and disappeared out of sight. Upon seeing that, the others did not hesitate to follow suit. All of them quickly swarmed towards the Blood Monster Divine Palace, scrambling to be the first. On the contrary, Yongkai wanted to curse and scream. That was because the star turtle was no longer restrained by Black Crow Divine Monarch following his departure. Like a tiger that had been released from its cage, the star turtle's aura soared wildly. Yongkai and the others had barely been able to cope earlier, but the pressure increased sharply at this moment. Several people gathered near the star turtle were swept away by its aura and swiftly retreated into the distance. A battlefield was like a game of chess. One wrong move would lead to another, then another until everything collapsed. Black Crow Divine Monarch's sudden departure had left Yongkai and the others in an extremely difficult and precarious position. The star turtle shook its body. Dozens of figures collapsed on the ground, bleeding profusely as a result. This attack was swiftly followed by numerous yellow bolts of light shooting out from its body, causing the remaining people to panic. Black Crow Divine Monarch probably never intended to bother about the lives of Yang Kai and the others in the first place. From his standpoint, he couldn't be happier if Yang Kai and the others were killed by the Star Turtle. That was why he left without the slightest hesitation. Although Yang Kai struggled hard to fight back, it was difficult for him to block the onslaught of a seventh-order monster beast. "Go quickly!" he shouted while stabbing out continuously with his spear. As soon as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, the Star Turtle raised his meteor hammer-like tail. A blinding yellow light gathered at the tip of its tail, and a moment later, it moved at lightning speed and smashed down at the place where the most people were gathered. Chu Huashang stood in that spot, her beautiful face drained of all color. She knew that she would die if she didn't move, but the Star Turtle's horrifying aura locked her firmly in place. A feeling that she could not escape in time washed over her. The light in front of her eyes became obscured and the world darkened around her. Yang Kai felt his teeth nearly cracking at the sight. Manipulating space principles, his figure flashed and appeared in front of her as a terrifying wind pressed down on him. He already felt suffocated before the Star Turtle's attack arrived. "I can't block this. With my current strength, I can't block an attack of this magnitude. It's not enough even if I use Golden Crow Casts the Sun. But if I can't stop this attack, then Chu Huashang will definitely die." In that moment between life or death, an aura flashed through his mind and the wood element power shone brightly in his Dao seal. An emerald aura flowed out and a great tree appeared out of nowhere behind his back, holding up a huge canopy that swayed in the wind. The tree gave off the feeling that it would stand tall even if the sky came crashing down. Hong! The Star Turtle's tail smashed down and the yellow light collided with the canopy of the great tree. The emerald light and yellow light impacted with an explosive sound that shook the world. Martial Peak Chapter 4286, The Blood Monster Divine Palace. Chu Huashang stared blankly at the figure standing in front of her, feeling as though some kind of barrier which wrapped around her heart was struck by something and shattered in an instant, making it race faster than it had ever before. She was one of Yin Cave Heaven's core disciples. Having been vigorously cultivated by the sect since she was young, she never lacked for anything. Not only did she have great aptitude and high cultivation, but she also had a beautiful appearance. Countless senior brothers and junior brothers in Yin Cave Heaven had tried to woo her in the past. What she cultivated was the heartless Tao. In order for her to advance into the open heaven realm, she would first need to experience love. She herself knew that it was only a matter of time before she had to settle down with a man. Most of the other female disciples in the sect from her generation had long since fallen in love and became intimate with their partners of choice. However, she had never been able to find a suitable candidate. Hence, she was always honest and straightforward with the senior brothers and junior brothers who approached her. It was only when she entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that she encountered a man who could clearly and eloquently discuss Yin-Yang Union cultivation with her. Although she found the man rather interesting, she did not give much thought to the matter at the time. After returning to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she underwent intensive cultivation to absorb all the benefits she received in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. It was not until she finally came out of retreat that she heard many things about Yang Kai. Feeling appreciative of the life-saving grace she received from him in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she persuaded her sect to take a softer approach to win him over instead of trying to kill him. Her status as a core disciple gave her some say in making decisions, and due to her constant lobbying, the higher-ups in the sect agreed. Naturally, the task of winning Yang Kai over fell upon her as the person who proposed this idea in the first place. Besides, she was already acquainted with him, so there could be no better candidate than her. Upon entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was not surprised to meet Yang Kai again. She was entrusted with a task from her sect and had her own grand Tao to consider as well. Therefore, she was much more proactive in approaching him than before. During this period, she survived through various hardships and even shared life and death together with him. The admiration in her heart grew greatly after she witnessed his abilities and temperament with her own eyes. Despite the mutual protection and unfaltering support during their travels, she only felt that he was a very responsible man. A trace of affection would occasionally bloom in her heart, but she knew that those feelings were a far cry from love. She had more than once asked herself, what is love? Unfortunately, she could not find the answer to her question. However, at this very moment, when her life flashed before her eyes as the darkness of death enveloped her, that familiar figure had descended from the sky without hesitation to stand in front of her. That figure was akin to a majestic mountain that shielded her from rain and storm. Chu Huashang suddenly felt as though a seed in her heart had germinated and burst out of the ground with great vigor. It was a strange feeling that instantly permeated her entire body. Even though she was standing at the threshold of life and death, she broke out into a smile. Her aura that had gone chaotic when danger loomed over her suddenly cleared up and became calm once more, even becoming more vigorous than before. Hong! The star turtle's tail came slamming down to crash against the huge canopy. The yellow light and emerald light symphonically blended together. The great tree stood strong below, forcefully holding up the enormous tail. Everybody was stunned by the sight, and even Yang Kai was taken aback. He looked up and stared at the large tree and huge canopy behind him, and a single question flashed through his heart. What is this? In that moment just now, he had instinctively pushed the wood element power in his Dao seal. It never occurred to him that a giant tree would appear behind him. Among the 5 elements, the wood suppressed earth. What the star turtle unleashed was undoubtedly a 7th-order earth element power. On the other hand, the wood element power in Yang Kai's Dao seal was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. In terms of order, his wood element power was definitely much higher than the star turtle's earth element power. In addition, these 2 elements mutually restrained each other, so it was not hard to understand how he managed to block that terrifying blow. What Yang Kai could not understand was what he did just now. He was astonished that he managed to comprehend a wood element divine ability at such a critical moment. All this while he had been trying to unlock the mysteries of the elements in his Dao seal, in hopes of comprehending a divine manifestation no weaker than his golden crow casts the sun. If nothing else, comprehending a divine ability or secret technique like the dragon shield was not bad either. In particular, the wood element was the first open heaven power that he condensed, so he had been rather disappointed that he could not comprehend any divine abilities from it. Over the years, Yang Kai had wondered if the order of the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was simply too high for him to comprehend anything from it. Nevertheless, he knew that some things could not be forced. Everything would remain an unreachable dream if the timing was not right. Correspondingly, everything would naturally fall into place once the moment arrived. Even so, he never imagined that the wood element divine ability would emerge right here, and right now due to necessity. Sure enough, the fine line between life or death not only contains great terror, but also holds great opportunities. At the time, Yang Kai simply wanted to save Chu Huashang. There were no other thoughts in his head, so he drew on the wood element power in his Dao seal instinctually, causing the giant tree behind him to suddenly appear out of nowhere. This must be a defensive divine ability. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. It was just that he did not have time to investigate it carefully. He could sense that the large tree could not withstand the star turtle's aggressive attacks for long. Thus, he quickly shouted, "Go quickly." Everybody returned to their senses. How could they dare to delay a moment longer? They hurriedly rushed towards the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Black Crow Divine Monarch was the first person to rush inside, while the rest of the cultivators acting as array nodes soon followed out of fear and greed. Therefore, those fighting the star turtle were the last ones remaining outside. At this moment, the Blood Monster Divine Palace had been opened, so there was no longer any need to fight this 7th-order monster beast. Since it was impossible to kill this star turtle, it was only logical to flee as soon as possible. One after another, their remaining figures slipped into the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Before leaving, Lin Feng, Wei Bouquet, Ning Daoran, and the others each sent a divine ability in the direction of the star turtle, giving one last burst of effort to help relieve some of the pressure on Yang Kai. Ding Yi also followed close behind with the rest of the surviving members of Emperor Heaven. Count and shouted, "Brat, we're going on ahead. Take care of yourself." After saying that, he summoned Lang Qingshan and the others before they charged into the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Zhang Ruoxi was not willing to leave, but Gu Pan dragged her into the Blood Monster Divine Palace by the arm and vanished out of sight. Chu Huashang quietly whispered, "Junior brother, I'll be waiting for you inside. Hurry and catch up." Her emotions were a little agitated at the moment, and for some reason, her body felt soft and weak. She knew that she would only add to his worries if she stayed here, so she forced herself to leave. Yang Kai grunted in reply without looking back, sensing her aura quickly disappear. In a blink of an eye, he was the only person left in the entire mountain valley. The great tree condensed from the wood element power was already beginning to falter. It was true that the wood suppressed earth. Moreover, this newly comprehended defensive divine ability was absolutely amazing in terms of power. Unfortunately, even the strongest defense could only last so long in the face of a furious attack. Seeing that the huge canopy of the large tree was about to break, Yang Kai grit his teeth and stared up at the star turtle. Space principles fluctuated around him, and he appeared outside the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace in a flash. If possible, he would have preferred to kill the star turtle. Although he was not in need of a 7th-order Earth Element Monster core, it was still an invaluable cultivation resource. If he brought this back with him, he might be able to exchange this for something that he did need. It was a pity that a 7th-order monster beast was not something he could defeat with his current strength. So many people working together had been unable to leave a scratch on that monster beast earlier, so what could he do now that he was alone? Standing in front of the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, Yang Kai gave one last glance at the enraged and roaring star turtle before he turned around and rushed inside. The furious roars behind him stopped abruptly. Instead, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white everywhere he looked. Although his divine sense was not restricted by anything, he could not detect any other presences in this place. All the cultivators who rushed in before him were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai stopped and looked back, only to see that the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace were gone, replaced by a completely white world. It was as though there was nothing else in this place aside from the dazzling whiteness that stretched out in all directions. Where are the others? Yang Kai frowned. Judging by the current situation, there seemed to be a strange restriction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. It might not be harmful, but it gave off an indescribably peculiar feel. After trying for a while, Yang Kai did not sense any danger. Furthermore, he could neither see anything within his field of vision nor detect any life auras within the range of his divine sense. It was as though the people who came in before him had vanished without any rhyme or reason. Seeing as it was impossible for them to have gone missing, Yang Kai suspected that they were stuck in the same situation as he. They had all fallen into this world of pure white. How can the inside of the Blood Monster Divine Palace look like this? Why was Black Crow Divine Monarch so desperate to enter this place? Yang Kai was a little worried about Zhang Ruoxi, but upon further consideration, he recalled that Gu Pan had dragged Zhang Ruoxi by the arm and entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace together. The two of them were most likely together at this moment. Even if something dangerous were to appear, Zhang Ruoxi would have Gu Pan taking care of her. At the very least, she would not have to deal with the dangers alone. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai relaxed slightly. He pondered for a moment before activating the Demon Eye of Annihilation. His left eye immediately transformed into a majestic column of golden light. The Demon Eye of Annihilation had impressive power and utility, and Yang Kai had never been disappointed whenever he used this skill. However, he gained nothing this time around. He suspected that this was some sort of spirit array like an illusion array or a bewildering array. Seeing as he did not gain anything from the use of his Demon Eye of Annihilation though, it could only mean that there was nothing odd about this place, or that his Demon Eye of Annihilation was not strong enough. Thinking about it, Yang Kai realized that this was not surprising. This place was the Blood Monster Divine Palace, the home of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master decided to place a restriction on this place, it would not be something Yang Kai could see through so easily. Withdrawing his divine ability, he let out a sigh. This damned place had nothing. There was only whiteness all around. Furthermore, it gave off the feeling of infinity which made him somewhat anxious. With no other clues, Yang Kai could only take things one step at a time. He adjusted his breathing and recovered his strength. At the same time, he decided on a direction and walked forward. There was no saying how much time had passed. He even had the feeling that the flow of time in this place was very strange. For that reason, he was unable to judge just how long he had been walking. It seemed like it was only a moment, but it also seemed like several days had passed. Just as Yang Kai was starting to get frustrated, he suddenly heard a scream coming from a certain direction. His expression stiffened in shock and he hurriedly turned to look in that direction. However, he frowned deeply the next moment. That was because a figure had appeared in his field of vision. It was almost as if that person had been there all along, and he simply had not noticed the man all this while. It was a male cultivator who looked around 40 years old or so. There was no way to tell which sect's disciple he was, but at this moment, he seemed absolutely panicked. His eyes were filled with terror, as though he had seen something extremely horrifying, and he was running around screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Marshall Peak Chapter 4287 Soul Extraction and Refinement. This person seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying, and his expression was filled with fear. Having finally come across another person, Yang Kai could not let this man leave so easily even though he knew that the other party was seemingly in trouble. He moved forward and stopped in front of that person with his hand raised up in the air. "Excuse me, friend." Unexpectedly, that person ran straight at Yang Kai as though he didn't see him at all. Yang Kai's scowl grew deeper. He exerted some strength and stretched his hand forward to stop that person by force, but to his surprise, his arm passed through that person's body. This scene shocked him greatly, but before he could recover from his shock, that person had already passed through his body and ran off. Yang Kai abruptly turned back to look. There was nobody there at all. It was almost as though everything that happened just now was just an illusion. A disquieting feeling rose in his heart, and he felt a chill running down his back. This damned place was full of mysteries. It was not a place one should stay for long. Unfortunately, he was completely clueless about this place and had no idea how to get out of here at the moment. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly saw a round platform ahead with something seemingly placed on it. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looking vigilant. That was because he was certain that there had been nothing in this direction when he looked earlier, and yet this round platform suddenly appeared when he looked in this direction once more. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Yang Kai stared forward, frowning. Even so, he could not see what was placed on top of the round platform. He hesitated for a long time before he steadily walked in that direction. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of the round platform. He walked up the short flight of stairs and looked up. What he saw made his expression change drastically. That was because there was a severed head sitting on top of the round platform. Furthermore, the owner of that severed head was Chu Huashang. How did Chu Huashang die here? And who placed her head here? He suddenly felt as though his eyes were going to explode from the sight. A ball of rage burned in his chest like a volcano that was about to erupt. He wanted to burn everything in the world. He had traveled with this senior sister from Inyang Cave Heaven, mutually supporting each other all the way. If she had not carried him on her back while fleeing desperately, he would have been killed by Yin Xan Zhao in his unconscious state. Thus, he had a good grasp of her character by now. It could be said that he already considered her as one of his friends. Be that as it may, she had died in this place. Yang Kai's heart felt like it had been sliced to pieces by a knife. At this moment, Chu Huashang's severed head jerked its eyes open and cried out to him miserably, "Save me. It hurts." Yang Kai lurched back and retreated slightly, staring in the direction of the head in shock and disbelief. She repeatedly pleaded for help, but his expression slowly became cold and calm instead. This is definitely not Chu Huashang's head. It's impossible for a dead person to speak. He was almost certain that he had fallen into some sort of illusion array. What he was seeing at the moment was nothing more than some kind of hallucination. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly slipped into the small sealed world without delay. He originally wanted to use this method to break free from the illusion in front of him. To his surprise, he discovered that there was something wrong with him when he entered the small sealed world. At some point in time, his body had been surrounded by faint traces of energy. This energy emitted a hint of malevolence that lingered and wrapped around his body. If he had not entered the small sealed world, he would not have noticed this phenomenon. This bizarre energy constantly twisted and distorted upon itself, creating all sorts of peculiar sights. The illusion he saw just now was definitely caused by this energy. His expression darkened and he immediately activated the Golden Crow's true fire around his body. There was a crackling sound as the traces of evil energy entangled around his body were instantly burned to a crisp. After confirming that he no longer had that bizarre energy around him, Yang Kai finally slipped out of the small sealed world and returned to the outside world again. However, he remained cautious this time around. He did not withdraw the Golden Crow's true fire and instead coated his body in a protective layer of it. As soon as he appeared in the outside world, Yang Kai heard sizzling sounds coming from his surroundings. Black smoke rose into the air as though something was being burned by him. It was similar to the scene where he burned off the evil energy inside the small sealed world. Therefore, he immediately understood something. This weird place was filled with that strange energy, and anybody who entered this place would begin to hallucinate as a result. The order of this evil energy was not low, and was most likely one of the means set up by Blood Monster Divine Monarch to guard this palace. Fortunately, Yang Kai's Golden Crow's true fire was of extremely high order, and was able to fully restrain it. If it were any other cultivator in this place, they would not be able to deal with this scenario. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming worried. Be it Gu Pan, Zhang Ruoxi, Chu Huashang, Ning Dao Ran accountant or Lang Qing Shan, none of them had a heritage as great as his. At this moment they were probably being tortured by those illusions. It was almost certain that all the cultivators who rushed into the Blood Monster Divine Palace had encountered the same situation. Just because he could break free of those hallucinations did not mean that those people had the ability to do so. Yang Kai looked back at the round platform and naturally Chu Huashang's head was nowhere to be seen. Even the round platform was gone. Thus he breathed out a sigh of relief. It would seem that what he saw previously was really just an illusion. Chu Huashang had not been beheaded after all. Constant crackling sounds came from around him as the strange energy was steadily burned away. He took a step forward and compared to earlier, he now felt much more clear-headed. A long while passed when he suddenly heard a weak but extremely miserable cry. It sounded like somebody was going through unimaginable torture. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He did not know whether the voice was an illusion or whether there really was somebody screaming. Just in case, he entered the small sealed world once more to check on his body. He confirmed that he was not affected by the evil energy before he returned to the outside world. The miserable cry sounded again, so this time around, Yang Kai could be sure that it really was somebody screaming. After listening for a while, he followed the source of the sound and headed in that direction. He walked for a while and came to a stop in front of a ball of fire. Then he stared at the flames solemnly. He did not know what kind of flames these were, but even if they were incomparable to his Golden Crow's true fire, they were still quite strong. However, what shocked him was not this ball of fire but rather what was inside this ball of fire. There was a humanoid figure inside the ball of fire. Under the burning of those flames, that figure screamed out again and again. He constantly writhed in pain. Once in a while, he would collide with the flames in an attempt to break free. However, every time he tried to do that, he would be restrained by an inexplicable force that immobilized him. Yang Kai felt his scalp going numb with horror. The humanoid figure inside the flames was emitting the aura of a soul avatar. It was somebody's soul. Ever since he started cultivating, Yang Kai had offended many people, and many of them had also threatened him with all sorts of things. For example, they would threaten to torture him or subject him to soul extraction and refinement. Even so, those people were normally just making threats. At this moment, he was actually witnessing a person's soul being continuously burned by flames but unable to die. This was the process of soul extraction and refinement. The soul was truly experiencing a fate worse than death. Yang Kai wanted to see the identity of the soul within the flames, but could not get a clear glimpse. That person was far too distorted. Moreover, he had the vague feeling that this soul did not belong to any of the cultivators who came in before him. That was because the person gave off a feeling that he was once very powerful, even though he was incredibly weak now. Just as Yang Kai was suspiciously eyeing this scene, that soul suddenly stopped screaming or struggling. A twisted transformation revealed a face staring straight at him through the flames. It was an unfamiliar face that he had never seen before, so Yang Kai subconsciously circulated his strength and raised his guard. Who is it? Who is standing there? The person shouted through gritted teeth. It was not out of fury. It was simply because he was suffering immense pain from the flames burning his soul at all times. Kai frowned and looked into the soul avatar's eyes. Unexpectedly, he discovered that those eyes were unfocused even though the other party was looking in his general direction. In other words, that person probably could not see Kai and simply sensed his presence. This person must have been a powerful master in the past. Otherwise, it's impossible for a soul to persist for so many years. Kai couldn't help thinking about Black Crow Divine Monarch. Could it be that Black Crow Divine Monarch is not the only one imprisoned inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Are there other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters? Who is standing there? Speak. That person yelled impatiently, like a wounded beast. Kai frowned. And who are you? Why are you being imprisoned inside those flames? Me. The soul avatar seemed taken aback. I've forgotten who I am. Wait, you can see me? How could Kai know that he was being imprisoned in a ball of flames unless Kai could see him? I can see you. Kai nodded affirmatively. That's impossible. What order within the Open Heaven realm are you? How can you see me? This place is the nothingness array set up by that old dog Shui Yao. It's difficult for anybody to see through the mysteries in this place unless they are a high-rank Open Heaven realm master. Don't tell me. You are in the high-rank Open Heaven realm? Kai replied, I'm only in the half-step Open Heaven realm. Pausing for a moment, he firmly added, but I'll become a high-rank Open Heaven realm master one day. A half-step Open Heaven realm junior. That person seemed stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. Did you condense high-rank elements? Indeed. The figure immediately understood. No wonder you can see me. Were you also captured and brought here by that old dog? Kai fell silent for a moment. Based on what he said, it is likely that Blood Monster Divine Monarch captured him, extracted his soul, and left him to suffer the pain of being burned by these flames. How long has he suffered here? How did a soul survive for so long without being extinguished? And what did he do to offend Blood Monster Divine Monarch? After thinking about it, Kai explained truthfully, Blood Monster Divine Monarch died a long time ago, and the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has turned into a sealed world. I came here for training. That old dog is dead? That person's expression became rather complicated, muttering to himself for a bit before he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Shui Yao. So what if your strength was greater and your fist bigger? I still lived longer than you. Kai lightly coughed into his fist, not knowing what to say. It's better to die than to be stuck in this living hell, neither dead nor alive. That person continued to laugh, then he suddenly burst out crying. If that old dog is dead, then there's no more reason for me to persevere. He couldn't even remember his own name, but he never forgot Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It could be seen that there was a deep grudge between the two of them. It was also precisely because of that hatred that he had persevered until today, and his soul remained indestructible. Soon he composed his emotions once more. Enduring the pain from the burning flames, he said in a surprisingly calm voice, Junior, please do me a favor. Martial Peak Chapter 4288 The Way Out. What do you want me to do, Senior? This junior's cultivation is low, and may not be able to help you. Although Kai felt sorry for what this man had experienced, he did not dare to talk too much. The main reason was his meeting with Black Crow Divine Monarch previously. All these old monsters who lived for countless years were not easy to deal with. He could fall into their trap at the slightest negligence. The soul replied, rest assured. It's nothing too difficult for you. I just want you to kill me. Kai fell silent. He had seen this person suffering a life worse than death due to the soul extraction and refinement, so he was not surprised by the request. Rather than being stuck in this state, it was certainly better to die. Little friend, are you still there? The soul asked tentatively when Kai did not answer for a long time. I'm still here. Kai breathed out lightly. What must I do, Senior? The soul replied, my soul has completely integrated with this soul flame. As long as the soul flame exists, my soul will not die. If you wish to kill me, you need to extinguish this fire. I'm sure you've condensed a water element power, right? You only need to use it. Kai nodded. Please wait a moment, Senior. I will send you off. The soul, who had been tortured and trapped in pain for such a long time, suddenly seemed to calm. Many thanks, little friend. Yang Kai did not say anything else. Activating the water element power in his Dao seal, he reached out his hand towards the soul flame. His water element power was 7th order, condensed from the moon essence back in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Although it was technically of the water element, it leaned more heavily towards the icy attribute. Thus, a bone-chilling cold aura permeated the air when Yang Kai drew upon it, seemingly holding a hazy ball of moonlight in the palm of his hand. Among the 5 elements, the water extinguished fire. Using the water element power to destroy the soul flame was akin to using the right tool for the right situation. If anybody else were to come here, they might not succeed even if they knew the correct method because the order of this soul flame was not low. Fortunately, Yang Kai's water element power was more than enough to deal with it. A chill spread out, wrapping around the soul flame. In response, the soul flame began to shrink at a rate visible to the naked eye. The soul was completely integrated with the soul flame, so he immediately noticed the changes, his voice calling out in a somewhat conflicted tone, "I'm finally free." Yang Kai asked while working, "Senior, do you have any last wishes?" The soul, who was sitting cross-legged within the soul flame, quietly waiting for death to come, laughed when he heard the question, "I don't even remember who I am anymore. How can I still have any last wishes? Oh, that's right. I think I used to have a sect." What was the sect called? After pondering for some time, he could not remember anything. Thus, he could only sigh in resignation. Forget it. So many years have passed. I'm sure the sect is gone by now. There's nothing for me to worry about. In that short time, Yang Kai had worn the soul flame down with his water element power until it became extremely dim. Even the soul inside became hazy and indistinct, almost as though he was about to be completely extinguished. Another short while passed. Be it the soul flame or the soul integrated with the soul flame, only a faint shadow of them remained. With a crisp sound coming from the depths of the soul flame disintegrated and the soul was extinguished. The last vestiges of the soul's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. This place is the nothingness array set up by that old dog. It operates on the principle of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other. If you want to find the exit, you must first reverse the flow. Perhaps you might still have a chance to survive. Looking at the spot where the soul and the soul flame had vanished, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing in regret. He was certain that this soul was not inferior to Black Crow Divine Monarch. I wonder what he did to offend Blood Monster Divine Monarch so terribly that he was subjected to the soul extraction and refinement torture, unable to die even after being tormented for so many years. It could be seen that Blood Monster Divine Monarch was by no means a kind man. How could such a cruel and ruthless person be so kind as to leave his inheritance behind for others? Without Black Crow Divine Monarch, the Blood Monster Divine Palace would never have been found, much less opened. Nevertheless, the words that Soul left behind before his death had given Yang Kai great inspiration. He probably wanted to reciprocate the favor. Since Yang Kai gave him eternal relief, he wanted to return the kindness in full. It truly was as the saying went, when one door closed, a window would open. Yang Kai immediately sat down cross-legged. The nothingness array operates on the principle of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other. If I reversed the surrounding flow, then the 5 elements would mutually oppose each other. He cautiously perceived his surroundings and sure enough, it didn't take long before Yang Kai detected the pure 5-element powers in this vast white world. He had failed to perceive this phenomenon previously for 2 reasons. The first was that he had not investigated this place calmly, and the second was that he had been too anxious searching for an exit. It was not until the remnant soul gave him a hint that he discovered this phenomenon. At present, Yang Kai had condensed 4 out of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, and water element. As he had yet to come across a suitable metal element treasure, he had not condensed his metal element power. Be that as it may, he had the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd, which contained the 6th order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light, so he could use that as a replacement. After coming to a decision, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Regardless of the circumstances, there's no harm in trying. It will be great if I can find the exit. In any case, it's not too late to figure out another solution if I fail to locate one. Taking out the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd, he opened the lid and focused his mind. He then quietly drew on the 4 powers in his Dao seal, and guided the Yuan magnetic divine light out of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd. Following that, he activated them in a sequence where the 5 elements mutually suppressed each other. In an instant, the energy in his surroundings surged violently and bursts of crackling sounds kept ringing out. When Yang Kai activated the wood element power, he suddenly remembered the wood element divine ability that he had the fortune to comprehend earlier. The situation had been too urgent back then, so he had no time to study it further. It would now seem that the wood element divine ability contained more than mere defensive abilities. There were even more aspects to it that he had yet to discover. Unfortunately, the current situation was not the right time to ponder about this wood element divine ability either. I have to find a time to research this divine ability properly once I leave the blood monster cave heaven. The power of the 5 elements circulated endlessly, mutually suppressing each other. Yang Kai separated a thread of his consciousness to monitor the changes in his surroundings. However, nothing happened even after waiting for a long time. This situation made his heart sink. He did not suspect the soul of lying to him as, generally speaking, the words of a dying man tend to be the truth. The soul had been tortured by blood monster divine monarch for so many years, so it was highly unlikely for him to leave behind lies when Yang Kai was the one to relieve him of his suffering. There could only be 2 reasons for this outcome. Either Yang Kai's strength was insufficient or the soul was so confused that he remembered wrongly. The soul had been tortured for so many years that he forgot his own name, so it was possible that his memory was flawed. An idea came to Yang Kai the moment that thought crossed his mind. He reversed the power of the 5 elements once more, instantly transforming the cycle so that the 5 elements mutually reinforced each other. As soon as he completed the change, he suddenly noticed the faint outline of a step appearing in front of him. Yang Kai's expression bloomed in excitement, but before he could take a closer look, the step vanished out of sight again. I'm confident that what I saw just now is not an illusion. It's a real staircase, even if it's only 1 step. Stopping the movements of his hands, Yang Kai considered for a brief moment. Then he repeated his previous action. Sure enough, the step appeared before him again. It was just that the step vanished out of sight once more when he blanked out in astonishment. Soon, however, a light flashed through Yang Kai's eyes and seemed to have understood something. He breathed out softly and stood up. Activating his Dao seal and the power of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, he drew on the 5 elements and the step appeared before him again. This time around he did not hesitate. Simultaneously climbing the step, he repeated his previous action once more and the second step appeared. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward. The power of the 5 elements surged around him, mutually suppressing then mutually reinforcing one another in a cycle. The third step appeared under his feet. In the beginning Yang Kai moved fast but cautiously. It was not until he verified the conjectures in his heart that he no longer held back. Every time he put his foot down, the next step would appear beneath his feet at a suitable time. The higher he walked, the further he went. His footsteps were steady, almost as though he wanted to walk above the clouds and slip through the barriers of the sky. He did not know how long had passed, but it felt like he had climbed at least 1,000 steps. At one point, he lifted his foot and realized that there were no further steps in front of him. His first reaction was shock. He originally thought that he had made a mistake somewhere and caused something to go wrong as a result, but when he looked ahead, he discovered that he had somehow appeared in a grand hall. Looking back, there was no sign of a staircase and even the world of white was gone. I'm out. Yang Kai felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The soul had not remembered the method to break the grand array wrongly. It was just that what he recalled was incomplete. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had a flexible mind. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape that strange grand array. There was a whirring noise coming from the side, similar to the pumping of an old and broken bellows. Yang Kai turned to look and immediately became horrified. Taking a large step backward, he retreated into the distance and shouted through gritted teeth, "Hey ya! I can't believe I'm meeting Black Crow Divine Monarch here." At this point, how could he not realize that this old bastard had tricked everybody? Earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch had to borrow everybody's power to break the barrier around the Blood Monster Divine Palace and distract the 7th Order monster beast guarding it. For that reason, he had given a lot of sweet promises to the others. He even went so far as to swear a blood oath on his Dao seal, claiming that he would not attack anybody once they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace as long as they did not provoke him first. His attitude had been extremely sincere, which was why everybody willingly cooperated with him. After all, the Blood Monster Divine Palace would surely contain many treasures. It was not easy for them to arrive this far, so who would not want to go in and take a look around? Even Yang Kai had been extremely tempted, but after his experience just now, how could he not understand that everybody had fallen for Black Crow Divine Monarch's schemes? Black Crow Divine Monarch clearly knew about the White World. He also knew that anybody who tried to enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into that nothingness array. However, he alone knew the way out. If everybody else was trapped inside the Grand Array and he alone could escape, then wouldn't that mean that the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace would belong to him? If Yang Kai had not received guidance from that remnant soul, he would not have been able to escape this quickly either. What he did not expect was that he would come face to face with Black Crow Divine Monarch as soon as he entered the Grand Hall. Similarly, Black Crow Divine Monarch was as shocked as Yang Kai. His eyes widened as large as eggs and he breathed rapidly as though he had seen a ghost, blurting out incredulously, "Brat, why are you here?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4289, Heiya's Aim. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "That's what I wanted to ask you." Upon taking a closer look, Yang Kai realized that Black Crow Divine Monarch was severely injured and covered in blood. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked as though he had undergone enormous pressure. Despite his knowledge about the mysteries of the Nothingness Array, it would seem that escaping had still taken quite a lot of effort from him. It was no surprise considering that he had possessed Zhou Yi's body. Zhou Yi was simply a great Thousand Bloodland disciple, who had condensed fifth-order elements. There was quite a large gap between his foundation and Yang Kai's. Black Crow Divine Monarch probably received those injuries during his escape from the Nothingness Array. Recalling the blood oath Black Crow Divine Monarch made just now, Yang Kai's expression became calm. What is there to fear? He is restricted by his own blood oath inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As long as I don't provoke him, he cannot attack me. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and put away the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. Then he coldly asked, "Heiya, where are the others?" Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled. "Why ask when you already know the answer? They are stuck in the same place you just came out from." I was right. Yang Kai previously suspected that everybody who entered through the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into that world of pure white. Now that he received confirmation from Black Crow Divine Monarch, this knowledge made Yang Kai so furious that his teeth hurt. The Nothingness Array was not only incredibly peculiar, but also filled with deadly dangers. There was no saying what kind of fate one might face inside that place. It could be said that everybody had been tricked by Black Crow Divine Monarch. They had helped him open the Blood Monster Divine Palace only to be trapped in the Nothingness Array. Yang Kai was very tempted to summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab this bastard to death. This monarch is truly astonished. I can't believe you escaped that place in such a short time. You truly are extraordinary. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Yang Kai with admiration. The only reason he made it this far so quickly was that he had known about the Nothingness Array in advance. On the other hand, Yang Kai managed to reach this place despite knowing nothing. His aptitude and comprehension ability were simply astonishing. Yang Kai ground his teeth and said, "The only thing I want to know right now is how I can get them out." Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned meaningfully. "You want to save them? It's simple. You just need to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If you successfully refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, forget rescuing them. It won't be difficult for you to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Yang Kai stiffened at those words. "Has your aim been to snatch the Blood Monster Cave Heaven all along?" Based on what Black Crow Divine Monarch said, it was clear that he planned to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. How could Yang Kai tolerate something like that? If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded in his endeavor, then the lives of all the people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would fall into his hands. Why else did you think this monarch spent so much effort to come here? Black Crow Divine Monarch stared at Yang Kai with a measured look and quickly said, Junior, you're a talented one. In the future you will achieve greatness. If you submit to this monarch, I will share a portion of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with you. What do you think? Good. Yang Kai agreed readily. Tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace first. Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted with disdain. The opportunity is right in front of your eyes, but you don't know how to grasp it. Junior, you are so short-sighted. It will cost you your life one day. After saying that, his body shuddered and turned into a blood cloud that rushed to the back. Yang Kai exclaimed, Where are you going? At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less about Black Crow Divine Monarch's blood oath anymore. He immediately pushed his space principles to imprison the world around Black Crow Divine Monarch. However, the blood cloud abruptly exploded and shot out in all directions. Although Yang Kai managed to trap most of the bloodlights, some still slipped through his fingers. Xiao. The bloodlights transformed into several clusters of blood that flew about inside the Grand Hall, but Black Crow Divine Monarch was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth, knowing that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of him. Rather, Black Crow Divine Monarch was simply eager to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and did not want to be held up here. How could Yang Kai allow such a thing though? He immediately chased after Black Crow Divine Monarch. At this moment, Yang Kai was the only other person aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch who could move freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If Yang Kai failed to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch and the latter successfully refined this place, he would gain total control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Everybody would end up enslaved by Heya as a result. It would be a life worse than death. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had no idea which direction Black Crow Divine Monarch was heading. The Grand Hall was connected to the rest of the palace and there were many corridors heading in different directions. Thus, he could only choose a direction at random in his pursuit of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Rushing out of the Grand Hall, Yang Kai arrived at a long corridor with rooms on either side. He frowned and came to stand in front of one of the rooms. After investigating with his divine sense and confirming that there were no dangers inside, he pushed open the door and entered the room. What he saw stunned him for a moment. It was probably a woman's bedroom. Yang Kai might not know the identity of the owner, but the furnishings in the room gave off a feminine aura. It was just that too much time had passed and everything inside had long ago rotted away. The slight gust of wind that stirred up from when he opened the door caused many things to disintegrate into dust. Yang Kai glanced around and determined that there was nothing of value inside the room. There were no signs of Black Crow Divine Monarch either, so he immediately left. He then pushed open the door to another room, and found that it was rather similar to the previous room. After investigating the rooms one by one, Yang Kai found nothing at all. This area seemed to be filled with women's bedrooms. Thus, he secretly guessed that this place used to be the living quarters of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's harem. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it was not strange for him to have several women by his side. Even so, his women couldn't survive until today when he himself had already passed away. Passing through the harem, Yang Kai arrived at another grand hall. This grand hall covered an extremely large area. Moreover, it was surrounded by strange and seemingly indestructible stones that emitted a constant brilliant light. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. There were many cages inside the grand hall. Furthermore, these cages were filled with many monster beast skeletons. Some were as small as one's palm while others were several meters tall. These monster beasts came in all shapes and sizes. The list could go on forever. It could be conceived that countless monster beasts had once been imprisoned here a long time ago. With the passage of time though, they had reached the end of their lifespans and finally died. Yang Kai walked over to one of the cages and studied the pile of bones. When he noticed a dull and faded bead among the bones, a sudden thought came to him and he immediately retrieved it. Upon careful investigation, however, Yang Kai sighed. This dull and faded bead turned out to be the monster core of a monster beast. Judging from the weak aura remaining in this monster core, this monster beast used to be a 5th Order monster beast at the very least. It was just that too much time had passed. The monster beast core had not been properly preserved, so most of the energy within had dissipated. A monster beast core like this had very little value. Weaving through the grand hall, Young Kai found monster core after monster core that had long lost their value. He even suspected that some were 7th-order monster cores. Thus, he couldn't help feeling his heart ache. If these monster cores had retained their usefulness, then he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. This place seemed to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch used to research monster beasts. He was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming, but that was not all. He also managed to modify monster beasts, so that they only had singular attributes in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was proof of his supreme attainments in the Tao of Beast Taming. Unlike in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the monster beast cores in the outside world would normally have a complex mix of elements. Not many of them could be refined and used by cultivators directly. However, the monster beast cores in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were different in the sense that they could be used directly as open heaven resources. If this method was leaked to the outside world, the various cave heavens and paradises would surely scramble over themselves to get their hands on it. Since this place used to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch did his research on the monster beasts, wouldn't he have left some notes here? Young Kai had a sudden idea and carefully searched the surrounding area. It didn't take long before he found a few remaining jade slips lying around. He carefully picked these jade slips up and confirmed that they were not damaged. Only then did he immerse his divine sense into the jade slips to check their contents. A short while later, he revealed a look of pure joy. These jade slips might not contain information that fully described the methods to nurture these monster beasts, but there were some scattered records within them. There were many parts that Yang Kai did not understand, however, that was not a problem. Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang would surely be very interested in these research notes. After all, he rose to the status of Great Emperor by cultivating the Tao of Beast Taming. Yang Kai solemnly put these jade slips away. Afterwards he circled around the grand hall once more. When he confirmed that he had not missed anything else, he finally continued to head deeper into the palace. There were many grand halls and rooms in this place, but most of them were empty. Apart from those jade slips, Yang Kai did not find anything else that was of value. It was not that this place did not contain great treasures, it was just that too much time had passed and many of these treasures had long since lost their spirituality. Take for example the monster cores he came across earlier. Some of those monster cores were originally 7th-order resources. Unfortunately, they had long since lost their effects and became worthless as a result. Yang Kai also found some artifacts that were of very high quality, but their aura was so dim that they could not be refined at all. It could be seen that the rosy picture that Black Crow Divine Monarch had previously painted in front of everybody was nothing more than a bunch of nonsense. He simply wanted to borrow their strength to help break the barrier of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. There was no saying where he was hiding at the moment. He might even be refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now. Even if Yang Kai wanted to search for Black Crow Divine Monarch though, he had no idea where to even begin. As such, he could only proceed one step at a time. At a certain moment, Yang Kai pushed open the door of a room and was surprised to discover a large alchemy furnace inside. There were many wooden shelves in the surroundings which contained various herbs and jade bottles. Is this the pill refining room? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat in excitement. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the things that he would keep in this place would surely be of high quality. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was disappointed once more when he stepped forward to examine the shelves. There were many herbs on the wooden shelves. Not only were they of very high quality, but they also had various barriers and methods cast on them to preserve them. It was just that far too long had passed, so most of the barriers had lost their effects, causing these herbs to lose most of their medical efficacy. It was the jade bottles that Yang Kai held out some hope for. After checking through the rows of jade bottles, he finally obtained some results. Most of the spirit pills in the jade bottles had lost their effects, but Blood Monster Divine Monarch seemed to be fairly skilled in alchemy. Quite a few of the spirit pills here had pill veins. Once a spirit pill produced pill's veins, they would retain their efficacy no matter how much time passed as long as they were properly stored. They would be even more incredible if they formed pill's clouds, in which case their medicinal efficacies would continue to increase with the passing of time. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4290. Universe Furnace Open Heaven Pills. Spirit pills with pill clouds were extremely difficult to refine. Many alchemists might never even refine a single spirit pill that formed pill clouds in their entire lifetime. Yang Kai had refined countless spirit pills since he first started cultivating, but the number which formed pill clouds could be counted on one hand. There were no spirit pills with pill clouds in this place, but there were quite a few with pill veins. Moreover, there was quite a wide variety of them. Some were used to facilitate cultivation and some were for healing purposes. There were also some Yang Kai did not recognize. Nevertheless, he swept all of them into his space ring without exception. When he picked up one of the jade bottles to investigate the content, he couldn't help but frown as it only had a single open heaven pill. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so why would he place a bottle with a single open heaven pill here with such solemnity? What surprised Yang Kai even more was that this open heaven pill still retained its medical efficacies. He casually tossed the bottle into his space ring, but just as he was about to continue with his search, he froze in surprise. That can't be right. If that really was an open heaven pill, then it should have lost all its medical efficacies over the years. It's impossible for them to be preserved so perfectly. Besides, that open heaven pill seemed a little different from the other open heaven pills that I've seen before. Yang Kai quickly took the jade bottle out again and opened it and poured out the single open heaven pill. At a glance, there was no doubt that it was an open heaven pill. Both the size and color of the spirit pill were almost identical to that of a common open heaven pill, but even so, Yang Kai could clearly sense that this spirit pill contained an energy that was countless times stronger than ordinary. There was also a faint hint of the world force leaking out of this open heaven pill. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he immersed it into the spirit pill to investigate. Hong! A wave of dizziness swept over him as it felt as though he had tried to sweep his divine sense over an entire small world. His soul shaken under the oppression of the world force. That was not all. A distinct kind of grand Tao aura emanated from this open heaven pill, making him feel enlightened all of a sudden. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Yang Kai focused his mind and studied the spirit pill in his hand intently. It was not until this moment that he noticed that there were countless fine and delicate patterns on this open heaven pill. These patterns intertwined with each other and covered the entire surface of the spirit pill, seeming to contain 10,000 grand Taos within them. These patterns made a person subconsciously yearn to investigate them further. These were neither pill veins nor pill clouds. More importantly, the spirit pill was definitely not an ordinary open heaven pill. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a possibility that excited him so much that his hands trembled. When he set off from the star boundary, Zhang Ruoxi had once explained to him about the use of open heaven pills. Open heaven pills were generally used by open heaven realm masters to increase their strength. They were also the hard currency used throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was just that there were limits to consuming open heaven pills for advancement. Generally, one could only increase their order twice by consuming open heaven pills, and they became completely useless after that. The cultivators who had reached this point had also reached the limits of their strength. However, those who were lucky enough to find innate open heaven pills could go a step further. The heavens never sealed off all hope, so there was always a path forward, no matter how narrow and dangerous. There was a mysterious supreme treasure in this vast universe, known as the Universe Furnace. Most of the time, the Universe Furnace was hidden in the void, and it was something most people would never have the chance to encounter. The Universe Furnace drew upon the very essence of the universe to produce innate open heaven pills. These innate open heaven pills not only had incredibly potent medical efficacies, but also carried no side effects for cultivators. It was rumored that the cultivation and order of a cultivator could be improved continuously without any risk or hidden dangers as long as one had enough innate open heaven pills. Be that as it may, these innate open heaven pills were extraordinarily rare, and a reign of terror would be unleashed every time the Universe Furnace appeared. Even the cave heavens and paradises would do everything in their power to snatch these naturally formed open heaven pills. That was why they were considered treasures that ordinary cultivators would never even lay eyes on. Not many people even knew what these innate open heaven pills looked like. The open heaven pills circulating in the 3,000 worlds today were actually imitations of the innate ones refined by alchemists in the ancient past. There was a large difference between imitations and the genuine product, be it in terms of medicinal efficacies or effects. Young Kai gulped nervously. He was almost certain that this spirit pill in his hand was a legendary universe furnace open heaven pill. Thinking about it carefully though, it was not that surprising. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it would not be impossible for him to obtain such a treasure. This bottle contained only one spirit pill, but although this one pill did not seem significant or useful, its value was practically immeasurable. Just imagine. A cultivator who had initially broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, then spent countless years and energy to finally advance to the peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, this was the pinnacle of his or her life and the limit of their martial Tao. At this point, they could not increase their strength again no matter how many open heaven pills they consumed or how many cultivation resources they refined. However, this innate open heaven pill gave a glimmer of hope in that desperate situation. If that were the case, they would probably agree to any condition just to obtain it. This spirit pill was simply priceless. Young Kai's heart pounded with excitement. Regardless of whatever else he gained, this trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be worthwhile just with this pill alone. Young Kai took a moment to compose himself. Although he was almost certain that what he received was the legendary item, he would still need the proprietress to verify whether it was genuine. After all, she had far more experience and a better eye than him and would definitely be able to tell whether they were real or fake. Placing this bottle into the small sealed world, Young Kai continued to look around. The results made him very excited. He actually found 5 bottles with innate open heaven pills. In other words, he now had 5 of these spirit pills. Young Kai did not know how many innate open heaven pills an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would need to consume to advance into the 9th Order, but since these 5 pills were stored so carefully here, they would definitely be of at least some use. Compared to these 5 spirit pills, all the other gains he obtained up until now could only be regarded as bonuses. Young Kai quickly stored them away and looted the rest of the spirit pills that could still be used. He didn't even spare the furnace. Voidland would surely need to refine their own open heaven pills in the future, and this alchemy furnace belonged to Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so it would definitely be of great quality. It would be perfect if he brought this back for Wondrous Pill Great Emperor to use. Young Kai exited the pill room and continued his search. It was just that he seemed to have used up all his good luck now and had no gains for a while after that. All of a sudden, he heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. This phenomenon made his expression change drastically. At this moment, the only one who could move about freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from him was Black Crow Divine Monarch. Seeing as he was not the one creating this sound, then it had to be the doing of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Such a large commotion could only mean that Black Crow Divine Monarch had already begun to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Young Kai became desperate. He hurriedly followed the source of the sound, but could not find Black Crow Divine Monarch, no matter where he searched. On the other hand, the rumbling sounds could occasionally be heard from a certain direction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. These sounds were extremely upsetting. He searched for another hour only to find no clues, causing him to grind his teeth hard. If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded at refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then he would be able to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, everybody's life or death would be his to control. Moreover, Young Kai had greatly offended Black Crow Divine Monarch, so the first person to die would undoubtedly be him. It was impossible to retreat now. Not unless the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened again and ejected them all. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Young Kai suddenly had a tingling feeling in his heart and he turned to look in a certain direction while shouting, "Who?" What he saw made his expression freeze in surprise. There was a bright figure floating in midair and staring at him expressionlessly. This figure looked like a 7 or 8-year-old boy. He seemed to exist between the lines of ethereal and corporeal. Moreover, he wore a child's traditional outfit. His hair was tied into a braid, making him look very soft and adorable. It was just that his expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even his gaze gave off an air of indifference. Young Kai frowned. This child was clearly not a living creature as he could not sense the slightest hint of vitality coming from the other party. The boy was not a dead creature or a soul either because he did not give off a gloomy feeling. Rather, He gave Yang Kai a vague sense of familiarity. It felt as though they had met somewhere before. But Yang Kai could not recall where at the moment. "Child, who are you?" Yang Kai asked, watching the other party warily. The child swept his eyes over Yang Kai and said, "I can offer you a fateful encounter. Do you want it?" It was a child's voice, but it spoke in an old-fashioned manner, so it sounded extremely strange to the ears. "What do you mean by fateful encounter?" Yang Kai remained unmoved. The child replied, "This world." Yang Kai immediately sneered in response. "Such a small child, but what arrogance! What gives you the right to offer this world to me in the name of a fateful encounter?" The child calmly said, "You only need to swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future. Then I can give you this world." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. Such a small child spouting such nonsense. "Aren't you afraid that the wind might slice off your tongue? I can't believe you want me to swear a Tao oath." While speaking, Yang Kai seemed to recall something. He looked the young boy up and down. Then he exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you the artifact spirit of this place?" He finally recalled why this small child gave him such a familiar feeling. This was clearly the aura of an artifact spirit, similar to how Lu Yen used to be. Combined with the child's seemingly shameless boasting, how could Yang Kai not realize the truth? The child nodded. "That's right. I am the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace." Yang Kai's expression turned serious. "Isn't there somebody refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now?" "Yes." The child nodded. Yang Kai became greatly anxious. If somebody is refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then why are you still wasting time here with me? Why aren't you stopping him? The child shook his head. "I am just an artifact spirit. I can't stop anybody from refining me, no matter who comes to do so." Yang Kai frowned at those words. "Didn't you just say you can give me this world? Doesn't that mean you want me to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace?" "That's right." "Why?" Yang Kai was truly puzzled. The one who is trying to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now is a great enemy of my master. I don't want him to inherit the Blood Monster Divine Palace. So I came to you. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. This artifact spirit was the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so he definitely inherited a part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's will. It made sense that he would instinctively hate Black Crow Divine Monarch, and at this moment, the only one who could move around in the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch was Yang Kai. That meant that he basically had no other choice. Martial Peak Chapter 4291 Competition. Yang Kai excitedly said, "Sounds good. Hurry up and tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace." The artifact spirit said, "You must first swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future." Yang Kai snarled furiously. How dare a trivial artifact spirit speak so arrogantly? You truly don't know your place. Sure enough, this place is a den of rats and snakes. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a good thing during his lifetime, so it makes sense that the artifact spirit born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace wouldn't be good either. I can't believe he wants to control me. Don't you want the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Don't you want the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? The artifact spirit looked at Yang Kai curiously, seeming not to understand why Yang Kai would refuse him. Yang Kai coldly snorted. What is there in this vast world that can compare to my freedom? The artifact spirit said, if you can refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then everything in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will be under your control. You will have endless resources at your fingertips. With enough time, you might even grow to rival the heights of my master. What is losing a little bit of your freedom in comparison? Besides, I won't make you do anything that will trouble you even if you swear the Tao oath. I just want to protect myself. Yang Kai looked at the artifact spirit in surprise. You even understand the art of temptation. It looks like your sentience is not that low. Shaking his head, he continued, but you don't need to waste your efforts on me. I cannot agree with your condition. There was no guarantee that he would die even if Black Crow Divine Monarch refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace. On the contrary, his life would be forfeited the moment he agreed to this artifact spirit's condition. The artifact spirit scowled deeply. Yang Kai said, Black Crow Divine Monarch was a great enemy of your master. If he is allowed to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, do you think he will tolerate your existence? It's a given that he will immediately wipe out your sentience. If not for that, you would not have come to me on your own. Since you need my help, then don't bother trying to force such nonsensical conditions on me. Why don't we cooperate instead? The artifact spirit asked, How do we cooperate? Yang Kai relaxed slightly when he saw the artifact spirit's attitude. This artifact spirit might have some measure of sentience, but he was not a living creature. Seeing as he could ask this question though, then there was room for negotiation. Take me to Heya. I will help you to stop him from refining. I'm afraid you won't be able to stop him. The artifact spirit shook his head disbelieving. If I don't try, how will you know? Yang Kai looked at the artifact spirit. Compared to standing here waiting for your death, why don't you take a gamble instead? The artifact spirit fell silent for a while, and only after a long time passed did he respond, Come with me. While saying that, he drifted in a certain direction at an extremely high speed. Yang Kai did not hesitate and quickly followed. The artifact spirit was born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so it was only natural that he knew this place better than anybody else. Yang Kai followed closely behind him, twisting and turning inside the various halls and corridors. After traveling for a whole quarter hour, Yang Kai suddenly found himself inside a grand hall. The grand hall was completely empty, with only a grand array glowing faintly on the ground. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged at one corner of the grand array. Who else could it be but Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had taken possession of Zhou Yi's body? Blood mist was spreading out from Black Crow Divine Monarch's body. The crimson-red blood chi frantically expanded outward, trying to fill the patterns of the grand array. Following his unrelenting actions, the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace rumbled in response. With a single glance, Yang Kai knew that he could not allow Black Crow Divine Monarch to finish refining the grand array in this place. Once Black Crow Divine Monarch finished, then control of the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into his hands. It was obvious that Black Crow Divine Monarch had been refining the grand array for some time now. At this moment, approximately 10% of the grand array had been taken over by him. The places where he refined were filled with blood mist, while the rest of the area was still dull. Nevertheless, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this situation. He was not too late yet. Even if he rushed over, there was nothing he could do to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch if too much progress had already been made in the refinement process. Artifact Spirit, how dare you disrupt this monarch's plans? The first thing I'm going to do when I finish refining this Blood Monster Divine Palace is to extinguish your soul. Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately snapped hatefully when he looked up to see Yang Kai and the artifact spirit. After saying that, he turned to Yang Kai and snarled through gritted teeth, Boy, you're such a persistent little bastard. Why do you keep getting in this monarch's way? Damn you. Enough nonsense, Heya. Hand over your life. Yang Kai shouted. Lifting a hand, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. A black hole the size of a fist swirled above the tip of the spear, containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. When the spear thrust out, everything around it collapsed. Rupture. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression changed slightly, and the layer of blood mist surrounding his body immediately became denser. At the same time, the area around him turned into a blood sea. Yang Kai plunged into the blood sea and fervently attacked with everything he had. However, he could not tell north from south or even up from down inside the blood sea. He was unable to determine Black Crow Divine Monarch's location, much less kill him. In the end, he rushed out of the blood sea with an extremely ugly expression after attacking fruitlessly for some time. Black Crow Divine Monarch's mocking voice came out from within the blood sea, Junior. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You overestimate yourself just because you're a little capable. Your little tricks are nothing more than pitiful tricks in this monarch's eyes. If you want to play so much, then this monarch will play with you. You better play to your heart's content. The blood sea squirmed and a large number of blood crows charged out from it, clawing loudly. The noise they made was extremely distracting as they swooped down on Yang Kai in an overwhelming manner. Yang Kai quickly raised his spear and thrust out rapidly. Blood crow after blood crow exploded into blood mist, but they could not be killed completely. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop refining the Grand Array during the battle with Yang Kai. In fact, his blood mist continued to spread towards the middle of the Grand Array at even greater speed. "What you're doing is not working." The artifact spirit spoke up from the side. "Nobody can stop him anymore once he finishes refining the Grand Array." How could Yang Kai not know that forceful methods were ineffective? It was just that he was currently riding a tiger, and had no other solutions to the problem at hand. "Quickly enter the Grand Array to compete with him for the right of control over the Grand Array," the artifact spirit added. Yang Kai grimly replied, "It looks like that's the only way." With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai swept out his spear and turned countless blood crows into mere splattered blood. Then, he arrived at the opposite corner of the Grand Array in a flash. His divine sense surged and burrowed into the Grand Array as he frantically began refining it. Upon seeing Yang Kai's actions, how could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow this situation to continue? He controlled the countless blood crows to madly swarm Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was as steady as a rock. Separating his consciousness, he continued refining the Grand Array while simultaneously dealing with the blood crows. Yang Kai's divine sense was immensely powerful. Moreover, he also had the support of a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. Hence, it was not difficult for him to do two things at once. It was just that he could not move once he started refining the Grand Array, so he could only stand there and become a target for the blood crows. This enraged him greatly. On opposite sides of the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch and Yang Kai sat. They were both competing for the right of control over the Grand Array. The person who succeeded in completely refining the Grand Array would have total control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, controlling the Blood Monster Divine Palace was equivalent to controlling the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It could be said that the lives of the natives and monster beasts, as well as all the people who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, were resting on Yang Kai's shoulders alone. However, Yang Kai's expression soon turned ugly. That was because he discovered that Black Crow Divine Monarch was much faster at refining the Grand Array compared to him. The blood mist had already occupied 20% of the Grand Array in such a short amount of time. It would not take more than a few more hours for Black Crow Divine Monarch to completely refine it. In the first place, he had begun refining before Yang Kai. This increase in speed clearly indicated that Heya was also working hard to move faster. Thus, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to catch up to him at this rate. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and yelled, "Artifact Spirit, help me!" The artifact spirit shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can do. Although I was born from this place, my master has restricted what I can do." Yang Kai was so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Then, why were you shamelessly boasting that you can give me this world earlier?" He thought that he could easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace if he cooperated with the artifact spirit. Only now did he realize that he was greatly mistaken. The artifact spirit said, "Although I cannot help you, I can explain the mysteries of the Grand Array to you. Whether or not you can comprehend these mysteries will depend entirely on you." "Explain them then." The artifact spirit immediately began teaching, while Yang Kai listened attentively. By combining the information with the situation in front of him, there was no doubt that his refining speed improved greatly. Even so, it was still difficult for him to catch up to Black Crow Divine Monarch's progress. As time passed, the Grand Array was gradually flooded with two different colors. One was Black Crow Divine Monarch's crimson while the other was Yang Kai's black. Nevertheless, it was very obvious that the area occupied by Black Crow Divine Monarch was much larger than Yang Kai's. In this huge Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch occupied a little more than 60% of the territory while Yang Kai only occupied some 30% or so. In the beginning, things had remained somewhat peaceful when they were both refining separately, but once all the parts of the Grand Array had been filled with their respective energies, a clash between them would become inevitable. Looking down from above, the Grand Array that controlled the Blood Monster Divine Palace was like a large plate. Black Crow Divine Monarch currently held some 65% of the plate while Yang Kai held the rest. If they wanted to occupy the entire plate, then they would first have to drive out their opponent's power. When their powers bordered on each other, Yang Kai's body stiffened. He could feel an immense force rumbling towards him from the opposite side, giving him the feeling that the opposing force was unstoppable. Be that as it may, he had no choice but to defend even if it was futile. He hurriedly urged the part of the Grand Array that he controlled and viciously slammed his energy forward. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch just swayed slightly in response. In this collision, who was stronger was abundantly clear. Black Crow Divine Monarch had obviously occupied the absolute advantage. This was not something that could be helped. The two of them were currently fighting with their respective control over the Grand Array. It had nothing to do with their personal strength. For that reason, Black Crow Divine Monarch was going all out. Even the blood crows that had been pestering Yang Kai all this while vanished without a trace. It could be seen that he had no time to care about anything else. During their first clash, Yang Kai clearly felt that a part of his territory had been lost. Black Crow Divine Monarch's energy continuously crept in his direction and gradually occupied the territory that he controlled previously. Seeing this, Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed wildly. Junior, stop being stubborn. Obediently accept your death. It will save you some pain. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and ignored the other party. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. Stubborn fool. While speaking, he controlled the power of the Grand Array he controlled and it slammed towards Yang Kai once more. Even though Yang Kai had prepared himself in advance and used all his strength to defend, he was still overwhelmed. At the same time, he lost another part of the Grand Array that he controlled. It gave Black Crow Divine Monarch a chance to take further control of the Grand Array, allowing his progress to reach 70%. I can't let this continue any longer. Although I still control 30% of the Grand Array, it will only be a matter of time before I am completely overtaken by this old dog. If that happens, there will be no hope left. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4292 Fierce Counterattack. Artifact Spirit, is there any other way to stop him? Yang Kai asked through gritted teeth while struggling to defend. The Artifact Spirit remained silent. Looking at the Artifact Spirit, Yang Kai knew that the other party was powerless to help. Thus, he couldn't help feeling desperate. Under normal circumstances, the Artifact Spirit would have absolute control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he had said that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had limited his abilities, so he was utterly powerless to help at this time. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Yang Kai for help in the first place. Hong. Black Crow Divine Monarch guided the power of the Grand Array to slam towards Yang Kai once more. Even though Yang Kai struggled desperately to defend, he was once again driven back, allowing the territory controlled by Black Crow Divine Monarch to expand a little bit more. The situation was extremely precarious and Yang Kai had almost fallen into a desperate situation. Black Crow Divine Monarch let out a wicked cackle. Boy, let's see how long you can resist. The moment this monarch completely refines this Grand Array will be the moment you die. Then he turned to look at the Artifact Spirit. And you. It was not easy for you to be born and gain sentience. If you acknowledge and repent for your mistakes, this monarch is not opposed to forgiving you and sparing your life. The Blood Monster Divine Palace was not a living creature, so it was indeed extremely difficult for an Artifact Spirit to be born out of it. Besides, his current strength was not that great. If Black Crow Divine Monarch could obtain the support of the Artifact Spirit, then it would be easier for him to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If that were not the case, why would he bother wasting his time on a mere Artifact Spirit? The Artifact Spirit remained silent and glanced in Yang Kai's direction. Seeming to notice the Artifact Spirit's gaze, Yang Kai jerked in surprise and quickly said, Artifact Spirit, don't listen to his nonsense. Even if you join him now, things will not end well for you in the future. However, the Artifact Spirit drifted over and landed behind Black Crow Divine Monarch and bowed deeply. This Artifact Spirit greets Master. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. Good, good, good. Obediently stand to the side. This monarch will speak to you once I deal with this annoying ant. Yes. The Artifact Spirit immediately stood to the side. Yang Kai coldly snorted at the sight. This Artifact Spirit is completely unreliable after all. A two-faced coward. Earlier, He came to me in hopes that I could defeat Black Crow Divine Monarch. I can't believe how eagerly he submitted himself to Black Crow Divine Monarch after seeing that I am having trouble defeating the opponent. Nevertheless, it didn't matter who the artifact spirit recognized as his master. It did little to change the current situation since he had no power to interfere with the Grand Array in the first place. For that reason, Yang Kai ignored the artifact spirit even though he scorned his actions. Meanwhile, the attacks from Black Crow Divine Monarch were getting stronger and stronger with each passing moment. The portion of the Grand Array that Yang Kai refined had always been smaller compared to Black Crow Divine Monarch's. Moreover, their repeated collisions caused Yang Kai to lose large tracts of his territory. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch's territory grew larger and larger with each clash. This situation created a vicious cycle that quickly exhausted Yang Kai to the bone. It didn't take more than an hour before the territory that Yang Kai controlled in the Grand Array was reduced to a mere 20%. At this point, it could be said that he was suffering from a crushing defeat. Although they were both holding the right of control over the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using 80% of its power against Yang Kai's 20%. It was practically impossible for Yang Kai to resist. Have I reached my limits? Yang Kai grimly asked himself. If I fail to stop him here, then he will take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Leaving aside whether or not I can escape if that happens, Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, Chef, Accountant Lang Qingshan, and the others will surely become his prisoners. Knowing Black Crow Divine Monarch's personality, everybody will be better off dead by then. Chef! Yang Kai abruptly recalled something and his eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Hurriedly activating his divine sense, he released Chef, whom he previously placed into the small sealed world. Earlier, Chef had used a powerful secret technique against the star turtle, one that consumed a massive amount of his strength, leaving him almost completely drained. As such, Yang Kai later placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. He had almost forgotten about him. At this moment, Yang Kai was facing off against Black Crow Divine Monarch, and neither side could afford to be distracted. So whoever had an extra helper would surely gain a huge advantage over the other. As soon as Chef appeared, he took in his surroundings warily. What entered his eyes left him stunned and he exclaimed in amazement, "What's going on?" Black Crow Divine Monarch was just as taken aback. Even though he wanted to ask the same question, it didn't matter how this fatty appeared in this place as it was incredibly disadvantageous for him. The only thing that reassured him slightly was that this newcomer did not seem to be in a good state. Even though Chef had recovered some of his strength, his complexion was still very pale and his aura was quite weak. Yang Kai explained the current situation to Chef in the briefest manner possible. When Chef finished listening to the explanation, he understood the severity of the matter. Thus, he gritted his teeth and glared at Black Crow Divine Monarch. In other words, everything will be fine as long as I can take this opportunity to kill this guy, right? You can say that, but... Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, Chef summoned his kitchen knife. His chubby figure moved with indescribable agility as he rushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch and roared, "Old dog, die!" Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression was incredibly gloomy. Things had reached a critical juncture where he was about to take full control over the Grand Array. He initially thought that this matter would be settled soon, but how could he have predicted that a disturbance would pop up at the last moment? While Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of Chef, he was forced to split his attention in order to defend against him. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a massive blood cloud that wrapped around Chef tightly. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and saw that Chef could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were the wriggling and squirming movements coming from within the blood cloud. In addition, violent bursts of energy would occasionally erupt from within the blood cloud. It was obvious that Chef was struggling fiercely. Yang Kai ground his teeth. There was no time for him to be concerned about Chef's safety though. Taking this opportunity, he quickly drew upon the power of the Grand Array to counterattack. Black Crow Divine Monarch had anticipated this move though and pretended that he was being pushed back, retreating slightly before suddenly surging forward with a counterattack. Yang Kai was caught off guard. Not only did he fail to turn the situation around, but he made the situation worse instead. This outcome nearly depressed him to the point of spitting blood. Hung! Chef, who had been enveloped in the crimson blood cloud, finally broke out at that moment. His eyes were widened with rage and the kitchen knife in his hand glinted with a cold light. He was about to charge forward once more when Yang Kai hurriedly sent a divine sense transmission to him. Attack the Grand Array. At this moment, it was unrealistic to try and wrestle control of the Grand Array from Black Crow Divine Monarch. The latter held the absolute advantage in this situation. If things were to continue, nobody would be able to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch once he completely assimilated Yang Kai's territory. Since competing for control was no longer viable, then they could only choose to destroy the Grand Array. In the worst case, it would be ruined for good and nobody could try to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace again. Chef's eyes brightened and he nodded at those words, "Good idea." Following that, he brought his knife slashing down on the patterns of the Grand Array that covered the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch paled in shock at the sight and roared, "Junior, you dare!" Chef just sneered, "Watch me." His attack did not falter in the slightest and the blade light sliced down hard. At the same time, Yang Kai took the opportunity to counterattack. He needed to distract Black Crow Divine Monarch so that the latter could not interfere with Chef. A series of clanging noises rang out and sparks flew in all directions. Both Yang Kai and Chef were a little dumbfounded by the situation. Chef's attack was incredibly fierce, but even so, it did no damage to the Grand Array at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing at this sight. "Ignorant child. This control array was arranged personally by that old dog Shui Yao. It cost him a massive fortune to even just refine its base. How could it be something you pitiful weaklings could destroy? Stop making me laugh." Yang Kai's expression darkened. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Just keep attacking." Chef gritted his teeth and grunted in reply. Leaping onto the Grand Array, he used all his strength to launch a barrage of attacks down on it. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression remained calm though. When he saw that Chef could not damage the Grand Array in any way, he stopped trying to interfere and simply watched coldly from the sidelines. After attacking for some time, Chef panted for breath and called out, "Brat, this isn't working. My strength isn't high enough. I'm afraid this method will not work." Yang Kai's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he only retained control over some 10% of the Grand Array. It could be said that he was being pushed into a corner, literally. Black Crow Divine Monarch only needed to attack a few more times to completely remove his energy from the Grand Array. If that happened, Black Crow Divine Monarch would easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The situation is desperate. Yang Kai sighed. "It looks like I will have to use the divine ability bead given to me by Proprietress in this place." He was very reluctant to use this divine ability bead unless he really had no other choice. Besides, he did not know whether the divine ability bead could destroy the Grand Array. Proprietress might be powerful, but she was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How much power her divine ability bead could unleash remained unknown, so it would be a waste if it had no effect on the current situation. It had been extremely difficult for the Proprietress to refine this divine ability bead, so how could he willingly let it go to waste? But Yang Kai had no choice now that things had come to this. He had to use it even if he was reluctant. Aside from the divine ability bead, he had no other means to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch. Yang Kai glared coldly in the direction of Black Crow Divine Monarch, but just as he was about to bring out the divine ability bead, his gaze landed on the artifact spirit. A light flashed through his eyes at that moment and a bold conjecture emerged from the depths of his heart in the next moment. Then, he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Chef. Chef was still gasping for breath, but he raised his brow at those words and nodded almost imperceptibly. Swinging his kitchen knife, he slashed several dozen sword lights towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. How dare a mere ant act so impudent? The blood mist around his body boiled and countless blood crows flew out to meet the sword lights. They cawed noisily when they were cut down but still easily blocked the assault. Taking this opportunity, Chef raised his hand and summoned his chopping block. He casually tossed the block out and it rapidly enlarged, radiating a strange aura as it quickly slid under its target. At the same time, Chef's figure abruptly swelled up and became massive. He looked extremely ferocious. The apron around his waist was covered in grease stains and the butcher character stretching across his chest was absolutely horrifying. He grinned savagely as he roared, "I am the knife and chopping block, you are the fish." The artifact spirit jerked in surprise. He was astonished to discover that he was standing on top of the chopping block without him noticing. Furthermore, he was being restrained by a strange force. He couldn't help feeling the situation was all rather absurd. At this moment, he felt like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch not realize Chef's intentions after seeing this situation? He did not know what effects would come from killing the artifact spirit, but he did not dare to take this gamble. Hence, he roared, "Don't you dare!" Raising his arm, he shot a blood arrow in Chef's direction. Young Kai flashed forward. At this moment, he completely gave up on the territory he had been guarding. If Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted, he could have taken this opportunity to finish refining the Grand Array. It was just that he was distracted in his efforts to stop Chef and failed to notice this point. By the time he realized Young Kai was attacking, the spear was already rapidly enlarging in his vision. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire lingered at the tip of the spear, and its power was too great for him to simply ignore. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4293. This is bad. The spear shadow shrouded the sky, looming over Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was accompanied by crackling sounds that rang out endlessly. Heya gave a furious roar. Under normal circumstances, it would have been easy for him to block this attack from Young Kai. In the worst case, he could simply dodge. However, he was currently in the last stages of refining the Grand Array, so not only was he unable to move, but most of his attention was also focused on the array itself. There was no way for him to avoid this attack, much less defend himself. His entire body was instantly riddled with holes by Young Kai's spear, and countless large and bloody holes appeared on his body, gushing with fresh blood. Any other person would have died from such injuries, but he had cultivated the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. He even resurrected on the spot after being split in two by the protective divine ability from Pei Wenxian's identity token. Hence, Black Crow Divine Monarch's injuries would only cause him to expend his chi and did not threaten his life in any way. At the same time, Chef made several consecutive chopping motions with his kitchen knife, all while shouting, "Chop, chop, chop." A chilling blade light loomed down upon the artifact spirit. 3 breaths later, Chef gave a muffled groan. His enlarged body deflated rapidly and the chopping block flew back into his hands. His complexion as pale as a sheet, he muttered weakly, "It's up to you now." When he last used this secret technique, he had exhausted all his energy in an instant. Thus Young Kai had placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. Performing this secret technique again after such a short time made his condition worsen even more than the first time. Young Kai quickly appeared beside Chef at that moment, lifted a hand to grab him, and tossed him into the small sealed world. On the other hand, the flesh around Black Crow Divine Monarch's wounds squirmed vigorously and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Young Kai was no longer opposing him in the Grand Array, and it could be said that there was nothing stopping him now. As long as he willed it, he would be able to refine the Grand Array to completion. Even so, he seemed numb to this fact and was simply staring in the artifact spirit's direction with an ugly expression. Similarly, Young Kai was watching the artifact spirit closely. His spear was held loosely by his side, and his expression was a mixture of nervousness and vigilance. His other hand was holding the proprietress divine ability bead. Moreover, his strength was circulating wildly, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The artifact spirit looked perfectly fine, standing there motionlessly as though Chef's secret technique had been completely ineffective on him. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing, cackling so hard that he nearly cried. However, his expression began to stiffen in the middle of his laughter. The artifact spirit lowered his head to look down at his body. All of a sudden, he gave a soft sigh and murmured to himself, "This is fine too." While speaking, his body shattered without warning and turned into wisps of light that soon faded into nothing. He was just an artifact spirit without any real defensive strength, so how could he withstand the ferocious attacks of Chef's secret technique when he could not mobilize the power of the Blood Monster Divine Palace? the artifact spirit was annihilated. Both the gazes of Yong-kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look at the Grand Array in unison. Yong-kai's gaze was cold while Black Crow Divine Monarch's entire face twitched. Gotcha. A soft sound suddenly came from the Grand Array, and they both looked over to see that a crack had appeared in one of its corners. Yong-kai was overjoyed. How could he not realize that his conjecture had been correct? The artifact spirit might have seemed useless, but his very existence was closely tied to the Grand Array. Chef might have been powerless to destroy the Grand Array, but killing the artifact spirit was well within his means. As soon as the artifact spirit was destroyed, the Grand Array was deeply affected too. There was no reason to hesitate, so Yong-kai thrust his spear at the crack. Don't even think about it. Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously and a blood arrow shot directly at Yong-kai. Yong-kai used his dragon shields to protect himself while focusing all his strength into his spear thrust. Hong! A violent force burst forth and the crack in the Grand Array immediately spread outward like a spiderweb. At the same time, the dragon shields protecting Yong-kai shattered to pieces and his body was sent flying out. Gotcha! A series of cracking sounds came from various spots of the Grand Array. Black Crow Divine Monarch hurriedly activated his power to try to stabilize the situation, but unfortunately for him, the damage had already been done. There was nothing he could do to reverse it with his current strength. It didn't take longer than 10 breaths before the Grand Array completely lost all spirituality and broke apart. Damn you, Junior! Black Crow Divine Monarch felt as though his eyes were going to explode at the sight. The raging flames of fury in him threatened to burn him alive. There was only a little bit left to refine. If he finished refining that remaining bit, then he would have gained complete control over the blood monster cave heaven. At that time, recovering to his full strength would have been a breeze. However, that little bit was now as wide and deep as a mountain valley. He had fallen short at the very last moment. There had never been a time where the murderous intent he felt towards Yong-kai had been so intense. Although Yong-kai had ruined his plans back at the Blood Lake, it had not affected the overall situation. He had managed to possess Zhou Yi's body and came back to life in the end. Unlike that time though, there was no way to recover from this loss. A deep sense of regret filled Black Crow Divine Monarch's heart. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have slaughtered Yong-kai back at the Blood Lake. If he had known earlier, he would never have allowed Yong-kai to enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace. But it was too late for regrets now. Yong-kai stood up and wiped at the trickle of blood at the corner of his lips before letting out a wild loud laugh. Hey ya! Let's see how you refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace now. Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice was low, but his entire body gave off a bone-chilling coldness. Since I can't refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, this monarch will refine you instead. Yong-kai's heart clenched. He knew that he had truly enraged Black Crow Divine Monarch by ruining his plans. It looks like this guy is determined to kill me now. Before Black Crow Divine Monarch could do anything though, a huge change suddenly occurred. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, like distant thunder. Both Yong-kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch looked surprised. Releasing their divine senses, they examined their surroundings, and it didn't take long for their expressions to change drastically. That was because the Blood Monster Divine Palace was showing signs of collapse. The surrounding walls came crumbling down one after another, turning the structure into ruins. Similarly, the bedrooms and grand halls also came crashing down with a loud rumble. Yong-kai never imagined that destroying the artifact spirit would trigger a chain reaction of this scale. First, the Grand Array had broken apart, and now, even the Blood Monster Divine Palace would soon cease to exist. Regardless, this was a good thing for Yong-kai. His friends had been trapped inside that strange nothingness array and were unable to extricate themselves. So if the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, then they would regain their freedom. With that thought in mind, Yong-kai's figure flashed away as his voice lingered in the air. Hey ya! I'll spare your life today. I'll definitely kill you when we meet again. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow Yong-kai to escape though? He roared. Don't even dream about escaping. His entire body shuddered for a moment and a blood cloud that blocked out the whole sky appeared. However, Yong-kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so if he was determined to flee, There was no way for Black Crow Divine Monarch to stop him without sealing the world in advance. Yong-kai vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood in response. The reason Yong-kai fled was not that he was afraid of Black Crow Divine Monarch. The old dog might be powerful, but he was not yet an open heaven realm master. If it came down to a fight, neither of them would come out unscathed. On the contrary, Yong-kai was thinking that the Blood Monster Divine Palace contained many treasures. Now that it was on the verge of collapse, he was anxious to do one last search to see if he could find anything else of value. He barely had any time to search though when the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace fell apart completely. One after another, numerous silhouettes suddenly appeared in the initial mountain valley, every one of them in a miserable state. All of these people had entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, but their situation was different from Yong-kai's. They had been trapped inside the world of white from the moment they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, unable to tell north from south or find an exit. Yong-kai had relied on the power of his Golden Crow's true fire and the guidance of a remnant soul. He helped to break free of that array, but the others had neither the strength or the luck to do so. It was not until this moment when the Blood Monster Divine Palace collapsed completely that they were freed. Looking around, there was no trace of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. All that remained in front of them was a huge ruin. Therefore, they couldn't help feeling shocked. Nobody knew what had happened earlier, but before they could recover from their shock, they heard a gloomy roar. Immediately after that, an overwhelming aura enveloped them. Somebody shouted in horror, "It's the Star Turtle!" The seventh order monster beast was still guarding the mountain valley. Having lost all his targets when all the cultivators fled into the Blood Monster Divine Palace previously, how could it hold back when it saw these people reappear? Countless rays of yellow light shot out like a storm of arrows, raining down on the cultivators. Many of the cultivators were caught off guard and nearly lost their lives as a result. The Star Turtle had previously been restrained thanks to the efforts of Yong-kai and his allies, not to mention that they had prepared themselves in advance. The current events had happened so abruptly, though, that none of them could stop the might of this seventh-order monster beast. It didn't matter whether it was the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises or the cultivators from weaker forces. All of them quickly fled for their lives. Yong-kai was also flying away at the time when he spotted Chu Huashang and Gu Pan. Each of them was fleeing in different directions. Zhang Ruoxi was following closely beside Gu Pan. It was likely that Gu Pan had located Zhang Ruoxi as soon as they were freed from the spirit array. Yong-kai was about to join up with them when a blood cloud appeared in front of him. The blood cloud morphed into Black Crow Divine Monarch's furious face, and his eyes searched the surroundings as his howls rang out endlessly. "Boy, show yourself. Persistent bastard." Yong-kai was a little annoyed. He knew that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not going to let him go this time, so he stopped trying to chase after Gu Pan and the others. Instead, he summoned the Shadowless Veil and covered himself, concealing himself in an instant. The Shadowless Veil was an absolutely invincible artifact in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was impossible to trace by anybody below the mid-rank Open Heaven realm, much less Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was just a remnant soul that did not have such a powerful divine sense. Just as Yong-kai was considering if he should take the chance to launch a sneak attack on Black Crow Divine Monarch, the world rumbled. It was followed by a deafening sound. Large fissures suddenly appeared throughout the sky like ferocious and terrifying wounds. That was not all. Continuous rumbling sounds also came from the deep underground. Countless large ravines suddenly emerged, turning many places into canyons that were thousands of meters deep. The world split apart and rumbled violently. Cracks and ravines continued to extend outward while at the same time, more scars appeared in the sky. Yong-kai was dumbfounded for a moment. It took a long while for him to realize what was happening, but once he did, a bitter taste filled his mouth as he muttered, "This is bad." He never imagined that the chain reaction from killing the artifact spirit was not over yet. It was not until this moment that the true extent of the consequences appeared. The entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to collapse. Thinking about it again, this was not too surprising. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace in order to seize control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That meant that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, it made sense that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would also be affected. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been completely stable, it might not have been affected so badly. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was already showing signs of collapsing in recent years. The destruction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace was simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.